Chapter 1203. Swish, 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 an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air as 9,990 silver divine arrows pierced through the void. Their killing intent was monstrous. Just that kind of aura alone was enough to cause many people to collapse, not to mention the true might of the arrows. 9,999 arrows. Every silver arrow was flowing with holy might. Who in the world could withstand it? This was a massacre. Bang! The Ice Diamond Man of the Super Yen Holy Lands was being shot to death. Every silver arrow was like a sledgehammer smashing into his body. The deafening sound of the arrows was boundlessly powerful. He was first sent flying by dozens of arrows, and then a few thick silver arrows pierced through his body, causing him to let out a miserable cry. This was a saint-level puppet, but it had suffered serious damage from the shocking formation. In front of its body, Tao marks and divine chains of order interweaved, turning into countless runes. However, it couldn't stop the arrows at all and was completely pierced through. In the blinding light, a dense number of arrows rained down, turning the golem into a hedgehog. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into monstrous energy fluctuations. Without the protection of the ancient formation, this primal chaos divine soil would have been completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power was too concentrated and vast. Ah! The sect master of the Super Yen Holy Land roared in anger. This was a huge loss, but he couldn't change the outcome. The simultaneous release of 9,990 divine arrows was enough to destroy several saints. This was a killing field specially prepared for existences of this level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine killing formation. It was unknown how many people from the Holy Land turned into bloody light. Large numbers of people fell, and in the end, they didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Boom! The Black Emperor roared. The 108 main formation platforms and 365 divine gates lit up continuously, and 3,600 rays of the Great Tao swept out together to block the divine arrows. This was a bitter confrontation. The power of this killing formation was boundless and could already kill saints. It wasn't just one or two, but a large number of them, turning this place into a land of death. Without the protection of a divine artifact, everyone would die without a doubt. They needed the power of an ancient saint to defend, and they needed to work together to resist. These killing formations clashed intensely. The fluctuations weren't something ordinary people could face. Fresh faces turned into withered bones one after another, turning into ashes. How many arrays did the God of Killers dynasty have? This was the answer everyone wanted to know amidst their trembling bodies. It was because they were all left behind by ancient saints, and their destructive power was too great. The Black Emperor roared angrily. It hid behind the goddess furnace, barking madly as it sacrificed all of the materials it had accumulated over the years. Its heart was dripping blood. It had used everything it had to create many exceptional formations, but right now, it was rapidly being consumed, and the losses were tremendous. Damn the ancient divine dynasty. How many Dharma treasures of the way of killing do they have? Why do they never stop using them? In the depths of the heaven domain, the ancestor-level figures of the two great divine dynasties were also stupefied. This was the accumulation of generations of ancestors, the sacred killing formation platform left behind. When combined together, it was said that it could shoot down deities. However, at this moment, they were collapsing one after another. Their faces were twitching, and their hearts ached to the extreme. They felt even worse than the Black Emperor. A single formation pedestal was equivalent to a single killing formation of the ancient sage. For them to be grouped together in such a manner, it was definitely a horrifying sight to behold. And yet, they were being destroyed one after another. Even if a few saints entered the formation, they would still be destroyed. They actually managed to block it? Kill, 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 kill. The Black Emperor had gone mad from killing. She used the goddess furnace as the main formation flag, and with a quang dang sound, she tossed it into the center. Everyone's faces paled. When the large black dog went berserk, it was truly terrifying. He even tossed out the great sage's weapon. Fortunately, there were other saint tools to defend them, or else they would have been in great trouble. However, the effects were obvious. With the ancient great sage's spirit tool as the first formation flag, that kind of might covered heaven and earth, destroying heaven and earth. The other party's formation platforms were shattered one after another, and boundless energy swept out in reverse. They've gone mad, they've truly gone mad. This is a true battle to exterminate a sect. Even the great battles of the past dark ages are nothing more than this. There are so many ancient killing formation platforms involved. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or the ally, they were all stunned. They couldn't help but feel horrified. This was definitely a killing calamity. Fortunately, both sides were balanced. If one side was slightly weaker, they would have immediately been destroyed. The formation patterns finally dimmed. The ground was a complete mess, and there were fragments of divine materials everywhere. It was unknown just how many precious treasures had been used up on the ancient formation platforms, but now, they were all useless. The sea of killing intent slowly dispersed, and endless sorrow and great changes arose. This was the lamentation of the ancient artifacts. They were all destroyed in a single battle. Only after a long time had passed did everyone come back to their senses. Their faces were snow white, and their voices were trembling. How many ancient saint formations were destroyed in total? About 18 of them. The estimate is too low. There are at least 20, and it might even reach 36. It's hard to say. It's too terrifying. They are continuous, and the light of calamity is boundless. It's brilliant and dazzling, and it's too many to count. Only through experience could one understand. Otherwise, this kind of terror would only be a concept of numbers, and not something that would cause one's heart to palpitate. The ground was covered in fragments, a sight rarely seen since ancient times. Everyone became silent. They held weapons in their hands, drove the war chariots, and continued forward. Today's battle had already reached this point, and there was no longer any path of retreat. Only by wiping out the two great ancient divine dynasties could they feel at ease. After passing through the land of destruction, broken mountains, half-collapsed mountain ridges, and giant trees that had withered for tens of thousands of years appeared one after another. No one made a sound. They were all on guard. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked at the very front, their battle intent high. Meanwhile, the others were incomparably solemn. Everyone's mood was different. For example, Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the other crazy people mainly wanted to sharpen themselves. They had never planned to ask the ancient saints to take action. Meanwhile, the Super Yen Holy Land and the other inheritances that had suffered disastrous losses felt their hearts bleeding. They wanted nothing more than to immediately ask Wei Yi to fight to the death against the ancient divine dynasties. The sacred ape held the black divine medal in his hand, looking down on everyone. His golden hair flickered, and he was extremely domineering. What is there to cry about? The two great divine dynasties are the best whetstones. Today, we will kill to our heart's content and climb another step on the path of cultivation. Xiao! A terrifying sword light appeared, piercing towards the back of the sacred ape's head. It was vicious and merciless, appearing abruptly and soundlessly. It was going to kill with a single strike. This kind of hidden killing technique was too terrifying. It almost fooled everyone, and the sacred prince dodged it by a hair's breadth. Shi Luo immediately took action, hacking forward. However, a streak of bloody light appeared on his back, cutting open a terrifying wound. A killing saint had appeared, drawing Shi Luo's attention to the sacred ape. However, the true target was him. Shi Luo was injured, but he didn't even frown. He disappeared from his original location, and with a pu sound, bloody light scattered down, cutting open a bloody scar in another part of the void. Shi Luo had already discovered the other party and returned the favor. The two exchanged blows. It was extremely strange and formless. Pooh! Blood scattered down from the sky. More than 10 experts from the Ji family cried out miserably. They couldn't evade in time and were turned into dried bones on the spot by the saint's blood. Ah, a mournful scream rang out. The Super Yen Holy Land sect master's head tumbled down. His eyes were wide open in anger as his headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. His primordial spirit had just rushed up when it was pierced through by a blood-colored killing sword, vanishing into thin air on the spot. Kill! Everyone roared in anger and fear. Many executioners appeared, hiding in the void and launching assassinations. Many people cried out in alarm. Their foreheads were pierced through, and they died a violent death. This was the trump card of the assassins. Where do you think you're going? Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others roared in anger and launched an all-out counterattack. They had studied the great killing arts of the Celestial Court, so they didn't fear this kind of killing Dao's secret art. Sneaky bastards, die for me! The sacred prince roared. His entire body erupted with golden radiance, and it was as if his body was cast from gold. He brandished his rod and smashed an old assassin out. It was precisely this person who had just slaughtered the Super Yen Holy Land sect master. He was a Dao-severing king-level expert with outstanding strength. He had killed over 100 people in an instant. Without any suspense, this ace assassin's bones were broken and tendons snapped by the monkey's rod, turning him into a pile of mush. Poo, piu, piu, bloody light flashed in succession as GZ displayed his might. The void split apart, and many assassins were torn apart. They turned into streaks of blood, and not even their bones remained. Yi Fan's expression was cold. The golden blood chi around his body turned into a tornado, and he forcefully pulled out a king-level assassin. Then, he blasted him into the air with a single punch. It was simple yet ruthless, and bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere. The Purple Mansion Saintess finally displayed her terrifying strength in front of the world. She harmonized with the great Tao, and with a wave of her hand, she waved the laws of heaven and earth, forcing out a group of assassins. With a slash of her white hand, a large number of people were melted within the light of the Tao. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince moved together. They pounced towards Qi Luo, and all of them unleashed a fierce attack. Killing Saint Qi Luo also let out a long roar. The blood sword light was tens of thousands of zhang long, and it slashed towards his opponent. Hong. In this terrifying confrontation, the killing saint of the mortal realm fled and left the battlefield. He took the initiative to retreat, and only left behind a trail of blood. This was the ancient killing saint. Before the heaven and earth changed, he was unfathomable, and it wasn't difficult for him to leave even though he was surrounded by an army of 10,000. He fled towards the exit of the heaven domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, several waves of holy might swept over like a vast ocean, forcing him back. The killing saint wants to escape, which means that they don't have the confidence anymore. Let's kill them all, don't let a single one escape. The people of the Holy Lands shouted loudly. Their morale was greatly boosted. However, Yi Fan's heart sunk. This killing saint was ruthless and decisive. He didn't want to escape at all, and was clearly trying to probe how many ancient saints had come. Now, he turned around and rushed towards the depths of the heaven domain. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. This heaven domain erupted, and the war chariots of the Holy Lands rumbled as they crushed through the skies. Divine artifacts revived, and they attacked forward together. Following this, they destroyed a few ancient killing formation platforms, and finally arrived at the depths. They saw two terrifying ancient palaces. The killing intent there was like a sea. White bones flickered with luster, and not even the passage of time could erase them. The palaces were all constructed from bones. At the very center of the two palaces was a special bone building. The luster was the most intimidating. There were the skulls of kings, as well as the withered bones of saints. They were brilliant and sparkling. The carpets in the palaces were made of divine skin, stripped from the bodies of saints. Even a group of ants dares challenge a giant dragon. I admire your courage, but I can't help but mock your foolishness. A dignified voice sounded from within the bone palace. It was ancient and experienced, but there was also a type of domineeringness to it. It was full of an overweening spirit. Killing Saint Chi Luo roared loudly. The giant dragon's old nest has been wiped out by others, and now it is hiding in outer space. Hell and the human world, two great ancient divine dynasties, are about to be wiped out, yet you are still trying to show off your self-esteem. Today, all of you can just die. He lost 7 children, all of them dying for the sake of the two great divine dynasties. They paid the price of blood and life to exchange for everything he had today. His heart was filled with grief and anger. You are a killing saint, and I am also a killing saint. How about we carry out a decisive battle between killing saints today? The aged voice resounded ruthlessly. He had already achieved the Tao for over 1,000 years. His killing intent surged, and it was incredibly terrifying. However, Chi Luo was not an ordinary person. He agreed on the spot to fight against the veteran killing saint. Another withered figure appeared. The killing saint of the human world appeared once again. He looked disdainfully at the crowd with disdain, as if he didn't care that there were still a few saints at the entrance. He swept his gaze over the people of the Holy Lands, and then he stared at the sacred prince, then at GZ. In the end, his torch-like eyes landed on Yifan. All of you, kill yourselves. This seat will give you the chance to die a quick death. The killing saint of the human world guided Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince as he spoke ruthlessly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about the fact that everyone was attacking. It's useless no matter who comes. Wanting to destroy the human world and hell is simply the ravings of an idiot. What human race is Saint Physique? What ancient emperor's son? All of you are ants. All of you must die. His words were like a knife scraping on everyone's skin, cold and sinister. Many cultivators from the Holy Lands couldn't withstand the sound waves of the killing saint. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and streams of blood flowed out. Even their divine senses were extinguished. Chapter 1204. I think it's better for you, an old dog that's neither human nor ghost, to go and commit suicide. Lama said crudely when faced with this killing saint who didn't take them seriously. The large black dog didn't like hearing this. He glowered at him, and retorted, nonsense, he's worse than dog fart. That's right, he's boasting shamelessly, and even wants us to commit suicide. Old thing, are you still asleep? Go and die. Longma shouted. Faced with these two uncouth people, even if a god came, his face would twitch. What kind of mocking words wouldn't he dare to say? Xiao. A beam of killing light swept over, enveloping the large black dog and Longma below. The killing saint of the mortal world had a dark expression as he attacked. Dang! The monkey moved, and the jet-black iron staff in his hand actually collided with the killing saint, releasing a brilliant light. Although he was forced back, it wasn't impossible. One had to realize that this was a killing saint. His magic power was boundless, and he specialized in killing saints. He had made a name for himself. The killing saint of the mortal world's attack failed, and he immediately disappeared, merging into the void. At the same time, his boundless killing intent shook the surroundings. Pooh! Lama spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the large black dog also trembled. He stood up on his 2 legs, using the rose seal to retreat. I gave you a chance to commit suicide, but you didn't grasp it well. Then, I'll send you all on your way one by one. The killing saint of the mortal world said coldly. He still had a high and mighty attitude, looking down on them like they were ants. He didn't see them as opponents, and he wanted to eliminate them with a raise of his hand. Old executioner, your end is here. Yifan's body burned, and he transformed into an indestructible golden body, attacking forward. His gaze pierced through the void, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent was invincible, shattering all things. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be bolts of golden lightning dancing. Yifan and the killing saint clashed a few blows, releasing blinding light. You're very strong, and I believe that you're all outstanding geniuses since the ancient times to be able to clash with me. But what can you do? The mortal world's killer saint sneered in the dark and said, you were born 500 years too late. I won't give you the chance to grow up. Today, I'm going to strangle the geniuses. I'm going to do the deed of extinction and let you die in the cradle. Old fart, you talk too much. Take this. The sacred prince roared. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The black divine metal swept through the world, crushing the primal chaos immortal earth apart as it struck towards Killing Saint. Shio! A beam of killing light shot over, brushing past the black iron rod and leaving a flower of blood on the monkey's shoulder. GZ also took action. Without saying a word, his body merged into the void, and the great fissure chop was unleashed. A sound like the explosion of the universe erupted, and Killing Saint was forced out of the void. However, a killing saint was a killing saint after all. He specialized in killing other saints. GZ was struck by a sword light, and half of his body was bleeding profusely. Yi Fan charged forward, displaying all the techniques on his body. His fists erupted with wind and lightning, and golden lightning bolts shot out one after another. It was as if he was the lightning god's fists, and he displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths. His fists were stained with blood, but he didn't care. He continued to tangle with the old killing saint. This old thing is really troublesome. No wonder the legends say that he was born to kill saints. Let's kill him together, the large black dog shouted. He roared, and streaks of black light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows. They could break through the defenses of saints, and they posed a serious threat to the old killing saint. F***CK. Don't tell me that this old guy has become a saint king? Longma thought of a terrifying matter. Impossible, let's kill him together. Dongfang Yi roared. He controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. They knew that Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince still had enough confidence. After all, they hadn't truly transcended their tribulations yet. Only when they received the verification of heaven and earth would their strength be considered to be at the right level, and they could fight to the death. Kill, grind him to death. Li Tian shouted. He controlled the ancient saint battle formation tool and arrived before them. He held a purple spear with both hands, and it pierced through the void, aiming at the killing saint's back. Pung! A ruthless sneer appeared on the killing saint's face. He enveloped everyone in his killing light, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, disappearing from time to time. In the end, Yan Ishi, Old Saber Honcho, and Yao Yuekong all controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. A group of people fought this terrifying killing saint. This was the might of the killing saint. These people worked together to surround and kill him, yet they couldn't take him down in a short period of time. The killing saint's battle experience was too abundant and terrifying. On the other side, Qi Luo and the killing saint from hell were also fighting intensely. They appeared and disappeared between heaven and earth, and the terrifying saint tools in their hands clashed fiercely. This was a clash of divine regulations, a clash of the great Tao, accompanied by the thunder of the heavenly Tao. All of you must die, the killing saint of the mortal world said as he fought against the group of heroes. He suddenly appeared and disappeared, and it was impossible to guard against him. Yi Fan felt a sense of danger, and he secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "Be careful, he has stalled us. Perhaps a third killing saint will appear." He felt that the old killing saint was making use of their youthful vigor and competitive mentality to stall everyone, giving the third killing saint a chance to assassinate him. Pooh! The terrifying premonition came true. A third saint actually appeared in the 2 great divine dynasties. Qi Luo almost died with a grievance, suffering an assassination. That sword was like an otherworldly immortal. It was sharp and terrifying, resplendent and dazzling. It pierced through Qi Luo's shoulder and almost pierced through the top of his skull. Pooh! Longma was almost hacked into 2 pieces. Blood flowed in a long stream. After this killing saint seriously injured Qi Luo, he swept over in this direction. Li Tian's mecha was also torn apart. The mortal world and hell's resources hadn't been lost. Everyone's hearts sank. Those who attack my divine dynasty should all die. The mortal world's killing saint laughed cruelly. All of you, retreat. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the third killing saint appeared, shocking everyone. It was actually a snow-white skeleton, and in its hand was a killing sword that radiated brilliance in all directions. This is a killing saint puppet pieced together from the Tao bones of your ancestors. A divine flame was born in its skull. Everyone's hearts went cold. This was an existence that was difficult to deal with. It was equivalent to a killing saint, and it carried the murderous intent and will of the ancient divine dynasty. Dongfang Yi, Yan Yishi, Longma, Black Emperor, and the others all decisively retreated. They knew what Yi Fan and the sacred prince wanted to do. Weren't they waiting for this moment? Shi Luo and the killing saint fought a decisive battle of life and death. It was hard to tell who would win, and both sides paid a disastrous price. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince's expressions were cold. They surrounded the mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton. They immediately erupted with dazzling light. They chose to face tribulation at the same time, causing trouble in this primal chaos immortal earth. How many people in this world could control their own heavenly tribulation? They all passively faced it. And now, the three great imperial princes all triggered heavenly punishment. It was like a legend, making both sides' expressions change. They all felt a chill run through their hearts. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince rushed over murderously, trapping the two killing saints in the middle. They attacked with everything they had, forcing them to face tribulation as well. This was a great disaster. Endless lightning descended, blasting this place crazily. It was immediately drowned out by a sea of electricity. Killing saints' roars sounded. The expression of the killing saint who was currently fighting against Shi Luo changed greatly. With this level of heavenly tribulation descending, he felt that his old partner and that bone saint were doomed. Hong. The boundless heavenly tribulation descended from the heavens. It was ridiculously vicious. This wasn't a streak of lightning, but rather an ocean that was blazing and dazzling. Ah, many assassins cried out loudly, turning into scattered ashes. They were originally hiding in the darkness, ready to take action at any time, but now, they were turned into ashes. The mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton roared angrily, rushing outwards. However, Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince locked onto them, following them like shadows, forcing them to face tribulation together. This was a murderous calamity. The two great sages' people were hacked until their flesh was lacerated. They were in unspeakable pain, roaring endlessly in anger. Heaven and earth erupted. As soon as the lightning tribulation appeared, it blasted this place full of holes, on the verge of collapse. Everyone discovered with shock that there were many killing formations and Tao marks in the surroundings. At this moment, they all lit up, resisting the tribulation radiance. They were all at the saint level. This was originally a terrifying formation prepared to send Shi Luo and Yi Fan to their graves, but now, it became a sacred force to resist the heavenly tribulation. Old thing, I'll send you on your way. The sacred prince's divine might was imposing within the heavenly tribulation. With the great rod in hand, he struck towards the mortal world's killing saint. Chang. GZ was also extremely direct. His void techniques were endless, and together with the heavenly tribulation, he submerged that white skeleton, causing it to continuously suffer heavy blows. The 5 precious swords on Yi Fan's back hacked down one after another. 5-colored divine light rushed into the heavens, carrying heaven overflowing lightning as it hacked down on the mortal world's ancient saint. Within the dazzling radiance, the mortal world's killing saint was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, looking like an evil spirit. Even his eyes were red. He endured the attacks of 3 great experts, and even more so was continuously hacked down by lightning. Even his bones were exposed. Under the lightning radiance, not even the great killing techniques were effective. This was the judgment of heaven and earth, and one needed absolute strength to resist it. In the distance, the Holy Land's people shivered inwardly. The battle had developed to this point, making them feel waves of lingering fear. If they were caught up in this, they would undoubtedly die. Everyone hid far away, fearing that they would be touched. This time, due to the fact that their ancestors' bones were hidden here, the various sects all moved out a portion of their forces. However, those that truly used their trump cards were few and far between, and most of them were half-hearted. In this type of environment, preserving their strength was the best choice. The Great Yen Holy Land was a bit more attentive, but they were quite unlucky. Their saint-level puppets were all killed by the killer divine court, their losses severe. Younger generation, do you all really think that you can destroy two great divine dynasties just like this? Too naive. All of you who came to invade must die. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's killing saint's body split apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he howled like a malicious spirit. Similarly, within the lightning, Yi Fan and the others weren't feeling too good either. Blood splashed out from time to time. After reaching the saint level, no one could easily pass through the Great Tribulation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a heavenly tribulation anymore. Old thing, your time of death has arrived. Yi Fan rushed over. His flesh was extremely sturdy, possessing the imperishable golden body. Even though he was injured, his foundation wasn't harmed. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, and GZ took action together, attacking this killing saint, making him suffer the most terrifying tribulation. The 3 layers deepened, and his body was hacked to pieces several times. At the same time, the other skeleton was even more terrified. He was a dead object that was born, and now, when faced with this type of pure yang lightning, he was trembling with fear. The divine flame in his skull might be extinguished at any time. Dao friends, please come out and kill the enemy together. In the future, all of the invaders will be wiped out. The Great Scheme. The mortal world's killing saint secretly transmitted sound. He truly couldn't hold on any longer. Hong. Several terrifying auras surged. The world was about to collapse. There were actually more killing saints. The mortal world and hell's trump cards were preserved, all of them here. Everyone's expressions changed, their hearts trembling. Seniors, please take action. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance. Wei Yi, the #1 bandit of the northern region, the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner, and the saint of the Ji family all appeared. They were going to destroy the last divine dynasty. I wasn't afraid that you all wouldn't appear, but rather that you all wouldn't come. I've been looking forward to it all this time. Within the lightning tribulation, the mortal world's killing saints shouted sinisterly. Chapter 1205. Is that so? So what if you guys have resources? You still have to die. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness. Ha. Even though the mortal world's killer saint had disheveled hair and even his white bones were exposed, he was still laughing coldly. Reckless. A few old saints appeared in the distance. They were silent as they stared at the ancient white bone palace. Everyone, die. There's no need to live. A dignified voice transmitted from the bone palace as a wave of killing intent swept over like the ocean. This was definitely an existence that had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had killed year after year, day after day, and only then was he able to grow to this stage. An old man silently walked over. He was all skin and bones. His hair had long fallen out, and his eye sockets were sunken. His body was shriveled and seemed to have lost all signs of life. Saint King Realm. This was a terrifying existence that had reached the Saint King Realm through killing. No one had expected such an old killer to make a comeback. He belonged to the mortal world and had only come into being a few days ago. He had slumbered in the divine source for more than 100,000 years and lived until this era. Energy brushed past, and another black-clothed man appeared beside him. His figure was withered, and even though he wasn't a saint king, he was still a killer saint. The two ancient dynasties were very fortunate to have excavated a portion of their resources in a secret land. Now, they were overseeing this place, making it impregnable. A few savage auras appeared behind them. They were actually 3 ancient race members who had walked together with the ancient killer god dynasty. This was truly unexpected. This was originally an important place of the ancient divine dynasty, so why did 3 ancient race members come? The Black Emperor was astonished because he discovered that there was an altar flickering with dim light amidst the bone buildings. The three ancient kings had been summoned here. The Killer God dynasty had secret dealings with some ancient race members. It seemed like the three of them had come here for the first time. The light in their eyes flickered as they sized up the surroundings. Yi Fan was fearless and said, "Do you think you can escape the fate of destruction with the appearance of two killer saints and three ancient kings? Why don't you think about who will surround and kill you today?" "Ha, who is the prey? We'll see in a bit," the killing saint of the human world said. He struggled and roared within the heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince moved together. They carried the heavenly tribulation and charged forward, bringing the two tribulation takers with them to face the ancient saints who had just appeared. "Kill!" The Saint Killer King let out a cold roar, and a bone-chilling coldness filled the entire chaotic divine soil. At the same time, tens of thousands of divine lights shot out from the bone palace behind him, cutting off their path. The killing formation from before was only the prelude. The true great ancient formation that can obliterate all living things should be completely revived. An ear-piercing voice sounded. Boom! Heaven overflowing energy fluctuations spread out, surging in this direction. Millions and millions of light beams shot out. While Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ were resisting the heavenly tribulation, they felt a shiver run down their spines. The heavenly tribulation was boundless, and if not for the arrival of the Thunder Sea, they would have been the first to bear the brunt of it. This was a vast ancient formation. The entire dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was engraved with formation patterns, surrounding everyone within. There was no way out. Swish! The Saint Killer King suddenly disappeared, launching a terrifying assassination as he charged toward the ancient saints in the distance. The ancient divine dynasty wanted to seal off this place and kill everyone in one fell swoop, killing the invading ancient saints. With a violent tremor, the Saint Killer King and the odd warrior Manor's old Manor Lord exchanged blows. The ambush didn't succeed, but it cast a haze over the hearts of the people from the various holy lands. The two ancient divine dynasties had nothing to fear. Ancient divine will completely revive. Crush all intruders and destroy their vitality, a Saint Killer King shouted. The aura of the Great Formation was becoming more and more terrifying. The dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was the seclusion ground of the past gods, leaving behind a terrifyingly damaged formation. This place immediately soared with boundless light, and everything was in chaos. Essence energy surrounded everyone, wanting to completely refine them. "Kill formation, destroy it for me," the Black Emperor roared. "All of you will die," the Saint Killer King said coldly. He operated the formation, wanting to cut open the heavenly tribulation and save the two people. "You can enter but you can't leave. Come in as well." Yi Fan shouted and rushed forward with the sacred prince and GZ. "Kill them." Divine patterns appeared on the dried-up primal chaos immortal earth. Even though the ancient formation was damaged, it was still extremely powerful. Without the protection of a saint artifact, it was impossible to survive. The goddess furnace floated up and down, protecting Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, Yan Ishi, and the others below. The expressions of the people from the various holy lands also changed. While dealing with the attacks of the assassins, they also put up light barriers to defend themselves. An old woman appeared beside the purple mansion saintess. She was actually a saint. Clearly, this was the foundation of the holy land that was protecting them. Another terrifying divine furnace appeared above Jiang Yifei's head. It floated up and down, emitting a strand of extreme divine might. This was a replica of an emperor weapon. "Everyone, go on your way," the people from the two ancient divine dynasties said ruthlessly in the killing light of the ancient formation. In addition, the three ancient kings walked in the ancient formation that they were familiar with. The Black Emperor roared angrily. His killing formation was boundless, but there weren't many formation platforms left. It was not a problem to protect the people of the heavenly village, but it was very difficult to destroy this place. In the heavenly tribulation, even though the killing saint in the human world was shattered a few times, he reformed again and again. He was still laughing cruelly. Be destroyed. The white skeleton was also roaring. The divine flame in his skull didn't go out. I'll kill you two first. GZ said. The killing saint in the sea of lightning seemed to have gone crazy. I want you to understand that the ancient divine dynasty can't be angered. We originally wanted to hide, but you guys still chased us relentlessly. We will become prey. Yi Fan sneered coldly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he shouted into the distance, Senior from the Ji family, when are you going to make a move? While the two ancient divine dynasties and the three ancient kings were wreaking havoc, relying on the ancient formation to attack intensely, a vast fluctuation came from the distance. The aura of an ancient emperor filled the air. An ancient mirror soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of strands of the great Tao hung down. Its brilliance pierced through the past and present, its might unparalleled. Resplendent light beams shone from the surface of the mirror. The ancient formation was collapsing, and the primal chaos divine soil cracked and slowly disintegrated. This was a suffocating might. Even the saints were trembling. The void mirror, the weapon of an ancient emperor, has indeed been brought. This is a great calamity. Someone shouted. The assassins panicked. At this moment, the mysterious ancient formation left behind by the primal chaos divine soil was continuously being destroyed. The saint of the Ji family attacked mercilessly. Above his head, the void emperor mirror spun. The blinding light beams shot toward the killing saint monarch. Shwa. One had to admit that this killing saint monarch was terrifying to the extreme. He actually dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. PFFF. The bloody light scattered. Beside him, an ancient king let out a loud cry. He was directly turned into a bloody mist by the mirror's light. Not even his bones remained. He died a violent death. Everyone was horrified. An ancient saint was actually killed in an instant. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was simply unheard of. That ancient mirror was simple and unadorned. It shone with divine splendor that could sweep away all living beings. No one could resist it. This was the weapon of an ancient emperor. It was revived in the hands of a saint. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroy the heavens, connect the past, present, and future. There was nothing it couldn't do. Even a saint would be turned into a pool of blood in a single breath. Buzz. The void mirror spun again, facing those people. The people from the two god dynasties trembled and couldn't move. Even the killing saint monarch could only retreat. Another bloody light flashed. The second ancient king was torn apart by the mirror's light and turned into streams of blood energy that scattered between heaven and earth. Tao friends, when are you going to show yourselves? The opportunity to seize the emperor weapon is right before your eyes. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo hurriedly shouted. The altar in the ancient palace flickered with light as 7 to 8 figures appeared. They were actually all ancient kings. The one in the lead had a blood pressure that covered the sun and moon. Everyone was trembling. Many people almost directly knelt on the ground. They couldn't endure this ocean-like pressure. Great Sage of Qian Luan. It's actually the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He came with an ancient emperor weapon. Everyone cried out in alarm. Their faces became snow-white. They all felt that the situation was far from reassuring. All of them were trembling. I've already said that the prey will only be revealed in the end. Everything was forced by you all. Hell's killing saint said sinisterly. It was clear that they had been in contact with the ancient race for a long time, but they didn't reveal this place. Only after being forced into a dead end today did they directly let go of everything. This was an extremely serious consequence. The ancient god dynasty and the archaic imperial race's nest of 10,000 dragons were together. Just the thought alone made one's scalp go numb. The hearts of everyone from the Holy Land sunk. They originally thought that with the saints holding the line, there shouldn't be any problems in flattening the ancient god dynasty. They never thought that their trump cards would be revealed. Moreover, they had long since planned this out. I'm not scared that you all won't come. I'm just scared that you all won't appear. You seized one of our ancient emperor weapons, so we'll just pay you back with the emperor weapon now. The nest of 10,000 dragons, Qian Luan's great sage said coldly. Everyone's expressions became ugly. They couldn't act recklessly with the weapons of the ancient great emperors. They never thought that such a great disaster would happen as soon as they killed the ancient emperor king. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Gai Jiuyo had left and entered the depths of the star domain. Otherwise, Qian Luan wouldn't have dared to appear like this. The killing Saint King laughed sinisterly like a blunt knife scraping the bones. Who's the prey? All of you will die. Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the others were extremely disgusted with him. Their expressions sank. The sacred prince sneered. You're celebrating too early. I'm afraid the person you want to invite won't be able to come. Today, I'll spare your life and send you to Mount Meru. Everyone else will be killed, the killing saint said fearlessly. Uncle, please take action. The sacred prince shouted. However, he didn't receive a reply. The primal chaos celestial earth cracked and the radiance of the stars scattered in from the cosmos. However, there was no trace of the victorious fighting Buddha. Everyone's expressions changed once again. This was originally a battle to destroy the ancient god dynasty, but it actually involved so many people and powers. It was extremely complicated. The great sage of Qian Luan nodded. Sacred Prince, your uncle can't come. An old senior might go and have a chat with you. I won't make things difficult for you and will personally escort you back to Mount Meru. However, everyone else must die. In front of him, a purple true dragon appeared. Every part of its body was a purple bell that flickered with a dreamy radiance. This was the weapon that had shaken the ages, the bell of 10,000 dragons. The ancient emperor's aura pervaded the air and covered the sky. It shook everyone's hearts. Before they recovered, everyone was already paralyzed on the spot. I'll grant you death. The great sage of Qian Luan said coldly and emotionlessly. His gaze swept across everyone, including the saints. Dao friend, aren't you overestimating yourself? At this moment, Wei Yi walked out. His entire body emitted a world-shaking and terrifying power. His white hair draped over his shoulders and his body was withered. However, at this moment, the pores on his body were overflowing with Dao power. He was like a deity as a terrifying power surged into the sky. It was as if an eternal divine furnace had awakened. He borrowed the void mirror and hung it above his head. Its light could illuminate the past, present, and future. The great sage. This old man who didn't reveal himself was actually in existence at the level of the great sage. Everyone was shocked and then relieved. After all, this was the Merak three heroes of the past. They had obtained the Tao in an era where it was impossible for them to become saints. Naturally, they had great achievements. After so many years, how could they be ordinary? The ancient race and the ancient divine dynasty were both stunned. There's nothing to say. Let's kill these two first. Yi Fan stared at Killer Saint and the white skeleton in the lightning tribulation. The sacred prince and Ji Zi nodded. The lightning tribulation was boundless. Killer Saint was incomparably miserable and was about to fall. The white skeleton was the same. The divine flame in its skull was about to be extinguished. The two saints thought that they would be saved and that they could kill Yi Fan and the others. They didn't expect that when they used all their trump cards, the other party wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the great sage had appeared. Chapter 1206. No. The mortal world's killing saint roared, doing everything he could to struggle, but his body was still breaking apart. His flesh and blood flew everywhere from the great tribulation, and white bones could be seen. Within the sea of lightning, streaks of even more resplendent light danced about. These were great yin, great yang, 5 elements, primal chaos, and all types of great tribulations. There were even heavenly towers rising and falling, condensed from lightning. Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ's tribulation could be said to have attracted a heavenly punishment that was rarely seen in this world. They had never seen such terrifying lightning radiance in this cultivation realm. The three imperial princes attracted heavenly punishment. Irregular scenes shook the heavens, and lightning radiance pierced through the past and present, shining with eternal immortal light. This wasn't the great tribulation of becoming a saint, but it wasn't much inferior to a saint's tribulation. The killing saint broke apart several times, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the divine flame in the skull of that white skeleton finally grew dimmer and dimmer. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. The two great experts of the ancient divine dynasty were powerless to reverse the situation. They were in even more pain and difficulty than Yi Fan and the others, because they were facing three types of tribulation. Ah! The killing saint cried out loudly. He wanted to drag down an imperial prince even before death. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to do as he wished. The mortal world's wondrous technique couldn't be used, and he had nowhere to hide. He would immediately be hacked out by the heavenly punishment. GZ's body was covered in bloodstains. It was naturally impossible for him to be unharmed in the heavenly tribulation, but it wasn't too much of a hindrance. When the void cracked, heaven and earth lost color. The void figures roared angrily, tearing apart that white skeleton. Ow-ho! This was a tremendous roar that spread through the cracked primal chaos immortal earth. A few people were directly blasted apart, turning into bloody mist. A saint's body was split apart. This was a saint-sealed battle, and GZ's tribulation was completed. He displayed the strength to contend against saints. Everyone's mouths and tongues became dry. An imperial prince-level figure rose up, declaring his power and extraordinariness. From now on, there was another hero that couldn't be ignored in this world. On the other side, the sacred prince roared, displaying a magical world divine ability. He towered between heaven and earth, becoming who knew how many times larger than an enormous mountain. This was an enormous golden holy ape, every single strand of hair flickering with brilliant radiance, resplendent and dazzling. Its roar shattered the heavens, shaking rivers and mountains. In its hands was a black rod that could pierce through the heavens. It stood in the sea of lightning, brandishing it towards Killing Saint. Killing Saint roared angrily, a hero at the end of his road. He crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, yet right now, he was completely exhausted. He dragged his white skeleton body, displaying all types of secret techniques as he slaughtered his way forward. Crack. A sound that wasn't all that loud and clear could be heard. A large amount of flesh was torn apart, and Slaughter Saint's right arm and half of his body caved in before breaking off. Sacred Prince roared angrily, looking down on heaven and earth. He was over 10,000 zhang tall. This was a giant golden ape that could pluck stars and capture the moon. He displayed boundless might, seriously injuring an ancient saint. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the ancients. It was as if they had once again seen the glorious days of the Emperor of Fighting's rise. Their hearts trembled in fear. Everyone knew that the sacred prince's rise to power couldn't be stopped. Now that he'd advanced to the half-saint realm, he possessed the strength to contend against an ancient king. Indiscriminate destruction. 10 directions annihilation. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton released cruel divine fluctuations. They knew that they were finished, but they still wanted to drag someone down with them. Their bodies were in tatters, and their primordial spirits were struck by lightning. They were incredibly dispirited, but they still turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed forward, separately attacking GZ and the Sacred Prince. Everyone's expressions changed. Killing Saint risked his life to display the world's forbidden secret technique. This was definitely a great disaster. They ignited their life imprints to display a world-shocking attack. Hurry and retreat. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. The final struggle of a cornered beast was the most terrifying. The slightest bit of carelessness and the original victor might be consigned to eternal damnation. Yi Fan took action, standing in the void. His black hair fell down like a waterfall as he accepted the lightning's baptism. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance, and a small golden figure carrying a cauldron emerged. Its speed reached the pinnacle. Extreme sublimation. It broke free from the flesh shell's restraints and rushed out from the divine form. This was a transformation of the Tao, the primordial spirit merging with the Tao, carrying a cauldron to strike. Time seemed to freeze. Space couldn't obstruct it. The small golden figure became the only thing between heaven and earth, attracting everyone's gazes. Pooh! This attack shocked the world, displaying the elegance of a human race divine body that could contend for supremacy on the Emperor's path in the future. The primordial spirit flame that flew out from the white skeleton was smashed by the small golden figure carrying a cauldron. It was split into pieces on the spot, unable to block this attack. Auho! That divine flame was furious, and at the same time terrified. It wailed and cried out, struggling on its deathbed. However, it was useless. The small golden figure's cauldron released tens of thousands of strands of source energy. It quickly enlarged and once again suppressed down. Without any suspense, it was smashed into flying ashes. Dead, a saint's primordial spirit was destroyed just like that. Everyone turned pale with fright, all of them at a loss for words. The myriad energy cauldron and Yifan crossed the tribulation at the same realm. Now, a divine consciousness was born in the Sea of Lightning, and its power was boundless. Its realm was the same as Yifan's, reaching the half-saint realm. Like its master, it could fight saints. As an immortal material that only ancient emperors could possess, it had been forged into a cauldron for many years, and its power was boundless. Half-saint weapon, half-saint, with the barrier of half-saints, but it can kill saints. Many people from the ancient race turned pale. At this moment, the third emperor-level character had used his strength to announce to the world that he was rising powerfully and no one could stop him. On the other side, the human world's killing saint's primordial spirit pounced toward the monkey like a stream of light. It was malevolent and ruthless, vowing to drag him down with it. I've been seriously injured by the heavenly tribulation, and my strength is less than half of my peak. However, dragging down one of you three isn't a problem. This was a type of unwillingness that contained boundless resentment. It wanted the sacred prince to die with it. However, the result was unexpected. Yifan attacked later, but arrived first. After killing that divine flame, a divine skin appeared under the small golden figure. It carried him along the river of time as if it had reversed time, blocking the killing saint. It was inconceivably fast, making it hard for others to react. This was the Book of Time, recording the ancient inheritance of the Celestial Court. It was brought out from Undying Mountain by Yifan, a piece of divine skin. Small characters were densely packed on its surface. At this moment, they all turned into symbols, erupting and engraving themselves in the void, protecting Yifan at the center. Every single character was brilliant and dazzling, as if they were cast from divine gold. Every single character was as heavy as a mountain, and it could be said to be world-shocking. The small golden figure sat cross-legged on this divine skin. The all-life energy cauldron left his embrace and floated above his head, advancing together with him. Meanwhile, another weapon appeared in his hand. The Celestial Court's unmatched scepter. The human world's killing saint cried out loudly, as if he was extremely alarmed. This golden scepter had previously brought endless pressure to the two great divine dynasties, intimidating time in the past. This was a weapon only the great sage could use. Others couldn't use it, but he seemed to have forgotten about it. He only remembered its nightmarish power from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Chi! The golden scepter split the killing saint's primordial spirit in half, but it didn't display any special power. It was just purely sturdy and undying. Pooh! Another weapon appeared in Yifan's hand. It was precisely the deity striking whip, a type of primordial spirit weapon that specialized in killing primordial spirits. It smashed the killing saint's consciousness into pieces. Ah! The killing saint screamed mournfully. The all-life energy cauldron above Yifan's head shook, and the great Tao source energy that was like silk strands descended, crushing the killing saint's primordial spirit fragments into fine powder. Everything that happened in a flash. People couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. It was too fast. The Book of Time made it seem as if the small golden figure had penetrated the shackles of time and space. Secret treasures appeared one after another, displaying their deterrence and divine might. This killing saint could only nurse a grievance unwillingly. Dead, the curtains fell on a killing saint who could kill saints, dying in the heavenly tribulation. Near and far, it was completely silent. Only the huge lightning tribulation was still continuing. In the light screen, 3 figures that were like gods and devils stood tall, emitting an undying aura. 2 killing saint-level existences were killed by 3 half-saints just like that. What kind of news was this? If this news spread out, people would go crazy. The barrier of half-saints couldn't stop their footsteps. Why did you steal my enemy? Ape Saint said with dissatisfaction. The 3 of them were as unmoving as mountains. In front of their foreheads sat a small figure, accepting the lightning baptism. In the end, it was like a whale drinking a cow, swallowing the vast sea of lightning into its mouth. The 3 imperial princes didn't move at all. In the sea of lightning, their physiques and primordial spirits were completely changed, undergoing the tempering. In the distance, the great sage of Qianluan's eyes flickered. Behind him, there were a few ancestral kings who didn't conceal their killing intent. Once such characters matured, they couldn't be confronted. The last method was to kill them immediately, but they didn't have the chance. Above the great sage of Wei Yi's head, the aura of an ancient great emperor filled the air. Hundreds of millions of beams of light shone, illuminating the entire sky. Even the star domain was trembling. That ancient mirror was engraved with the supreme dignity of an ancient great emperor, containing an unrivaled Tao fruit. Now that it had awakened, who dared to touch it? The void mirror's brilliance overflowed in all directions, like a treasure wheel, like a bright moon in the sky. The silk ribbons that hung down covered the old sage's body, making him look like a god. The human race is truly worthy of reverence. The great sage of Qianluan sighed. The 10,000 dragon bell in front of him slowly soared, like a true dragon descending into the world. The ancient emperor's Dao Qi filled the air. After Gai Jiuyo left, who would have thought that another Wei Yi would appear? A true great sage with the void mirror in his hand, who could easily suppress and kill him. If Dao friend wants to discuss the Dao, let's go to the depths of the starry sky. Wei Yi said. Alright, let's discuss who is better. The great sage of Qianluan nodded and disappeared with the other ancestral kings behind him. They turned into streams of light and entered the depths of the dark universe. Before Wei Yi and the other sages left, they stared at the killing Saint King. This person was all skin and bones, and his expression was miserable. He also rushed into the universe. Once such a great character left, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was a great killing tribulation, and they didn't expect it to attract ancient sage Fengyun. Boom! With a final loud sound, the sky full of lightning scattered. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince had successfully passed the tribulation, and the heavenly punishment disappeared. Everyone was full of vigor and vitality, crazily devouring the surrounding essence Qi to replenish their energy. On the other side, killing Saint Qi Luo was shockingly talented. He killed killing Saint Hel, who had achieved Dao 1,000 years earlier than him, and cut off his head. He was currently observing the broken consciousness in his forehead. Through this, he saw a portion of his son's life. He immediately cried and laughed. His hair was disheveled, and his face was full of sorrow. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. Chapter 1207. The dried-up primal chaos divine earth split into pieces. It couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation and the damaged formation left behind by the ancient deities, and starlight sprinkled in. The people of the Holy Lands were dumbstruck. The battle had developed so quickly that it exceeded everyone's expectations. The killing saints of the human world and hell were dead, and the white skeletons had turned to ashes. Yi Fan's strength was beyond imagination. He had killed 2 saints with his own hands. This would definitely shake the world. Everyone knew that as long as this battle ended, the entire ancient planet would be shaken. The human race's sacred body had used his glorious battle achievements to tell the world that he had returned. The destruction of hell and the human world is imminent. What are you all staring blankly for? Let's take action together and clean up this mess. The battle hadn't ended yet because there were still some assassins from the ancient divine dynasty who had survived. They were all elites of the direct line of descent. If they escaped, they would definitely become a hidden danger in the future. Shi Luo shattered the head in his hand and rushed towards the bone palace. Don't let a single one escape. Avenge the ancestors. Bring back the ancient ancestors' head and wipe out the shame and humiliation. Destroy the two divine dynasties. Shouts of war shook the heavens. The true killing saints had fallen, so what kind of storm could they cause? All the people rushed forward. The Holy Lands were stirred up and fought bravely towards the Bone Palace because it was the foundation and ancestral land of the two divine dynasties. After countless years of accumulation, there were bound to be immeasurable treasures. In the Bone Palace, there was a withered figure with deep green eyes. His fingers were like jet-black iron hooks. With a raise of his hand, he turned a group of intruders into a bloody mist. Killing Saint. There was another killing saint who emitted heaven-overflowing killing intent. He stared coldly at everyone like an ancient corpse, cold and bone-piercing. The two divine dynasties dug up their ancestral lands and only found a portion of their foundation. They dug out a king of killing saints, but they were intimidated by Wei Yi and followed him into the depths of the cosmos. There was another killing saint left behind. It was this person. He wanted to escape and hide to assassinate, but he had no chance. Shi Luo had already locked onto him. Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the sacred prince had just advanced. They pressed forward together and surrounded him. Awu. The Black Emperor let out a long howl. The battle just now wasn't going smoothly. Now, he roared and rushed over. He could definitely threaten the saints. On the other side, the eyes of the old woman from the Purple Mansion Holy Land were deep. She also looked over, ready to take action at any time. Kill. This person was rather straightforward, taking the initiative to attack Shi Luo, this natural enemy of his. He wanted to tear through all obstacles and open up a path of blood. As a fellow killing saint, he knew that only by killing Shi Luo would he have any hope of survival. Otherwise, he would definitely be tied down, and it would be difficult for him to survive. On top of Shi Luo's head, a sparkling and translucent ancient pagoda appeared. It was forged from saint bones and defended against the attack. The blood-dissolving blade in his hand sliced open the universe, drawing upon the brilliance of the stars and moon to sweep over. It was as if a heavenly river was descending, its aura as vast as the ocean abyss. He had lost 7 of his own children, and now, his entire being was in a special state. His essence, energy, and spirit had risen to the extreme, and his battle intent was high. He had a type of invincible spirit. This killing saint was injured on the spot. He staggered backwards, the radiance of the stars and moon all smashing into his body. His joints released cracking sounds, several dozen of them breaking. The great art of killing was useless. Being surrounded, he could only fight like a cornered beast. Ape Saint brandished his iron rod as if he was beating an immortal drum. The wind and lightning great formation released oppressive sounds, causing the void to explode. Killing Saint was squeezed in the middle, unable to evade or retreat. He could only passively face the attacks. This tremendous force blasted him until he coughed out blood. In the present world, how many people could compete with the ancient emperor's descendants in terms of physical strength? Ji Zi's hands pressed together, forming a full moon that suspended above his head. It released blinding light, as if it was a divine moon. An ancient mirror took form, appearing between his hands. The aura above his head was auspicious, quickly shooting out a streak of terrifying immortal radiance. Pooh! Killing Saint's chest was pierced through, and a horrifying bloody hole appeared. Many of his sternum were broken, and half of his body was dyed red with blood. The radiance in Killing Saint's eyes flickered. He was surrounded by several great experts, and the terrifying aura they released made him feel like he was suffocating. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to resist. Auho! The Black Emperor released a loud roar. He had a bronze head and iron arms. He directly pounced over, and his large claw smashed down like a small mountain. At the same time, Yi Fan moved forward. The imperishable golden body shone brilliantly, and his body was enveloped in irregular phenomena. He wanted to kill this great enemy barehandedly. Blood blossomed. How could a single killing saint block the attack of a group of tigers? The Black Emperor almost dug out his heart, and Yi Fan directly tore off his right arm. Killing Saint was dripping with blood, bloody and ruthless. Killing Saint. There was no suspense at all. With these experts moving at the same time, it would be harder for this person to escape than to ascend to the heavens. The final attack was unleashed. They turned Killing Saint into a bloody mist, and only his shattered primordial spirit was left for Qi Luo to explore. These 4 pieces of world stone will be the foundation for us to establish a small divine realm. Killing Saint put away his sorrow and revealed a look of joy. Hell and the human world were both destroyed. Their ancestral realms each produced a precious world stone, and they were stored here. Meanwhile, the dried-up primal chaotic divine earth was even more so a divine item of the small realm. It produced 2 world stones, and now, they were stored in the Bone Palace. Charge, there are many divine objects in the ancient palace. They can make up for our losses in this battle. Killing Saint Qi Luo said. The Black Emperor and Longma didn't say anything else. They ran crazily towards the palace, starting the craziest great looting in history, taking everything they saw. In the end, it was to the extent where even the beautiful assassins were accidentally sucked into the magical artifact space. Kill, at this moment, all of the sects went berserk. They didn't take action before, but now, they were like ferocious tigers descending the mountains, incomparably ferocious. The Holy Land's people all rushed towards the ancient palace, none of them willing to fall even half a step behind. The war chariots rumbled, crushing over the damaged Dao traces. The great army was endless, destroying ancient palaces one after another, signifying the destruction of the ancient divine dynasty. Men shouted and horses neighed. The Holy Land's reinforcements arrived. Savage beast mounts crossed the sky one after another, collapsing the heavenly dome as they swept over like a steel flood. There were actually saints among them. At the final juncture, when the treasures were being divided up, a few Holy Lands even moved out their trump cards, making heavenly villages people silently curse and furious. Ji family, Jade Pool, Wind Clan, Dao Yi, Zi Fu, Jiang family, and other Holy Lands were also a bit indifferent. They were quite dissatisfied with these opportunistic ancient sections. This bone palace belongs to my 4 symbols Holy Land. An elder rode on a golden eyes blue-scaled beast, shouting loudly, bringing a group of experts as he approached. During the great battle, no traces of them could be seen, hiding at the very back. When the ancient divine dynasty's treasures were truly divided up, they charged at the very front, stopping the celestial court's people. Who are you all? Did you contribute during the great battle? Why didn't I see you just now? Old Blade Honcho asked. Our inheritance has been passed down for a long time, our name is 4 Symbols Holy Land. This bone palace has the skulls of our ancestors, and today, we will welcome them back. The elder said. Naturally, my 9 heavens Holy Land can't be missed. On the other side, ancient war chariots drove over one after another, every single one of them mottled with rust, but terrifying battle aura lingered about them. They were all precious weapons. Another great sage arrived, wishing to divide up the treasures. During the great battle just now, it was unknown which corner he hid in, but he didn't charge at the front. What a joke. When you should have contributed, you were nowhere to be seen. At this type of critical juncture, you all rushed to the very front one after another. Do you all not feel ashamed? An elder from Heavenly Village said. We came here with all our might. Forget about everything else, just the fact that our ancestors' dried bones are here already gives us the qualifications to enter. There is no need for your celestial court's remnant evildoers to say any more. If we carefully calculate it, you all should also receive punishment and be executed." An old woman from 9 Heaven's Holy Land said sinisterly. The 2 great ancient divine dynasties' inheritances had been passed down for endless years, not even saints making a mistake. The divine treasures they accumulated were simply immeasurable, no one able to imagine just how many there were. Perhaps they could instantly reconstruct 2 great sages' lands, making others' eyes go red. They rushed over to divide up the treasures naturally because of human greed. However, right now, they put a terrifying hat on Heavenly Village's people. This was going too far, their intentions deserving of death. Yi Fan stepped out, his brows furrowed as he glared over. There was only a single word from his mouth, saying, "Get lost." A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Yi Fan had traveled unhindered through the world for so many years, killing ancient princes, challenging the ancient kings, fighting bloody battles all the way until now, his reputation brilliant. These people's expressions immediately became sluggish. Even though they were furious, they still didn't dare become hostile. "Yi Fan, your name has shaken the world, indeed able to suppress a region, but you still have to talk about reason. Why are you stopping us from occupying the Bone Palace? Aren't they the remnant evildoers of the Celestial Court?" For Symbol's Holy Lands people questioned. They also belong to the Killer Divine Court, remnants that should be killed. "Are we wrong?" An old woman from 9 Heaven's Holy Land sneered. Hong. Yi Fan's body released endless light. Golden blood energy submerged this place, spreading outwards like a vast ocean. Pooh! Those in front of him coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards. The elders' faces also became pale, backing up step by step. "Do you want to court death?" Yi Fan's expression was cold, his words extremely direct, not giving them any face at all. "You want to commit a great crime?" They cried out in a threatening manner. Yi Fan's expression was stern as he shouted loudly, "The former celestial court has long since become smoke, broken through by the various holy lands, completely destroyed. The celestial court I founded is no longer some killer divine court. Splashing dirty water on my sect, bringing disaster upon us, these people deserve to be punished." His voice was like a blade, cutting into everyone's heart. Wherever his gaze swept past, these people retreated, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Yi Fan had the indestructible golden body, his blood energy exuberant, unparalleled in the world. He took a step forward, shaking these people until they coughed out blood one after another, almost collapsing on the spot. "You, even if the Celestial Court isn't a remnant evildoer, what right do you have to stop us from entering the Bone Palace? The treasures of hell and the human world belong to the world, we naturally have a share." Although these people's faces were snow white and they couldn't help but retreat, they didn't give in. "What a joke, where were you during the battle? Why didn't I see any trace of you? You all hid in the back, and when it came to dividing the treasures, you were more active than anyone else." Yi Fan swept his gaze over these holy lands, his expression incomparably cold and incomparably cold. Behind him, the Black Emperor, Longma, Dongfang Yi, and the Sacred Prince, all of them coldly looked at him and pressed forward. Yi Fan continued, "Even now, the battle is still not over. Great Sage Wei Yi and the others have gone to the depths of the star domain to fight against the great enemy, and my disciples are also fighting against the enemies. What did you do, impatiently running here to divide the treasures?" He shouted angrily, his expression extremely cold. In the distance, Yi Tong was fighting against the divine son of hell. Just as he had said in the past, he was fighting on behalf of his master, his old enemy. He had just severed his Tao, and in terms of absolute strength, he was no match for the divine son of hell. After all, this was a peerless genius cultivated by a divine court, and he had severed his Tao for many years. However, Yi Tong did not retreat. Even though his body was covered in blood and he was seriously injured, he still fought to sharpen himself. Of course, GZ and the others were paying close attention to prevent any accidents from happening. On the other side, Little K, Gu Lin, and Gu Fei were also fighting. The people of the Heavenly Village were fighting against the assassins. Meanwhile, the people of the Ji family, Z Mansion, Feng Clan, Jade Lake, Jiang family, and the Dao One Holy Land did not stop. They were still fighting against the remaining assassins, cleaning up the mess. Have you fought before? Have you done anything? Have you shed even a drop of blood? What face do you have to come here to divide the treasures? You even have evil intentions, splashing dirty water on my celestial court. All of you, scram. Yi Fan said domineeringly, blocking everyone's path. These people's faces were snow white, and they could not say a word. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths as they retreated into the distance. Young man, stop before you go too far, don't be too overbearing. An aged voice came, shaking the heaven and earth, and the holy might filled the air. There is a word reason in this world, and if it doesn't work for some people, there is also the word kill. Yi Fan opposed tit for tat, standing tall in the sky. Chapter 1208. Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful. He stood in the sky and spat out murderous words at a saint. Shameless boasting. Do you want to offend the saints of the human race? The old woman from the 9 heavens holy land retreated while speaking in a sinister tone. Have you ever seen me fear a saint? I killed all the ancient races without hesitation. Just now, I even killed a slaughter saint. Do you think I will yield because of that? Yi Fan said coldly. His expression was firm and his eyes were sharp. His entire body was shining and every pore was emitting battle chi. An aura as deep as the ocean surged out like a god. You have already offended the ancient races and you still want to oppose the human race? At that time, the entire world will become your enemy. There will be no place for you in this world. The old woman from the 9 heavens holy land shouted. Can you represent the entire human race? If the human race is like you, then there really is no hope. Yi Fan mocked with a trace of disdain on his face. Even if I really become the enemy of the entire world, you are not among the so-called enemies, because you are not qualified. It's just a mere 9 heavens holy land. At worst, I'll just flatten it. If Yi Fan's first few words were tit for tat and questioning, then the last few words were undisguised mockery and contempt. He was slapping these people's faces in front of all the holy lands and ancient sections. No one thought that Yi Fan would be so domineering. His words shook the world and threatened to flatten a holy land. How disgraceful was this? You disrespect the saints. Don't think that no one in the world can stop you. In front of all the holy lands, you are still not enough. The old woman's face was ashen. The human saints cannot be humiliated. You are disgraceful and want to destroy your ancestors. The old man from the 4 symbols holy land rode on the golden-eyed blue scale beast and shouted fiercely while retreating continuously. I admire your courage. Yi Fan sneered and pressed forward. The golden blood chi was like a vast ocean, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it surged over. The suffocating pressure caused the golden-eyed blue scale beast to wail and kneel on the ground. The old man collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably in the face of the holy might. At the same time, that old woman's face was also snow white, her entire body trembling, and her joints continuously crackled. Both of her knees broke, and she knelt down. These people struggled intensely, but they couldn't control their bodies. They couldn't endure this type of power, all of them going weak, as if they were facing a deity. Yi Fan could now fight a saint, and every wisp of his aura was not weaker than that of a saint. Naturally, they felt as if they were facing a tall mountain, as if they were facing a great mountain. The elder in the lead and the old woman's bodies split open in many places, blood flowing out. Their hair was disheveled and bloodstained as they knelt in the void. A wave of saintly might swept towards Yi Fan, intending to imprison him. The saint in the dark made his move, and a legendary majestic voice said, "Enough. You think it's enough just because you say it's enough? It's not up to you to criticize my actions." Yi Fan didn't back down. Even if the one who came was a saint, he wasn't afraid. He was very dissatisfied with this kind of behavior. He directly waved his fist, simple and direct. The light was dazzling, tearing apart the sky and scattering the saintly might. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Yi Fan could be said to be powerful enough, even daring to go against a saint. He was just short of chasing after and killing them. Young man, you're obstinate and overbearing. You lack tempering. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. This saint was very dissatisfied, and his words were very cold. In this world, if there's anyone who can teach me a lesson, it's not you. Yi Fan didn't give him any face. Is this how you speak to the ancients? You don't know how to respect the predecessors, the old woman with disheveled hair cried out. You don't have the right to speak. Yi Fan frowned, and his gaze swept over her. She immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, and many of her bones were broken by this powerful aura. Targeting the saints of the human race, you are disgraceful, another elder cried out. Yi Fan took a step out, immediately sending him flying. His flesh was badly mangled. Then, he stared at a certain place in the sky and said, Great Sage Wei Yi went to fight the ancient races in outer space. As a human saint, what have you done? Putting on the status of an ancient saint in front of me, using your status to suppress me. Are you worthy of my respect? Hong. What responded to him was a large earthen yellow hand. It covered an area of over 10,000 zhang. It crushed down, its power shocking the heavens. This was the ancient saint's cold and emotionless reply, wishing to suppress him. It released an inviolable pressure, representing the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Fan raised his fist and smashed it into the sky. The 6 Tao true meanings were unmatched, and the ancient small universe was reincarnating. It went against the sky and struck towards that expanse of holy might. The golden fist was unstoppable, actually stopping that large earthen yellow hand. They continuously collided, not falling into a disadvantage, and even chaotic energy was released. When the divine mist disappeared and the starlight of the universe scattered down, everyone discovered that Yi Fan was still standing there, completely unharmed. He pressed forward once again, attacking the old woman and the elder riding the golden eyes blue-scaled beast. Young man, you are too vicious. Could it be that you want to eliminate the people of the Holy Lands? In the dark sky, that saint spoke once again, extremely angry. The reputation of the Holy Lands can't be considered bad, but there is a small group of people who are like rat shit. What I want to do now is to eliminate them. Yi Fan made a killing move. No. The old woman cried out. In the sky, the saint was furious. He attacked downwards, and strand after strand of Tao marks descended, but he still couldn't suppress Yi Fan. So it's a mountain elf. Is this the foundation of your 9 firmaments holy land? Yi Fan laughed loudly. The so-called saint was just an ancient spirit monster. This was the 9 firmaments holy land's mountain guardian beast. It had been sealed until this era, and it was humiliated into anger. It released its overflowing holy might, wanting to fight him to the death. I was wondering why the human saint was like this. Even a mountain elf dares to cause trouble. Scram! Yi Fan shouted. No one could see what had happened. In the sky, there was an intense confrontation. In the end, an angry roar rang out. The mountain elf streaked across the sky and fled without looking back. The people of the Holy Lands looked at each other. Yi Fan was really fierce. He had defeated a saint. Even though it was a mountain elf, it came from a holy land after all. It had to be extraordinary. I'm going to faint. He defeated the saint of the 9 firmaments holy land? He has just reached the half-saint realm, and he chased away a saint. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan's strength was obvious to all. This result was really a little speechless. There is a reason in the world. If it doesn't make sense, then there is the word kill. Yi Fan shouted at the people of the 4 symbols holy land and the 9 firmaments holy land. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light flew out. The foreheads of the old woman and the old man riding the golden-eyed blue-scale beast were pierced. They both fell into the void and died. After this, no one dared to barge in. They methodically killed the killers of the ancient holy lands and cleaned up the mess. Killing Saint Chi Luo found 4 world stones and obtained the Killing Saint technique of the 2 Holy Lands. As for the other divine materials, he didn't take any. The Holy Lands stepped forward and began to divide up the immeasurable treasures. This was undoubtedly shocking. It could reconstruct 2 Holy Lands. Chi Luo didn't compete, but this didn't mean that people like the large black dog and Longma wouldn't make a move. They joined in and participated in the division. They wanted to get all the divine materials in one fell swoop. Ah, the son of hell cried out. He was hit by Yifan's finger, and golden divine light pierced through his skull. He died a violent death. No matter how powerful his mystical ability was, he couldn't block it. The goddess of the mortal world also couldn't escape this tribulation. She also died at the hands of Yifan. The finger light pierced through the sky, and she nailed him to death in the universe. In the end, the divine sons and goddesses of the 2 Holy Lands still died at the hands of their mortal enemies. They couldn't escape this fate. Yi Tong's entire body was covered in blood. His injuries weren't light. His natural talent was astonishing. After severing his path, he could fight against the son of hell. Even though he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands, this was enough for him to be proud of. Soon, he would be able to catch up and contend against Yifan's former enemies. After more than 2 years, he had really reached this step. He could fight on behalf of his master. The 2 great Holy Lands collapsed, and from then on, they vanished into thin air. The Holy Lands' gains were abundant. Of course, this didn't include the 4 symbols' Holy Lands. They were all excluded. Those who didn't do their best couldn't even approach this place. Woo! Loud cries traveled over. The ancient palace of bones was torn down, and the Holy Lands welcomed back the skeletons of their ancestors. It couldn't be that they were all saintly bones. Those were only a small portion. The majority were the skeletons of heroes with special constitutions. Most of them hadn't matured yet, but even so, it was already astonishing enough. The Black Emperor and Longma could be said to have made a lot of gains. They took all of the heavenly village's share, and didn't miss a single one. This was an astonishing amount of wealth. Wang! The purple mansion saintess's body overflowed with multicolored light. She shattered the void in the distance, and a dried corpse appeared. It quickly recovered its vitality and wanted to escape. This was actually a great completion king-level expert. There were a few fish that escaped the net that used secret treasures to hide here. The purple mansion saintess and the Tao merged, and her spiritual senses were incomparably sharp. These people had nowhere to hide. In the end, after cleaning up the mess, Jiang Yifei, the Jade Lake saintess, and the others' eyes were resplendent. They walked forward and congratulated Yifan and the sacred prince. They had successfully passed the tribulation and destroyed the divine dynasty. This was a great victory. Hell and the human world had been destroyed, but the great battle hadn't stopped yet. In the depths of the universe, Wei Yi was confronting the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had used an extreme weapon. Yifan, killing Saint Chi Luo, GZ, and the others rushed over with grave expressions. This was definitely going to be a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battle. The outcome was hard to predict. Tao friend, please calm your anger. Everything should be peaceful. Just at this moment of life and death, an aged voice traveled over. A simple figure that looked like an old farmer appeared. The great sage Hunshuo stood between the 2 sides. Yifan, the monkey, and the others were speechless. Every great battle would end without this old antique. He would always rush over to mediate at the crucial moment, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Brother Qianluan, Tao friend Wei Yi, it wasn't easy for us to reach this step. The path to immortality is about to open. Why must we fight to the death and harm our harmony? The 2 divine dynasties had collapsed, and the ending was decided. Qianluan frowned, but in the end, he was indifferent. Wei Yi also didn't press forward. Both sides tacitly stopped. The heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battle didn't appear. It ended just like that, and the calamity disappeared without a trace. After this battle, the ancient race was completely afraid. They didn't dare to test the waters anymore. They felt that the human race's waters were too deep. In the past, Gai Jiuyo intimidated the myriad races. Now, there was actually another great sage. He usually didn't show himself, but he could stand out at the crucial moment. This was far more intimidating than the human race's saints jumping out at the same time. That was because they didn't know if the human race still had such a hidden peerless expert. They really couldn't be sure. Moreover, through this battle, the ancient race saw that the waters of the Holy Lands were also very deep. There were hidden trump cards that hadn't been revealed yet. This made them vigilant. 2 great ancient killer dynasties have been wiped out. When the news spread, the entire ancient star was filled with the sound of cold air being sucked in. They were all shocked and incomparably horrified. This was a huge storm. What? The green copper cauldron has appeared, and it's in the hands of the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan. In the midst of the storm, this news was spread by someone. It triggered even more great waves. Chapter 1209. The glow of the setting sun shone on the lake like gold fragments, reflecting a golden hue in the clear and crystalline waves. In the distance, the grains swayed and rustled like waves. Chickens and dogs could be heard. The village under the setting sun was filled with peace and tranquility, standing aloof from worldly affairs. It was like a paradise. An old man sat on a small stool with his back against the wall. He was telling a story to a group of children. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. His tone was heavy. Listen carefully. This was what was happening in the foreign battlefield. This was the new location of the heavenly village, hidden in the wilderness. In the distance, a green ox slowly walked by. The shepherd boy rode on it and played his flute. It was like a clear spring in the desert, leisurely and cool. A few aunties were washing clothes by the river, and a few teenagers were catching fish. It was full of laughter. The path to immortalhood was about to open, but the heavenly village lay dormant and didn't want to get involved. They even planned to rush into the depths of the universe and leave this troublesome place. That was because once the opportunity to become immortal appeared, the entire ancient planet would become a battlefield. Who knew how many people would die? This was definitely the most terrifying battle since the beginning of time. Everything was being prepared and brewed. The Black Emperor's dog fur was almost all gone. He had poured his blood and sweat into breaking the starry door and studying the spacecraft thoroughly. Perhaps they would leave. Therefore, be it the children or the elderly, they were all enjoying this rare period of time. Far away from the battlefield and the cultivation world, the mortals' lives were all very comfortable. There were no secret techniques, no ancient treasures, and no slaughter between races. There was only simplicity and happiness. Humans would only experience comfort and satisfaction after the anxiety and fear. Their bodies and hearts would relax at the same time. At the entrance of the village, under an old peach tree that had been struck by lightning, Li Tian, the sacred prince, and the others sat on a stone block. They looked at the setting sun, and the fragrance of tea rose in spirals from the stone table. Yi Fan tore open a pack of cigarettes and lit them up. He brought them to his mouth with 2 fingers, and as the smoke floated out, he also felt relaxed. This was probably one of the few things he had brought back from the other side of the universe that could be used. He wasn't a big smoker and didn't smoke at all. He would only light one up after the end of a great battle. The monkey was surprised and asked for one. He had just taken a puff when he spat it out. The cigarette turned into a beam of light and pierced through the distant mountain. Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others all followed suit. In the end, they all coughed dryly, unable to understand how this was a form of enjoyment. The little Baldy was like a playboy. Without batting an eyelid, he took a cigarette from his master and lit it up. He took a deep breath and sighed. Fallen leaves don't understand the wind's persuasion. What he is smoking isn't a cigarette. He is clearly chewing on the bitter wind. Bullshit. A group of people, including Saint Ape Child, Dongfang Yi, Yan Ishi, and the others, all knocked him on his bald head. The little fellow cried out in pain, and tears welled up in his eyes. He held his head and hid far away, looking incomparably resentful. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. As the sun set, Yi Fan threw the cigarette butt into the bonfire in the distance. The aroma of meat wafted over. The golden and glossy Mongolian gazelle leg was almost done. Several jars of aged wine were also opened. The fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. "Master, it will be very dangerous if you go out now," Yi Tong said. The outside world was already in chaos. The two divine dynasties were destroyed, and the green cauldron that contained the secret of immortal ascension had appeared. It was unknown how many people's hearts were moved. Yan Ishi nodded and said, "Endure for a period of time. Now that the wind and rain are intertwined, the ancient races are going crazy. They are searching everywhere. If we go out like this, it will be very easy for problems to occur." Once the damaged green cauldron appeared, the various imperial races of the supreme ancient immortal realms couldn't sit still anymore. They came out one after another to search for traces of it. Especially when the path to immortal ascension was about to appear, people believed that it might be easier to approach immortality with this kind of immortal item. Hence, experts from all over the world came out. Fortunately, the heavenly village obtained 4 pieces of world stone. Killing Saint Chi Luo refined them and opened up a small world that melded into the void. No one could find it. And it was also because of the 4 world stones that killing Saint Chi Luo obtained a great fortune. He came into contact with the most fundamental item of heaven and earth and began to cultivate in seclusion. The people from the various holy lands are indeed a mix of good and bad. We conquered the ancient divine dynasty, but they were the only ones who saw the green cauldron. This was naturally leaked out by someone from among them. Li Heishui was incomparably furious. This was something obvious. That night, Yi Fan used the cauldron to pass through many restrictions of the mortal world. He entered the depths of the void and brought out the heaven region's coordinates, shocking everyone. Everyone revealed worried expressions. Now, Yi Fan was practically the enemy of the entire world. As long as he appeared, a fierce battle would inevitably erupt. No one would let him go. This was a gargantuan crisis. If things went wrong, both his body and soul would be destroyed. No matter how powerful he was, could it be that he could fight against 10,000 races alone? Moreover, even among the experts of the human race, there were most likely people with ulterior motives. What's there to worry about? Master is a heaven-warping genius. So what if the entire world is your enemy? You can just fight all the way to the great emperor realm. The little Baldy flattered. Everyone laughed, but this was a bitter laugh. Now that the entire world was his enemy, it was not just the experts of one ancient star, but many star regions. It might even evolve into a battle with the saints of the entire universe. The path to immortality was about to open, and the sages of the outer realms appeared one after another. Now, this was no longer the world of the Big Dipper cultivators. Instead, it had become an ancient land where the saints of the various regions fought for hegemony. If Yi Fan went out, the most serious consequence was that he would attract the attacks of all the saints, and he would be in great danger. This was a terrifying and dangerous situation. Everyone's brows were tightly knitted, and they had an ominous premonition. It must be the dregs of the 4 symbols Holy Land and the 9 heavens Holy Land. Other than them, who else would be so shameless as to leak the matter of the green cauldron? Longma puffed out white smoke. Not necessarily. The human heart is sinister. Who can say for sure? In short, someone wants Yi Fan to fall into a death trap, Li Tian said. Yi Fan laughed and shook his head. The moment I took out the cauldron, I already knew that this situation was destined. Everyone was startled and looked at him. What do you want to do? You all know that I will eventually step into the starry sky and walk down that ancient path, Yi Fan said. You did this on purpose. You want to bring the enemies into the starry sky and have them follow you so that you can wipe them out along the way? Yi Fan smiled. Those who want the cauldron and those who want me to die will all follow me on this journey. Not to mention other places, just the Eternal Lord Star alone is a vast battlefield. Both sides will fight sooner or later. Why don't I act as a middleman and add some fuel to the fire? For the sake of the evolution liquid and to avoid the chaos of the path to immortality, the heavenly village should leave Big Dipper and go into hiding. Everyone discussed. On the day the path to immortality opened, the mortals would not have the chance to fight for it. In order to preserve their strength, it was best to stay away. As for the elites among them, if they were not satisfied, they could come back and fight for the path. I will go out tomorrow. Do some people really think they can bully me as they please? When the time comes, I will pay them a visit. Come, let's have a toast. In front of the bonfire, everyone toasted and drank. It was a very lively scene. Even little K's little face was flushed from drinking. Needless to say, the eccentric little Baldy was talking noisily about going to Mount Meru and becoming the leader of the monks. The flames danced and the fragrance of the wine wafted. The divine meat of the crocodile was naturally placed on a silver plate. It became the most pitiful demonic sage in history. Every time there was a banquet, this group of people would taste it and praise it. Wu. Let me tell you, Emperor Wu Shi, the Black Emperor said with his tongue hanging out. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all gathered around and looked at him, hoping to hear some secrets. He actually loves roasted meat. Tui. The group of people hammered him together. This dog was definitely teasing them on purpose. Let me tell you, the Emperor Ruthless you all speak of went to Kunlun. His brother died there. Quasi-Emperor Yangxiang clan also went there and took away the legendary ginseng fruit tree. I wonder if he will call himself the great deity Jin Yuan in the future. After coming out from Kunlun, Lama wandered around in the human world for a period of time and learned about Journey to the West. Everyone only dispersed late into the night. The next day, Yi Fan and the sacred prince left the new location of the heavenly village and appeared in the outside world. A storm was brewing. Saints from the outer realms descended one after another, causing a huge storm. Now that news of the green cauldron had spread, the Big Dipper star became even more turbulent. Not only the ancient race, but even the cultivators from the cosmos were looking for Yi Fan. They wanted to seize the cauldron. Fire crows flew across the sky. Golden radiance streaked across the earth and raging flames turned the desolate land into a sea of magma. Among all kinds of noises, the two golden crows were the most arrogant. They declared that the sacred body of the human race belonged to them. Whether it was the soul or the body, they were all food for them. As for the green cauldron, it belonged to the Golden Crow clan because their great emperor had schemed in ancient times and lost 9 of his descendants in another star region. Now that it had reappeared, it was the will of the heavens that it belonged to the Golden Crow clan. What sacred body of the human race? What indestructible golden body? In the eyes of the Golden Crow clan, they are nothing. If they dare to appear, we will slap them to death. Naturally, there were people who disliked this, but they didn't dare to act rashly. According to the insiders, the Hwasong star was very terrifying. The entire ancient star was filled with golden crows. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor walked out of the golden nest of the fire tree. After Yi Fan came out, he didn't immediately go to find the 2 golden crows. Instead, he went to look for the silver moon ancestor. Back then, he was the one who entered the heavenly village with the 2 divine dynasties. They wanted to kill him and the sacred prince to seize the liquid. During the battle outside the realm, Wei Yi didn't fight against the great sage of Qianluan. He only killed the sacred king and a few other small fish. As one of them, the silver moon ancestor escaped faster than anyone else. After escaping the calamity, he stirred up a storm after returning. The kings of the ancient races all came out together because of him. He was afraid that the one from Mount Meru would settle accounts with him, so he added fuel to the fire and diverted people's attention. He made the world chase after the green cauldron. He personally went to report and invited many people to come out, jumping up and down to attract hatred for me. Do you really think I don't know? I'll kill you first. Yi Fan said. If you want to become an immortal, then first kill the sacred body of the human race and seize the green cauldron. Only then can you obtain the secret of becoming immortal. The Silver Moon ancestor often advised like this while walking around. The sacred prince's identity was there, so he naturally had dealings with some of the ancient royal families. People respected his father and told him a lot of information. They said that the Silver Moon ancestor might even do him harm. You want to take the risk? Let's kill him first to establish our might. The sacred prince sneered. The undulating mountain ridges were filled with lush ancient trees. Savage beasts roamed about and strange birds circled in the air. Their roars rang out incessantly. It was a prehistoric scene. The Silver Moon ancestor was truly afraid. These days, he used a few tricks just to protect himself. He wanted the kings to come out and deal with Yi Fan. At the same time, he would also offend the sacred prince. If he killed the two of them, he would be able to escape. The destruction of the two divine dynasties made him uneasy at every moment. He was afraid that his end would come. Since there was cause in this world, some effects couldn't be avoided. In this ancient ridge, he was blocked by Yi Fan and the sacred prince. You guys. He turned around to leave. However, how was he supposed to escape? He quickly confirmed that there were no others following him and that there were only these two juniors. He immediately laughed sinisterly and said, "You two are too arrogant. I am the ancestral king. As long as you two don't become saints, you won't have the qualifications to kill me. I'll send you two on your way." A great battle erupted. The Silver Moon ancestor was horrified. First, half of his body was blasted apart by Yi Fan's golden fist, and then his spine was smashed apart by the sacred prince's rod. A tragic ending was unavoidable. When the news of the Silver Moon ancestor's death spread, the world was in an uproar. What was the human race's sacred body trying to do? He dared to go against the wind and unleash a massacre at this critical juncture. He was just too daring. Chapter 12:10. In the depths of the great wastelands, many mountain peaks were hacked by axes and snapped in the middle. Giant ridges collapsed as if they had been smashed by an immortal hammer. Desolation filled the eyes as withered branches and withered leaves filled the place. Between the steep cliffs and strange rocks, there were bright red specks of light flickering. This was the saint's blood. It pierced through many great peaks and created many great abysses. The depths of the shattered mountain ridges were covered in scarlet stains. These were the bloodstains of the Silver Moon ancient king. It dyed everything into a terrifying scene. Many people came to seek confirmation. After seeing this ruined battlefield, they were finally convinced that the grand ancient king had been slaughtered by Yi Fan and the sacred prince. From the collapsed mountains and rivers, the battle was extremely terrifying. The Silver Moon ancient king had gone through an intense struggle, but in the end, he couldn't escape this calamity and his primordial spirit was destroyed. What was the human race's Saint Physique Yi Fan trying to do? This was the question on many people's minds. It was too late to hide in such a situation, yet he attacked in such a high-profile manner. Did he really not know that all the saints of the world were looking for him? Could it be that he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? However, who would stop? The green cauldron was too important. Even though it was damaged, it would still make many saints go crazy. Everyone was discussing this. The ancient saints were all shaken. Regardless of whether it was the eastern wastelands, central continent, or southern mountains, they were all in an uproar. Yi Fan had become a half-saint and could sweep through a region. He could fight people alone. This caused a huge uproar and made all parties feel restraining fear. One had to know that this was the legendary human race's Saint Physique. In other ancient stars, it was also known as the indestructible golden body. Its battle prowess was unmatched and it played an important role in the legendary era. It could even fight against deities. If this kind of physique becomes a saint, it will definitely be a disaster. Many people from the ancient races felt uneasy. Within the ancient fire Qilin cave, immortal flames were burning and mist was hazy. It was incomparably mysterious. The fire Qilin stood in the cave and said, "He became a half-saint one step ahead of me. We must return to that ancestral star and find Father and the things our ancestors left us." I want to prove my Tao. Huolin's blue hair reached his waist. It was bright and smooth, and he was also lost in thought. He nodded and said, even though this kind of physique can't prove the Tao, once he grows up, he will be a strong competitor. The Fire Qilan's figure was tall and sturdy, his eyes like divine lamps. The process might be extremely bitter, but he cannot achieve the Tao. In the end, he will only be a supporting character in this world, a tragic end. Yi Fan was only one step away from crossing the threshold of life and death and becoming a completely different kind of existence. Once he became a saint, he would make everyone tremble in fear. After news of this battle spread out, quite a few people couldn't sit still. The imperishable golden body's blood energy was exuberant, and if it truly transformed into a divine body, it would be able to fight against deities. That ancient legend made everyone's scalps go numb. Find him as soon as possible. We can't give him any time, and we have to seize the green cauldron. This was what many aboriginals were thinking. The Jade Lake was filled with the fragrance of flowers, the chirping of birds, and the lush green grass and clear lake. Under the ancient immortality peach tree, the 9-orifice stone king was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter stood alone, listening to Yi Fan's story, her eyes sparkling as she pondered. After being nourished by the saint blood, the divine embryo is even more sentient than before. If it were to be born in the future, what kind of existence would it become? Is everything within our control? On a towering mountain that was as tall as the heavens, a figure stood alone, fusing with the Tao light of heaven and earth. His entire person seemed to have merged into the depths of the void, immeasurably deep. I want to transcend the path of the Blood Phoenix Mountain ancestor. My Tao is different from my father's. I want to make a trip to the ancient planet of my race and comprehend the cause and effect. Huang Shudao turned and entered the depths of the ancient mountain. He only lived for the sake of the Tao, he didn't want to think about anything else. His life's goal was to corroborate his Tao and become an immortal. Violet Qi filled the air, the 10,000 mountains were like dragons, piercing through the clouds. This was an immortal land of the Violet Manor. The ancient city floated in the air, resembling a divine realm. This place was none other than the famous Violet Manor's sacred ground, known as the place where immortals slumbered. An old woman was currently speaking to a stone statue. The saint physique of this generation is truly extraordinary. He actually managed to break the curse and cultivate to this level. The day he becomes a saint is just around the corner. Also, a Tao embryo has appeared in my sect. His talent is rarely seen since ancient times. After he stepped into the immortal foundation realm, he started to fuse with the Tao. I don't know if I should make such a decision or not. The Tao embryo of the Xiantian saint physique can be ranked as the most terrifying physique in the universe. Even if there are contenders, they can only stand on the same level and not surpass it. I'm thinking if I should bring this physique back to the mortal world. Some of the more radical characters from the ancient races jumped out. Kill him, we must kill him no matter what. In the past, he was already hostile to us. If we allow him to grow, there will definitely be a great calamity. Back then, there was Gai Jiuyo, but now that he has left, even if there was a Wei Yi, it would be hard for them to do anything alone. After all, the green cauldron was too important, even the saints of the outer realms were moved by it. This was a reasonable excuse and opportunity to kill the saint physique of the human race. 2 years ago, he killed Huatan, an ancestor king who just became a saint not long ago. Now, he's even more unbridled and even killed Silvermoon. If we don't get rid of him now, our chances in the future will be bleak. This was like a flood that swept across the earth. Some of the saints of the ancient races were uncomfortable and felt a strong sense of unease. Yi Fan's growth was too fast, and it made them feel even more angry than the invasion of the Eternal Lord Star. He's just a fish in the pond. If we don't give him the chance to transform into a dragon, it won't do even if he has potential. He will be roasted by the Cyprius furnace and be killed before he can transform into a dragon. A huge wave rose up in the Big Dipper star region. This was a murderous calamity, and even some saints from the outer realms had designs on the green cauldron. They wanted to eliminate Yi Fan. He belongs to our race, no one should fight for him. The two golden crows were still so arrogant, treating Yi Fan as a piece of meat in their pot. However, people really didn't dare to offend these two golden crows because it was rumored that a supreme existence would cross over from the Hwasong star and appear in the Big Dipper. This was going to be a huge wave. The ruler of the ancient Hwasong star would appear, and if he was dissatisfied, he might wipe out some major powers in a fit of anger. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill the human race's sacred physique and seize the green cauldron. Let's study the opportunity to become immortal together. An ancestor of the lightning blood race called Scarlet Cloud visited many ancient clans and wanted to unite people to find Yi Fan and kill him. The path to immortality is in sight. If we want to become immortals, we must kill the human race's sacred physique and use his corpse to search for our path to immortality. The green cauldron is too important. Scarlet Cloud lobbied and persevered. He united a group of people and even invited some eccentric people of the ancient races who were proficient in deduction and divination. They wanted to find Yi Fan as soon as possible. A cold wind blew past, and the northern region was desolate. The land was barren, and not even a blade of grass grew. A figure like a javelin appeared on the horizon. Yi Fan appeared and stood 10,000 miles away from the ancient land of the lightning blood race. The race had a female saint king known as the Lightning Blood Queen. She was a rare expert and had fought with the white-robed divine king during the Jade Lake meeting. She was not seriously injured and had also appeared in the Alcade graveyard before going into seclusion. Yi Fan did not want to provoke the Lightning Blood Queen yet, but he was determined to kill Scarlet Cloud. He wanted to risk the condemnation of the world and kill him in front of the wind and waves. Whoever dared to seize the cauldron and take his life, he would take their life. He would kill to stop killing and intimidate all races. After reaching this level, Yi Fan could truly be calm and collected. He could fight against saints, and he also grasped the Star Gate. He could come and go as he pleased, and he didn't fear a great slaughter. Now, he could calmly face everyone. Scarlet Cloud rode on the clouds and stirred up a red whirlwind. He overlooked the mountains and rivers as he hurried back to the clan. For some reason, a haze rose in his heart. After reaching the Saint Realm, his intuition was sharp and he could accurately predict life and death. He was shocked and felt that something was not right. He turned around immediately. However, everything was too late. At the limits of the Scarlet Earth, a demon-like figure appeared and smashed a fist towards the sky. That was a golden fist. He immediately knew who had arrived. Only that person had this kind of golden battle chi and had come to block his way. Scarlet Cloud's heart sank and he quickly evaded. However, that boundless fist winds and shocking battle intent turned into a hurricane that engulfed him from the ends of the earth, shaking him until his entire body was in pain. Scarlet Cloud was truly shocked. It was just a half-saint. So what if he could fight against saints? How strong could he be? However, the truth left him horrified. This was a junior with absolute strength that could kill saints. The traces of the bitter battle with the Silver Moon Ancestral King in the Great Wastelands were fake. It misled the people and that battle was definitely not that difficult. Hong. Scarlet Cloud fought and hacked out a finger sword. With a muffled groan, he fell back. The figure on the earth was surging with blood energy. The pressure made his expression unsightly. Yi Fan stood there majestically and hadn't moved a single step. Go. There was only this thought in his mind. He tore apart space and turned around to leave. He wanted to escape this scarlet earth and distance himself from this demon-like male. However, a loud sound rang out. The void was smashed apart by someone. A large black rod cut through the heaven and earth and sent him flying. A golden sacred ape that was indomitable and even taller than a mountain stood behind him with a black iron rod in hand. Sacred Emperor! Scarlet Cloud cried out in horror. At this moment, he almost mistook this monkey for the archaic emperor of fighting. It was too similar and was exactly the same as that supreme existence. Scarlet Cloud stabilized his mind, but his complexion was pale. The human race's sacred body and the sacred prince appeared at the same time. They attacked from both front and back and blocked his path. It was likely that things were looking grim. A thunderous sound rang through the air. Yi Fan was still standing on the horizon, but he had already made his move. His golden fist carried an indomitable, unmatched fist intent as it smashed over, its power capable of shaking saints. "Stop. I have something to say." Scarlet Cloud cried out. "Didn't you say that you wanted to take my head and seize my green cauldron to become an immortal with the saints? You've been jumping up and down for so many days and have been so busy. It's been hard on you." Yi Fan's voice was ice-cold and emotionless. This battle was naturally unavoidable. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. Golden lightning flashed one after another, destroying large amounts of mountains and rivers in the northern region. However, no one noticed and no one came to help. It was because Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince had already laid down Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation and locked down the heaven and earth. "Ah," Scarlet Cloud cried out. It was difficult for him to escape the fate of death. His body was smashed and exploded inch by inch under that golden fist, turning into streaks of bloody mist. Woo, it was a killing trap after all. Someone told him to do this. He purposely jumped up and down to provoke me. After Yi Fan and the Sacred Ape searched through Scarlet Cloud's memories, they discovered that this was just someone else's chess piece. Their goal was to lure them into a trap. However, after laying down the heaven-deceiving formation, the great figure's plan clearly failed. Killing him was a waste of time. The two left, leaving behind two long shadows in the scarlet sunset. Behind them was only a pile of shattered bones. "Stop killing with killing. Since you dare to come out to find me, then just wait to be beheaded by me." No one expected Yi Fan to be so powerful. In just 2 days, he killed a second ancient king. Chapter 12:11. Qi Yun died. His body was smashed to pieces by the human race's divine body, and his blood splashed across the scarlet earth. 9 peaks were flattened, and not even a strand of his divine sense escaped. The Blood Lightning race's expert Qi Yun's corpse was strewn across the wilderness, dying on the battlefield 10,000 li from his race's ancestral land. His body and soul were completely wiped out. This left everyone shocked. Such an ancient saint with extraordinary cultivation ended up like this. What a pity. The human saint physique is just too powerful. This was a huge uproar. Yi Fan first beheaded the Silver Moon, then beheaded the Scarlet Cloud, shocking the world within a few days. The whole world's attention was on him, and all virtuous people were paying close attention. If it was a normal person, then so be it. However, this was a grand ancestral king that was high up above, someone who ruled over a region. Yet, he was blasted apart by his pair of golden fists. Is the rise of the sacred body of the human clan unstoppable? When everyone in the world is looking for him, he dares to act like this. He has nothing to fear. Some people sneered. This was a serious provocation to their dignity. This type of retaliation and counterattack didn't just kill Scarlet Cloud, it was the same as slapping these people in the face. Although Yi Fan hadn't said anything, he had already challenged them with his actions. "If you dare to deal with me, I will kill you." This was a type of ferocious retaliation that made it hard for others to breathe. The fall of an ancestral king was a major event that no one would treat lightly. That day, the entire world was in an uproar. In the heavens above and the earth below, on the ancient stars and in the foreign battlefields, everyone was discussing this matter. Who would have thought that our human race would produce such a character? We can finally hold our heads high and take the initiative to kill the ancient race ancestor king. How delightful. Ha. Good. I've been waiting for this for so many years. I've been waiting for this moment for far too long. It's good to kill them. It'll be even better to kill a few more. Those primeval ancients were too domineering. They've been abusing their power for so many years, and now an ancestral king has been killed. How satisfying. The human race was naturally happy and excited. Although they had Gai Jiuyo, the white-robed divine king, and Wei Yi's support all these years, the human race was still in a weak position. For the past 2 years, the Aboriginals hadn't dared to provoke them and weren't willing to start a war. However, they were still in a strong position, and it was rare for a situation like today to occur. The Purple Mansion Holy Land was known as the slumbering land of the immortals. Purple energy surged, and tens of thousands of mountains stretched out like a dragon raising its head. It was extremely mysterious. An old lady stood in front of an ancient stone statue and bowed sincerely. She then stood up and said, "The saint body of the human race is even stronger than I had imagined. If the true saint body of Tao embryo came to the human world, would it be even more amazing?" She turned around in the palace, looking towards a mountain peak in the distance. Immortal mists curled about that place, hazy and mysterious. A purple-clothed young lady whose entire body was snow-white and sparkling sat on a Tao platform. Her black hair scattered behind her, shining like a mirror. Her skin was like ice and bones like jade, aloof and pure. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her long eyelashes lightly trembling, making her look like a fairy. "Zixia, are you willing to?" said the old woman. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the young woman. "I don't want to." The fairy-like girl opened her beautiful eyes, emitting an astonishing radiance. "He killed another ancestral king. His guts aren't small at all." Multicolored mist flourished within the ancient cave, and fiery light overflowed in all directions. The Fire Qilin stood at the entrance, his eyes seemingly piercing through the void as he stared into the distance. Huolin's figure was tall and slender. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her red lips opened slightly as she said, "Relying on his own body to break the curse and reach this step is quite extraordinary. Even if he can't verify the Tao, his great completion divine body can still look down on the world. If he doesn't become the main character of the world, he won't be able to verify the Tao. In the end, he will have to see if he can reach that step," said the Fire Qilin. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes released cold light. "My clan's Qilin immortal medicine is still in his hands. I will bring it back." The disturbance caused by the killing of an ancient king swept through the mountains and rivers. Everyone was shocked, and everyone was discussing this. Among them, the ancient race was the most furious. This was the younger generation they wanted to get rid of a few years ago. Today, he had already grown to this step. Meanwhile, the experts from outside this region also raised their eyebrows. The reason they paid attention to Yi Fan was because of the green cauldron. Right now, the most pressing matter was to obtain this object, and they were also searching for it. Tao Friend's Scarlet Cloud has always treated others kindly, but who would have thought that he would end up like this? The human race's divine body is too excessive. I am going to take his head and get revenge for my old friend. There were naturally people who were furious and couldn't help but curse out. They said that Yi Fan was too cruel and took action against a saint. If he wasn't killed, then the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Yi Fan only laughed it off. The other party had already raised their butcher's knife, so how could they expect him to show mercy? For him, not killing Scarlet Cloud was something that the heavens wouldn't tolerate. Tao Friend's Scarlet Cloud was so free and unrestrained during the archaic years. His style was stunning, and he was never arrogant because of his talent. He looked after his fellow Taoists quite a bit, yet he died just like that. "Everyone, do you all feel any pain? Is the sword in your hands ringing? Are you all willing to get revenge for him?" No one expected this storm to really blow up. There were people who took the lead, and there were others who agreed. They all believed that Yi Fan was wicked beyond redemption and should be immediately eliminated. Otherwise, he would definitely be a disaster. "For those who want to kill me and those who want to seize my cauldron, I am a great disaster on your path to immortality." Yi Fan appeared and spoke in such a high-profile manner in the Divine City. This was an undisguised provocation, challenging the saints of the ancient races. This appearance left this place in absolute silence for a long time. No one expected him to dare come out and come to the #1 divine city in the North region. Is he crazy? Cutting off a piece of meat from his guts is enough to smash an elephant to death. He actually appeared and challenged the saints. Everyone was in an uproar. They all cried out loudly. After Yi Fan spoke, a realm gate appeared. He immediately retreated, not wanting to stay for long. Several streaks of divine light flew over, shattering the void and trying to shake him out. There were even two indistinct figures that tore apart the void and directly chased after him. They locked onto his body and wanted to kill him. These two chased him all the way to the central continent, and then to the western desert. In the end, they even rushed into outer space. The figure in front of them slowly dissolved and turned into a strand of clear energy. He must be killed. A few great figures from the ancient races were truly furious. They were normally high up above, so how could they tolerate this type of provocation? From their point of view, Yi Fan had hacked at them with a sword, and then he ran over to trample on their wounds. The saints from outer space all laughed coldly. Seizing the cauldron was their goal. Regardless of the conflict between the ancient race and the human race, as long as the target appeared, they would take action. Dao Friend's Scarlet Cloud, you died with everlasting regret. I will definitely remove the head of the divine body and offer it as a sacrifice in front of your grave so that you can rest in peace. An ancient race ancient king threatened. However, it was a pity that he didn't have this kind of opportunity. The next day, Yi Fan came looking for him. During these few days, Yi Fan learned a lot of news through the relationship between the sacred prince and the archaic royal race. He directly killed his way over. You want to kill my divine sense and chop off my head? Fine, I've come today. Come and try. In this dark night, the moonlight was dim and the stars were hidden between the clouds. It was a dark and windy night, a good time to kill someone while drunk. This ancient vein was the ancestral land of the archaic chaotic heaven race. There were ancient saint kings overseeing it, and there were even existences that had yet to break through the divine origin. The chaotic heaven race was ranked among the 10 most powerful royal races. They were terrifying and intimidating. During the period when they ruled over the archaic world, everyone under the heavens was convinced. This ancient king's name was Dulwan. He had never thought that Yi Fan would dare to approach their race. There were as many experts as there were clouds in their race, and there were peerless ancient kings overseeing it. Even the imperial family didn't dare to rashly provoke them. But now, Yi Fan had come, and he was right outside their ancestral land, cutting off his path. That demon-like figure emitted a beast-like aura, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Was this still a half-step saint? It actually made him feel as if he was facing a deity. That figure was tall and slender. He stood there quietly and didn't say a word, but there was a type of arrogance about him. It really is you. Human race saint physique. Dulwan shouted. He was too powerful. He was just a half-step saint, yet he dared to rule over their most ancient race's ancestral land. Did he really not place the sleeping peerless ancient king in his eyes? However, in the next moment, he panicked because his voice didn't travel out. Instead, the stars shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at another battlefield. He was no longer in the ancestral land. This is... Dulwan's expression changed. His back felt cold as if thorns were piercing his spine. One of the Celestial Court's supreme secret techniques, Stars Shift. Yi Fan said coldly. His teeth were snow-white, and his black hair reached his waist. He was like a demon lord that had descended into the world. During these years, he had cultivated hundreds of scriptures and studied all kinds of secret techniques. How could he let go of the divine skin he had brought back from the Undying Mountain? Many great killing techniques had been branded into his soul. In the past, he couldn't use them because he wasn't strong enough. Now that he could fight against a saint, some complicated secret techniques that required the support of cultivation could be displayed. Of course, this didn't mean that secret techniques that required a high realm to use were definitely the world's #1 technique. This was only a preconceived condition and couldn't represent anything else. Stars Shift, as the name suggested, was the elapse of time and the movement of objects. In reality, this wasn't just a change in time, but also a drastic change in space. It highlighted the word change and could bring the enemy far away in the blink of an eye, entering an unfamiliar space-time battlefield. When one reached the extreme realm, one might truly be able to see 10,000 years in a blink of an eye, and when one looked back, they would already be sitting on the other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan hadn't reached such a divine realm yet. He had only brought the enemy through the realm gate and arrived millions of kilometers away. This was the terrifying part of the celestial court's killing technique. It was impossible to guard against. Even if he hadn't cultivated it to perfection, it was enough to go to the ancestral land of a race to kill a saint. This was a great battle that took up an hour. Yi Fan repeatedly practiced and used all of his secret techniques to train himself, consolidate his realm, and search for an opportunity to become a saint. In the end, the monkey couldn't watch any longer. He swung his rod and smashed Tulwan into pieces. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. Yi Fan took action at the crucial moment and plucked off the head. He killed his primordial spirit and left the skull behind. Brother Crimson Cloud, your death is regrettable. We won't be able to meet again after that day. However, you can rest assured. Dao friend Tulwan has already organized people. We will definitely take revenge for you. In front of Crimson Cloud's cenotaph, a few great characters stood side by side and reprimanded Yi Fan. There were many offerings on the incense table as a memorial. Why hasn't Dao friend Tulwan come yet? They revealed strange expressions. The one who initiated this was Turbid Clan's Tulwan. Why hadn't he arrived yet? His body is unwell, so I brought him here. In the sky, a realm gate opened and a tall and slender figure appeared. Hong. Yi Fan shook his hand and threw down a bloody head. With a hong sound, it smashed the stone table full of offerings into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. What, he's Tulwan. Dao friend Tulwan is dead. These people cried out in alarm and rushed into the sky in anger. However, that figure was only a streak of clear air and slowly dissipated into the void. That day, everyone in the world sighed in admiration. Everyone was stupefied. Yi Fan was too daring, actually doing such a thing. Pluck off the head and send it as a memorial. The human race's sacred body is too crazy, actually doing such a thing. If he is too powerful, he will most likely die young. Even if he rushed into the cosmos, I reckon the various great king clans will still chase after him. This is just too fierce and terrifying. His retaliation is too powerful. In less than half a day, the various lands erupted. Yi Fan was powerful and domineering. He unleashed a massacre against the ancient kings without any fear. Ha ha ha. This is great. My human race has finally produced a formidable youngster. There were people who were furious and there were naturally people who were excited. The entire world was in an uproar. If you all dare to take action, then I will dare to kill. So what if you have saint blood? Stop war with war, stop war with war. This was Yi Fan's resounding voice that rang through the world. Chapter 12:12. Silvermoon had been killed, Crimson Cloud had died, and Dulwan had also died. In just a few days, 3 ancient kings had fallen and their Dao had disappeared. Their deaths were all caused by one person. The name of the human race's sacred physique swept through the eastern wasteland, the central plains, and the southern mountains like a hurricane. He had defeated saints, killed ancient kings, and fought against the ancient races. Yi Fan's name had shaken the world. Even now, some mortals had heard of this name. Is the human race's sacred physique going to defy the heavens? Even the saints were stunned. In this kind of environment, with a peerless celestial artifact like the Green Cauldron, they couldn't even hide. Yet, he had attacked with lightning speed and killed saints in succession. He's dead. Another ancient king has fallen. He ruled a region in the archaic era, but in the end, he ended up like this. In the eyes of the sages, Yi Fan was too savage. He hadn't even become a saint yet, but he already had this kind of battle prowess. This made many people feel uneasy. He was simply an evil spirit that had broken free from the shackles of hell. Kacha. In the grand hall of the Mixed Sky tribe, an old man suddenly stood up from his throne. The wine cup made of the bones of a saint was crushed into pieces. Scarlet blood and wine splattered all over the ground. This was a continuous mountain range. The palace was ancient and majestic. It stood on the peak of the mountain and pierced into the clouds. The chaotic sky race was one of the 10 most powerful king races. The saints in the race were all powerful, so their giants were naturally not small. The wine cup that the old man crushed was made of the skull of a saint. Dulwan is dead. He was taken away by the human race's sacred physique. Did no one stop him? Find him for me. Whether it's his green cauldron or his head, I want them all. The old man was like an angry lion. After he roared, many mountains collapsed. It was quiet all around. Many of the race's experts didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were like little cats lying dormant, listening to his scolding. Interesting. After so many days, those old geezers still haven't found the human race's divine body. Instead, they let him kill 3 saints. I bet some people are going to stomp their feet. A gloating voice came from the Shirwang clan. This was an unfathomably large clan. Apart from the ancient royal family, no one could compare to them. They were known as the #1 royal clan in the world and were even more terrifying than the Mixed Sky clan and the Herculean Bull Demon clan. Investigate carefully. I want the human tribe's sacred physique dead. Bring me the green cauldron. The gloating voice eventually turned indifferent. In the past, only the silver blood royals could be compared to them. Unfortunately, the crownless royals had declined and vanished into the dust of history. Qi Yun was too weak. He was killed by the human tribe's holy body before he could even send a message. I didn't realize my goal of letting him jump out, and he was killed in vain. This was a sinister voice, and it belonged to the person behind the ancient kings who were jumping up and down. He was the one who wanted to set up a trap to get rid of Yi Fan, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. Right now, there was practically no one who could break through Wu Shi the Great Emperor's heaven-deceiving formation runes. Even if it wasn't perfect and had some kind of flaw, ancient saints wouldn't be able to see through its profound mysteries. Every time Yi Fan took action, he would seal up the mountains and rivers. When he killed Qi Yun and Dulwan, not a single trace of heaven's mysteries was leaked out. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this place originated from the nest of 10,000 dragons. There were 2 great sages in one sect. Even though one of them was in a special state, sometimes dead and sometimes alive, and wasn't recognized by others, it was still enough to shock the world. The father and son pair of great sages were one of the most terrifying stories of the archaic era. They shook that period of time. The 2 of them achieved the Tao one after the other, shocking everyone in the clan. Wei Yi has his eyes on the few great sages in this world. Is he not hesitating to fight? It really isn't good to take action rashly. Within the nest of 10,000 dragons, great sage Qianluan repeatedly warned his grandson, the expert who had just released a sinister voice. When will great-grandfather wake up? The sinister voice sounded again. Perhaps he will wake up soon, or perhaps there will never be any hope, said Qianluan. Great-grandfather was so stunning back then, comparable to the unrivaled deity de Quebec. Unfortunately, he was born 2,000 years too late and couldn't verify the Tao. The one who spoke was Qianluan's grandson. His name was Li Zhan, and he had become a saint during the archaic era. He was a heaven-warping genius who was far stronger than normal ancestral kings. He wanted to seize the green cauldron. The primordial devil back then was really too powerful. He swallowed the sun and moon, and his roar shattered the stars. He devoured many ancestral kings. Your great-grandfather was hit by the sun and moon saint power due to his carelessness. If it was anyone else, they would have long since turned into ashes. Qianluan great sage spoke of the past with lingering fear. Back then, the primordial devil cultivated both the sun and moon saint power. He threw the mountains and rivers into chaos and treated the saints of the ancient races as food. It made people tremble. If it wasn't for him being a god during the day and a devil at night, often being delirious, who knew how many people would have died? The nest of 10,000 dragons had sent 2 great sages to hunt him down, and they had paid a heavy price. If they hadn't used the 10,000 Dragons Bell, an ancient imperial weapon that could kill gods, at the critical moment, the battle would have ended differently. Damn it, even though we suppressed the primordial devil, we couldn't obtain the sun and moon ancient scriptures. Li Zhan was indignant. His great-grandfather was still unconscious. Due to the sun and moon powers, he was trapped in a dead shell. It was hard to say whether or not he could wake up. They wanted to search the consciousness of the human devil, but they almost caused it to explode. They had no choice but to seal it and think of another way. Unfortunately, Yi Fan brought the human devil away from the nest of 10,000 dragons. I wonder where that human devil is now. This is a huge problem. Qian Luan Great Sage frowned. He wanted the green cauldron and also wanted to capture Yi Fan alive to get to the bottom of things. Unfortunately, even if Yi Fan was willing to answer, there wouldn't be a clear answer. After the primordial devil ate the crocodile ancestor on the ancient Mars star, he was afraid that he would turn into a devil and bring chaos to the world, so he exiled himself for eternity. No one knew where he was in the dark universe. Qian Luan muttered to himself, perhaps the broken green cauldron isn't that valuable anymore, but it still makes me uneasy for it to fall into the hands of a human saint. After all, this is the legendary, supreme holy item of the celestial court. In the outside world, a storm was raging. Yi Fan had cleanly killed Qi Yun and Dulwan. No one dared to look down on him anymore. Even the ancient saints were afraid of him. Even though he hadn't become a saint, he could kill an ancestor king. This kind of combat power was rarely seen since ancient times. It made everyone vigilant and cautious. The humans were excited, and the Holy Lands were shocked. Whether they were friendly or cold, they all sent friendly messages at the first moment. As for the 4 symbols Holy Lands and the 9 heavens Holy Lands, they were all uneasy. The powerful mountain elf even went into seclusion and didn't dare to come out again. The northern wind blew the white grass. There wasn't any snow in this season, but it still made people feel a bone-piercing chill. Yi Fan attacked powerfully, and 3 saints fell one after another. This shocked the world. However, it was precisely under this type of situation that there were still experts who cried out, releasing extremely hostile voices, putting on high and mighty attitudes. The green cauldron belongs to the emperor of my race. The human saint is our food. The 2 golden crows were insufferably arrogant. The sacred prince was angry when he heard this. He bared his teeth and felt the need to smash the 2 golden crows to death with his big iron rod. How annoying and hateful. These 2 birds have been crying for a few days. They are really boasting shamelessly. Are they tired of living? They must have something to rely on. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this. Yi Fan pondered. He had fought with these 2 golden crows before. At that time, his cultivation level was lower and he couldn't beat the 2 ancient golden crows, but he still managed to protect himself. And now, these 2 golden crows were provoking him again. They threatened to find him and drink his saint blood as the most delicious food in the world. This was intolerable. The experts of the Huasong planet are about to arrive. It seems that the Golden Crow clan has a big shot who is going to cross the universe and come here. That's why they are fearless and are waiting for us to charge at them. Dongfang Yi sent this news and told them to be careful. This was naturally a big deal. It could affect the situation of the Big Dipper star region. That was an extremely terrifying ancient planet with life. The Golden Crows were the leaders. Were they going to come? During this time, many sages didn't like the 2 Golden Crows, but none of them got rid of them because of their background. There's a great emperor on the Huasong planet. Is it true? Everyone was bewildered and uneasy. They were guessing the true strength of the Golden Crows. In ancient times, the Huasong planet was glorious to the extreme. There was an unparalleled quasi-emperor who swept through many star regions. Could it be that he has proven his way? Thinking of this possibility, everyone was shocked. If that was the case, the Golden Crows were absolutely invincible in the universe today. This also explained one thing. Why did the 2 Golden Crows dare to be so domineering? With such a background, what else was there to be afraid of? Could it be that the unparalleled quasi-emperor of the Golden Crows hasn't passed away and has lived to this era? Could he have appeared in the Big Dipper star region? When thinking of this possibility, even the ancient race felt suffocated. The Golden Crow would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible. It's impossible for the Golden Crow tribe to have a quasi-emperor. They should have died a long time ago. Many things happened in the past. The Great East shooting the sun caused chaos. 9 of the 10 princes died, and 1 survived. The great emperor that they were talking about might be him. It's just an honorific title, and his cultivation might not have reached that level. The most powerful sages from the outer realms had heard of the Hwasong planet and knew some of the things that happened back then. They made such a judgment. Our Golden Crow race can move unhindered between heaven and earth. We will advance courageously on the path to immortality. The 2 Golden Crows were high-profile and fierce. They were determined to obtain the green copper cauldron. This cauldron had a great relationship with their race since ancient times. The 9 princes all fell because of it. I can almost smell the divine blood. The 2 ancient Golden Crows said to themselves with cold smiles. They had already received news that the giants of the Golden Crow race had come and were about to appear. You can't escape from the human race's divine body. On the sun, 2 golden figures streaked across. Their voices were loud, and the news was naturally transmitted to the ground. Even the Black Emperor was furious. Damned Golden Crows, too arrogant and egotistical. This emperor will go with you to kill those 2 birds and roast the Golden Crows. Naturally, we have to get rid of them. However, the Golden Crow army seems to be about to arrive. They calculated the time and are waiting for us to bump into them. Yi Fan frowned. Not good, things are not looking good. That day, a Golden Crow covered in blood flew over from the outer realms. It rushed straight towards the sun and cried out in fear. What happened? The 2 saint-level Golden Crows' expressions changed. They hurriedly went over and asked. Clan Uncle, there's been a huge disaster. We encountered a corpse in the cosmos, and it mysteriously awakened. That was simply a human devil. It intercepted our clan's experts, and an intense battle ensued. What was the result? The 2 Golden Crow saints were shocked. There were still people who dared to intercept the Golden Crow race's giants. This was too horrifying. That was a human expert. He hacked apart one of our race's saints as soon as he took action, and then, he ate him alive. This Golden Crow's face was pale, and his body was still trembling. It seemed like he had experienced something incomparably terrifying. Chapter 12-13. He ate one of our experts just like that? Yes, he ate a saint alive, and that wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. This Golden Crow was covered in blood as it narrated what had happened in terror. Its body trembled, causing the 2 Golden Crow saints to feel a chill as if they were personally there. An ancient saint had fallen in the first exchange. The Golden Crow race was shocked. Another giant stepped out, but in the end, he died just as he shouted. How did he do it? The 2 Golden Crow saints asked unwillingly. That's how he did it. He grabbed it and twisted it forcefully, breaking the neck of a saint, the blood-stained Golden Crow said in fear as it gestured with its hands. The 2 Golden Crows felt a chill on their necks. No matter how they looked at it, that demon looked like he was grabbing a little chick, easily snapping the neck of the Golden Crow race's ancient saint. Where did this existence come from? It was truly terrifying, like a demon. Just hearing about it made people feel a chill run down their spines. How is the battle? The 2 Golden Crows asked nervously. The great characters of their race were about to descend into Big Dipper. If something happened along the way, it would truly be a disaster. The situation is not good. That is a demon, we have never seen such a savage person before. The old ancestor immediately gave the order to retreat and we entered different realm gates. I survived, but I don't know how the others are doing. The Golden Crow said. When he left, he saw the demon enter the Golden Crow race. He was unstoppable and ate the Golden Crow race's ancient saint alive. The others died upon contact, Golden Crow blood splattered everywhere. Did old ancestor Jinsu lead the team, or did great sage Jin Yu come? Or did the Supreme Highness come? A Golden Crow saint asked. The Golden Crow said with a trembling voice, yes. Old ancestor Jinsu led the team. It seems like he is in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scattered us and escaped into Big Dipper. Hwasong's star had a 5-colored altar that led to other ancient lands. They walked out from a withered star not far from Big Dipper. There was an ancient teleportation formation there. He only needed to fly the rest of the way, and he would be able to reach Big Dipper. He had not expected such an accident to occur on the way. This was a great disaster. Right now, our clansmen are fleeing for their lives in the cold universe. It's hard to say whether they're dead or alive. I really don't know what realm that demonic human has reached. The Golden Crow that had escaped with its life trembled in fear. In the depths of the pitch-black universe, the battle had already ended. The bloody end of the Golden Crow clan's powerhouses was inevitable. A half-naked being that looked like an old savage was sitting cross-legged in the void. Flames danced between his hands, which were extremely dazzling. If there were any cultivators here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the connate origin of the flames of the way, and only extraordinary people could activate it. This elder treated it like an ordinary flame. He was currently roasting an ancient crow that shone brilliantly with golden light. He was meticulous and extremely serious, as if he was extremely hungry. Meanwhile, on the side, there were a few golden crows that revealed their true forms. Their bodies were enormous, and they were pierced through by a broken scarlet-red divine iron chain. They were like turkeys that were skewered together. Every single one of them flickered with golden feathers and emitted divine splendor. One could tell with a single glance that they were formidable experts, but now, they had become food on a plate and were about to be roasted. In the distance, there were still golden crows that were fleeing for their lives. Some opened up the realm gates, while others directly fled into the depths of the dark universe. They were scared out of their wits. For them, this was truly a calamity. Just how powerful was this demonic human? It was simply immeasurable and made them feel despair. Even the Golden Crow ancestor Jin Chu among them was smashed to death by this existence with a single strike. He was dripping with blood and had no power to retaliate. Their intestines were all green with regret. Many of them were so regretful that they vomited blood. They saw this dried corpse in the universe, and some people wanted to seize the golden divine chains wrapped around its body. There was also an ancient golden crow that wanted to refine this corpse into a weapon, but in the end, they provoked such a great disaster. If they had known earlier, they would definitely have stayed far away. They wouldn't have provoked this god of calamity. They had seen freaks before, but they had never seen such a freak. The Golden Crow clan was so valiant and protected by the heavens, yet they never thought that they would encounter such a calamity. Fortunately, this demonic human did not care about the others. He only slaughtered the old Golden Crow that had been disrespectful to him and insulted his corpse to satisfy his hunger. The origin of Tao flame pulsed, causing a glimmer of light to appear in the pitch-black universe. Before long, a golden, oily, and fragrant Golden Crow was roasted, and the old saint began to gorge himself. If someone was here, they would definitely be scared half to death. This was originally a Golden Crow saint, but now, he was nothing and had become someone's meal. I didn't expect to return here, the demonic human muttered to himself as he chewed on the oily Golden Crow flesh. With an indescribable emotion, he looked at the huge ancient star in front of him. Back then, when he left Mars, he used the secret technique of eternal exile to tear open the universe and banish himself into the unknown depths of the universe. He never thought that he would return to his old home. No, you can't do this to us. Our race has produced a great emperor, and he will be able to deduce all of this. Among the Golden Crows that had been skewered, there were still some who had not died. They were too frightened and spoke with a trembling voice. They felt that this was like a nightmare. Someone actually dared to eat them. It was truly absurd and terrifying. You are not the good kind. What bullshit, Great Emperor. You've given yourself that title, haven't you? If you have the ability, then come find me. I'll eat you all the same. The demonic human was very unscrupulous. He wiped his mouth and picked up his white bone club, smashing the golden crow to death in an instant. The skull shattered, and the golden crow's blood splashed out. This was like an invincible tribe leader from the primitive Stone Age. He ate raw meat and drank blood. The old saint did not believe in heresy and did not care about the golden crow race's intimidation. At the same time, the white bone club in his hand shone with a sparkling luster and flickered with dreamy immortal splendor. He refined the golden crow's sacred bone essence and imprinted it on it. One could see that a golden crow appeared on the white bone club. It was lifelike and emitted divine splendor. All of the golden crow's sacred bones had become a part of this weapon. If one looked closely, there were other patterns on it, and they were all different. There was an ancient crocodile, and there was a cloud-riding dragon. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like the main body of the ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons. In addition, there were various ancient races, and even the lowest level was a saint. If someone carefully studied this white bone club, they would most likely be scared out of their wits. How many ancient saints had to be killed to have so many modeled ancient marks? No matter how one looked at it, it was easy to imagine that when this demonic old man attacked these cultivators with the bone club, it was as easy as killing chickens or wild ducks. Such a terrifying thing had happened in the depths of the star field. In addition to the Golden Crow race, some ancient saints from the outer realm gradually felt it. Someone is activating the origin of the flames in the universe. It seems like he is refining something. What, he is, roasting a golden crow. Heavens, that is a saint of the Golden Crow race. He ate him. Very soon, the sages from the outer realm were alarmed, causing a frenzy. The eyes of several great cultivators almost fell to the ground, not daring to believe this fact. Holy sh*T, am I seeing things? This is unbelievable. Who is this person? This is too freakish. He is eating a saint-level golden crow. Could it be that we have returned to the mythological era? The gods of the primordial era ate golden crows, rocks, and azure dragons as food. Where did he come from? After seeing this scene, several powerful sages came to their senses and immediately began to escape at the speed of light, running as far away as they could. What a joke. To be able to eat a saint of the Golden Crow race, one's appetite must be extremely good. It would definitely not be a problem for him to chew them up. This news immediately spread to the Big Dipper. At first, people did not believe it. Later, when a sage personally came out to confirm it, it immediately caused a huge uproar. People knew that an extremely powerful savage demon had come. Many people felt scared. If this person came to the Big Dipper to hunt, many people would probably die. This was especially so for the ancient race. When they received the news, they felt that something was wrong no matter how they thought about it. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was a legendary demon lord. Could it be a primordial demon? Could it be that he has appeared alive again? Thinking of this possibility, the ancient race people felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to jump up and run. This person was too savage. Back then, he had eaten up everyone. The primordial demon has appeared again. Hurry up and get ready. Don't let him block our way. Otherwise, our entire race will be eaten. This was the news that many people transmitted to each other. There were also some ancient race predecessors who sighed and said that this was retribution. Back then, the human race was weak and had become food for many large races. But in the end, a different kind of terrifying demonic demon appeared and slaughtered the ancient race experts. Even some ancient saints were roasted on a rack and swallowed into his stomach. The demonic demon has returned. This news was like a hurricane that swept across the Northern Dipper, causing many ancient race warriors to tremble in fear. When the saints from the outer realms understood what kind of existence this was, they were all dumbfounded, and a chill started to run down their spines. After receiving this news, Yi Fan was also a bit dazed. He had parted ways with that old savage on the ancient Mars star. He had never thought that after so many years, this savage living ancestor would appear in the Big Dipper star region again. He could only sigh. This ancestor's magical powers were so great that it was incomprehensible. Without the help of the 5-colored sacrificial altar, he only relied on a secret technique to tear apart the universe and travel so far. Another few golden crows escaped to the Big Dipper's sun star and were captured. Their minds were searched and they personally witnessed the terrifying scene of the one-sided battle. After the 2 golden saints obtained the final result, they immediately calmed down and wanted to escape back to the Hwasong star. There was no way to deal with such an existence. Going up was simply courting death. Only Yi Fan was overjoyed. After confirming that the news was true, he directly went to stop the 2 golden crows. He had been keeping an eye on the 2 high-profile experts, so naturally, he wouldn't show them any mercy. The human race's sacred body will be our food. The green bronze cauldron will belong to our race's great emperor. In this case, the 2 golden crows didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. Even the golden crow army had been eaten. If they were to openly challenge the great emperor now, they might also die a horrible death. It's too late. It's already too late to restrain yourself. The words spoken are like spilled water. Today, I'll reap the fruits. Yi Fan sneered. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his strong physique made him look like a demonic god. He stood in the void and appeared near the sun. He believed that the 2 golden crows couldn't escape after hiding in the sun star. He could find them. The old savage has returned. Back then, he treated me with an ancient divine crocodile. Today, I'll roast a golden crow for him. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt that if this savage old man was picky, he could bring him to the lair of 10,000 dragons or the Fire Chelan cave. Perhaps he would be satisfied. Chapter 12:14. The sun star was vast, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Even saints couldn't easily approach this place. Yi Fan had the human race's holy body, yet he still felt waves of heat assaulting his body. Flames surged and jumped about. The inside of the sun star was blazing terrifyingly. This was a natural life-restricted land, and since ancient times, few people would come here. Since ancient times, only those who cultivated fire Dao techniques would come here. Great Yang essence surged, covering heaven and earth. This was a type of the most fundamental power. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes and searched this boundless sun star. He could only rely on the 2 great golden crows he had fought in the past, so he was familiar with their auras. This was a life-restricted land. As long as there was the slightest fluctuation, he would definitely be able to find it. An ancient and dilapidated palace, he revealed a look of shock, and his heart trembled. In the depths of the sun star, he saw a palace. Even though it was already half collapsed, there was still a type of majestic aura seeping out. This was truly a strange thing. On this blazing star, even those who severed the Tao would turn into ashes if they entered. Even saints had to be careful. Meanwhile, there was a palace here. It was constructed from stone, so just how sturdy was it? It was actually preserved and didn't melt. Yi Fan approached and carefully observed this ancient temple that was piled up from stone. He saw a type of diagram and other things unique to the legendary era. This was a type of primitive worship. The ancient people of that time revered the sun, and there was a divine sun carved on the enormous stone, as well as a vivid and lifelike divine bird. It's not that the stone is magical, but rather that the symbols on its surface are special. They preserved the stone palace, preventing it from being destroyed under the blazing heat. Yi Fan said to himself. This palace was already in a terrible state. The roof had even been blown away, and the stone pillars inside were also broken. Only a single frame remained. He stepped on the bluestone ground, releasing ta-ta sounds. There was a type of great changes that seemed to have come from the archaic era. It made one immerse themselves in a special atmosphere. These are prehistoric remains. It really is too ancient. Archaic era, millions of years ago. Just what kind of past events happened here? Yi Fan sighed with emotion. The mottled stone palace was dim, and the Tao patterns were still there. The traces were not extinguished. He pondered for a moment and was astonished. The ancient palace had existed for a long time. The patterns carved on it were not only a type of formation, but also a type of sacred art to avoid fire. It couldn't be underestimated. It could be considered a unique secret technique. It can enter the essence flames of the sun without being extinguished and be preserved for millions of years. This is a divine art. Yi Fan's initial astonishment turned into shock. He calmed himself down and began to seriously ponder over it. This might be a supreme technique. Entering and exiting the sun and the moon, walking in the 9 underworlds, these were the basic abilities of the great mediums in ancient times. They were the embodiment of the divine powers of the strongest. This was at least something left behind by a great sage, right? Yi Fan sensed it carefully and discovered a familiar aura that was very similar to Yi Tong's. It was the power of a bloodline inheritance. This is... His heart trembled. Could this be the Holy Sun Emperor's temporary imperial residence? If that was the case, it would be enough to shock the world. Yi Fan imprinted all the patterns into his mind and studied them carefully. He obtained an ancient Tao technique that could allow him to enter and exit the sun without being harmed by the heavenly flames. And this was only a basic Tao technique. It was just the beginning, and there should be subsequent techniques. This surprised him. Could it be that there was a great inheritance left behind inside the sun star? Yi Fan searched the entire palace and obtained all the ancient Tao techniques. In the process, he also discovered the aura of the 2 golden crows. They had been here before. He turned into a beam of fiery light and chased after them. The 2 golden crows might be up ahead in order to obtain the subsequent ancient techniques. Just as Yi Fan had expected, there were other stone palaces on the sun star that were still incomplete. This should have been a grand palace, but it was scattered everywhere. He found the second ancient temple. He stopped for a moment and memorized the Tao patterns and the divine art of controlling fire. He studied them while chasing after them. There are actually so many huge palaces. In the end, Yi Fan was stunned. He found more than 10 palaces, and the fire Tao techniques he found were even more complex and profound. Their power was also reflected. They could draw upon the power of the entire sun star for one's own use. If someone who cultivated the sun scripture was here, he would be invincible. Yes, this is the embryonic form of the ancient scripture of the sun. It was the beginning stage of the human race's comprehension. It was recorded down. Yi Fan understood and no longer tried to comprehend it. Instead, he followed this path and slowly comprehended the thoughts of the human race's Saint Emperor when he created the Tao. Some of the ancient palaces were completely destroyed, leaving only the foundations. Some only had a few giant stones left. The subsequent Tao techniques had been lost for a long time. There was no perfect technique, but Yi Fan had grasped that kind of Tao state. It was a kind of fire control essence that rose to the supreme method of controlling the origin of the universe. Different people, different Tao. Every Tao verifier had their own unique path. This was the deepest understanding he had after comprehending it. Along the way, he operated the fire-subduing art, and then he began to activate several ancient scriptures, deriving his own method and refining it into a furnace. Starting from the golden circle, his true body turned into the shape of a dragon. Then, the Tao self and the passing self appeared together, becoming the extreme yin and extreme yang, making his divine form approach perfection. In the end, he no longer chased after the Tao techniques of the Saint Emperor. When he walked past those stone palaces, he only comprehended his own technique. His entire body shone with brilliance. Within his body, several ancient scriptures were operating at the same time, emitting a vast heavenly sound. It made him look sacred and dignified, like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. His body flowed with precious splendor, and every inch of his flesh and blood was filled with great power. Yi Fan's body turned illusory and constantly changed. The golden blood in his body rumbled like thunder. If someone stood here, they would most likely faint. It was hard to imagine that it was this kind of power. No wonder his physical body was so strong that it could destroy the physique of a saint. Yi Fan walked slowly, his feet stepping over the flame essence. He was like a dragon leaping into the sky, almost illusory. His transformation was very special. One moment, he turned into the golden curve, and the next moment, he turned into his true body. The passing self and the Tao self evolved into the two extremes of yin and yang, walking side by side. This was the carrier of the great Tao. And at this time, in front of his forehead, a small golden person also walked out. It breathed in and out the essence of the sun, absorbing essence energy from all directions to cleanse its brilliant body. Outside of the divine form, the primordial spirit wanted to break free and transform into the escaping one, breaking the shackles of the universe and transcending. At this moment, Yi Fan no longer tried to restore the fire technique and great Tao of the human race's Saint Emperor. He constantly comprehended himself, and there was a great harvest. The 5 secret realms in his body hummed at the same time, as if there was an immortal sound. His body was transforming, and there were strands of holy might. His divine sense became increasingly condensed, and the golden light was dazzling. At this time, Yi Fan had transcended and temporarily forgot everything else. His body stepped forward, and the small golden person sat cross-legged in front of his forehead. The two became one, and he was like a deity. His true body continuously changed within the golden diagram. This was the carrier of the great Tao, and the small golden person was the Tao. He guided the endless flame essence within the sun to baptize himself. His body became bright and clean, and he became increasingly powerful and extraordinary. The aura of a saint and the undying radiance covered his body. He originally came here to kill the 2 ancient golden crows, but he never thought that he would have such an encounter. This allowed Yi Fan's body and mind to undergo a round of tempering. This was a type of accumulation and precipitation in the realm. Yi Fan relied on the evolution liquid to advance by leaps and bounds in these 2 years. He took great strides forward, and his strength increased more or less too quickly. Now, with this kind of encounter, it was as if he had experienced millions of years of time. He transformed into a divine form, comprehending the Tao and reflecting upon himself. He consolidated his Tao fruit and strengthened his Tao foundation. When he looked back, the footprints along the way could be clearly seen. Every step was firm. The evolution liquid has to be used carefully, Yi Fan said to himself. This path wasn't long, but it greatly stirred him up. He looked at the footprints of the ancient great emperors, and he also left behind a few glorious footprints. After a long time, he calmed down. Right in front of him, a grand and imposing palace appeared. It could still be considered well preserved. After endless years, it still towered without falling. It was covered in ancient ruins, bathed in the essence of the sun's flames, and emitted an aura of great changes. Ancient Sun Temple. Yi Fan saw these words written in divine language. This was the common language of all clans, and it had existed since the archaic era. It was rumored that it was established by the deities. This is an abandoned temple of the sun's sacred emperor. He came to the northern Dipper Star region a long time ago. Yi Fan said to himself. The sun's sacred emperor's magical power was boundless and his divine abilities vast. It was rumored that he had left his footprints in many star regions, and there were also anecdotes in the northern Dipper Star region. The enormous palace didn't have any restrictions that could kill people, but it emitted a boundless aura. There was a type of dignity that made one involuntarily feel reverence. It was a bit difficult to breathe. This place didn't have any symbols specially arranged by the great emperors, but there were some mythical traces carved by later generations. They were completely preserved and incomparably grand. The flame Tao techniques and formations contained within these patterns were even more profound. The 2 ancient golden crows were inside the palace, and they seemed to be extremely excited. This is one of the sun's sacred emperor's temporary imperial residences. If we carefully remember these patterns, we might be able to find clues about the undying Fusang divine tree. That is what our great emperor wants the most. This place was already close to the center of the sun. The essence flames wreaked havoc and were incomparably berserk, but the majestic stone palace was still floating. It hadn't been destroyed since ancient times. Ordinary saints couldn't even reach this place, because they would be burned to ashes. The two golden crows were born while bathing in flames, so they naturally didn't fear the essence flames. As a result, they were unharmed. There's a transportation formation here. It's constructed with a mysterious realm gate. Where does it lead to? One of the golden crows was astonished. They discovered an expanse of golden patterns within the enormous palace. They quickly activated the formation platform, and a golden door opened. It was like an immortal gate, resplendent and dazzling. Auspicious light shone in tens of thousands of strands. That's leading to the inner parts of the sun star. What? There's someone there, he's sleeping. The expressions of the two golden crows instantly changed. They never expected that there would be a mysterious and unfathomable existence at the end of this ancient transportation formation. Could this be a deity from the legendary era? They felt their lips trembling, and their entire bodies were trembling. It was because they could feel an unmatched aura spreading over in strands. In the depths of the sun star, there was a person lying dormant and sleeping. This exceeded their imaginations. Even though the fiery light around them was blazing hot, they felt their entire bodies go cold. They slowly withdrew their magical power, fearing that they would awaken that existence and make the realm gate disappear. They didn't say anything for a long time. This is a prehistoric ruin. What kind of person is that? We have to return to Fire Mulberry Star and report to the Great Emperor. There might be a great secret here. Woo, I heard that the human race's little bastard with the divine body is looking for us. If we go out, we have to be a bit more careful. After all, our clan's reinforcements were all wiped out. What divine body? When our race's supreme majesty arrives, a single golden divine feather will be enough to kill him several dozen times over. I've always been looking forward to the taste of divine blood. Once our race truly descends on this ancient star, it won't be too late to take his head then. The two golden crows spoke hatefully. They had no idea that Yi Fan had already arrived outside the palace. Chapter 12:15. The majestic stone hall was very spacious. The voices of the two golden crows echoed. They hated Yi Fan because they had been wounded by his black arrow before. This lowly human brat, if he did not have the grade E black arrow, how could he penetrate our saint-level defense? Drinking his blood is not enough to dispel my hatred. It's better to be careful. He can kill a sage now, which is not good for us. Although I also want to twist his head off and have a taste of his golden flesh and blood, it's more important for us to return to the Huasong Star first. The two golden crows prepared to leave the northern Dipper Star region. There was a being that seemed to be a god hiding in the solar star, which made them very uneasy. They wanted to report this to the supreme ruler of the Golden Crow clan. The most crucial thing was that a human devil had appeared, and he was just too terrifying. He even ate old ancestor Jin Chu alive, leaving everyone shocked. This was a nightmare. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment, fearing that they would follow in his footsteps. Saint Physique of the human race and his disciple who is suspected to be the descendant of the Solar Saint Emperor. Your green cauldron, your flesh, and your inheritance will all belong to the Golden Crow clan. The two memorized the patterns in the hall and turned to leave. However, their expressions froze on the spot. A tall and straight figure was standing there, staring at them coldly. It's you. Saint Physique of the human race. The two golden crows were shocked. They did not even notice when someone was so close to them. The consciousness of the ancient saints was everywhere and could scan the entire area in an instant. However, it missed Yi Fan. Since you two hate me so much, let's end this. Yi Fan said. He had the deceiving matrix on him, so he was able to hide from everything and sneak here without a sound. You think we are afraid of you? You came to die. Let's kill you and drink your golden saint blood. Maybe it will help us break through. One of the golden crows said coldly. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to and will die in vain, said Yi Fan. The bloody truth will tell you that you are nothing but a bug. Regardless of whether they were afraid or not, they could not lose their momentum at this moment. The other golden crow strode forward. Ha! Yi Fan laughed coldly. His expression was calm as he stared at them indifferently and said, I am looking forward to this battle. It is said that golden crow meat is very delicious. You're courting death. An ancient golden crow gave off the might of a saint. Its expression was gloomy as it stretched out a large hand and slapped over. It was not a technique but a slap to the face. If he was fighting against someone of the same level, it would be a form of humiliation. He didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. Yi Fan was very calm, and his eyes were cold. His body suddenly expanded, becoming tens of thousands of meters tall. His golden body glowed with precious light as he lifted a foot and directly stomped down. This was also a form of arrogance. Who would dare to step on a saint? He did not take the golden crow seriously at all, as if he was stepping on an ant. The golden crow race's saint's eyes were sinister. His palm didn't change, but in that instant, brilliant light was emitted. An ancient scroll spread out, containing mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. There was even a silver waterfall falling and leaden clouds covering the sky. It was boundlessly majestic. This was a secret treasure that could be compared to a saint weapon. Its power was peerless and could trap and kill saints. The ancient scroll sealed the sky and swallowed Yi Fan. The inside of this ancient scroll formed a world of its own. Mountains towered into the clouds and black clouds pressed down on the ground. Savage beasts roared and strange birds cried. There was an innate formation that could refine saints into pus and blood. Hey, brat, you are still far from being able to fight me. If I want to kill you, I have many ways to do so. The golden crow sneered and put away the scroll. It shrunk to a meter long and spread out in front of him. The scenery inside could be seen clearly. He looked down at the ancient scroll and was full of ridicule. He pointed at it with his finger and said, If I say you are a bug, then you are. Compared to us, you are nothing. The other golden crow also laughed coldly. He was a bit worried at first, but he didn't expect this secret treasure to have such a miraculous effect. He said coldly, If you can get what you want before leaving, you can drink the golden saint blood. The so-called human saint body is nothing more than this. This golden crow held the ancient scroll in front of him and carefully looked inside. Cruelty was written all over his face, and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. There was some contempt on his face. You are happy too early. A cold voice came from the ancient scroll. Then, a large foot stepped out. It maintained its original posture and firmly stepped on the golden crow's face. The sound of bones cracking and blood splashing could be heard. Yi Fan broke out of the ancient scroll. The ancient scroll had actually been torn apart. The light of the secret treasure dimmed and it let out a mournful cry. The golden crow saint felt the pain penetrating into his bones. Tears and blood flowed down his face. He knew that the bridge of his nose was broken and his cheekbone cracked. His entire face was deformed. Yi Fan entered with this posture and came out with the same posture. He just happened to step on the face of the golden crow saint who was holding the ancient scroll and looking at it. It was a solid step. The golden crow's intestines turned green from regret. The way he held the ancient scroll, it looked like he was rushing someone to step on his face. He was so angry that he was going crazy. He wanted to roar, but he couldn't. A large foot fell down and sealed his entire face. Golden crow blood splashed everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The other golden crow beside him felt the same. This was too painful. Just looking at it made him feel uncomfortable. He felt pain in his teeth, his armpits, and between his legs. There was a sharp pain. Yi Fan's step was too comfortable. The other party raised his face and let him step on it. How could he not use force? Flesh and blood flew everywhere, forming a meat patty face on the spot. Blood and crushed bones flew in all directions. It was extremely violent. Woo! Finally, this golden crow broke free. His face was no longer human and completely rotten. His throat trembled as he cried out mournfully. He was completely furious and went crazy. His arms shook and 100,000 golden divine feathers cried out in unison. They turned into divine swords and slashed at the void, wanting to chop Yi Fan into pieces. The other golden crow saint naturally attacked with all his strength. With a long roar, the flame essence around his body boiled and the endless laws of the great Tao turned into millions of divine lights. Boom! Golden splendor covered Yi Fan's front and back. He displayed his strange phenomenon and temporarily merged into one, shattering the 100,000 divine swords and crushing the endless Tao laws. It was an all-around counterattack. The immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the primal chaos green lotus, the golden sea of bitterness, the majestic rivers and mountains all appeared and condensed together. There was nothing it couldn't kill. Yi Fan descended from the sky and still firmly stomped on the golden crow saint. Half of his body was bleeding and almost shattered. Moreover, he exchanged a palm with the other golden crow saint, causing his arm to spasm and his bones to crack. He was sent flying. Swoosh! The 2 golden crows turned into 2 streaks of lightning and rushed out of the grand stone hall. They wanted to escape because they didn't want to take the risk. They could feel Yi Fan's power. However, Yi Fan was ruthless and had no intention of letting them go. They were immediately attacked as soon as they rushed out of the hall. Pfft! The 2 golden crow saints spat out large mouthfuls of blood and revealed shocked expressions. Another Yi Fan walked out from the darkness at the entrance of the hall. He was like a killing saint and almost killed them. The one turning into 3 pure one's secret technique. Yi Fan's Tao body hid in the darkness and attacked with the celestial quartz great killing technique at the crucial moment. He almost killed them and golden crow blood flowed everywhere. Little bastard, you. They were covered in blood. When had they ever suffered such a loss? They were both shocked and furious. They wanted to swallow this human brat alive. Today, I'll send you on your way. You will roast the golden crow's flesh in the solar essence flame. The 2 Yi Fans pressed forward and intercepted 1 enemy each, forcing an ancient saint to risk his life. The 2 golden crows' eyes flickered with cold light. They were furious and wanted to drag Yi Fan down with them at all costs. Yi Fan was not afraid at all and showed no signs of retreating. He used the battle saint technique and was fierce and domineering. He swore to kill them. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. The hearts of the 2 golden crows were cold. They let out long cries and cooperated with each other. They tore open the void and wanted to escape. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. His true body and Tao body drew their bows at the same time. This bow was formed by golden energy and wasn't a real bow. Wind, thunder, and lightning interweaved. 2 black arrows were placed on the golden energy bowstring. They trembled slightly and then turned into 2 beams of divine light that flew out and pierced through the void passage. Blood splattered everywhere and the void collapsed. The 2 golden crows were pierced through and fell out. Saint blood was everywhere, making the solar essence flame dim. It was a ghastly sight. Ah, the 2 golden crows screamed and their eyes were full of hatred. They revealed their true forms. They spread their golden wings and let out long cries, trying to break free. However, the 2 arrows had a kind of demonic nature to the golden crows. They penetrated their bodies and a terrible power was wreaking havoc. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan flew up. His Tao body and his true body moved at the same time and each dashed towards a golden crow. The black arrows enlarged and looked like terrifying spears. The long poles were cold and flashing with black light. They were full of murderous aura and even the temperature of the solar essence flame dropped a little. Little bastard. Our race's supreme highness won't let you go. The 2 golden crows roared. Yi Fan wasn't moved. His true body and Tao body each held a black holy arrow and used it as a spear. They picked up the 2 wounded golden crows and nailed them in the air. Blood flowed down the long black poles. The 2 golden crows were finally terrified. This demon-like man made them tremble. No, don't kill us," but it was too late. Yi Fan attacked indifferently and tore them apart in the air. Blood sprayed everywhere. He was bathed in the blood of the golden crows and looked like a god who had killed his way out of hell. Not long after, GZ and the sacred prince appeared. When they saw this scene, they were both stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Fan had already killed the 2 golden crows. This time, Yi Fan was also afraid that something might happen to the 2 ancient golden crows. So, he called some helpers and split up to search. They were connected by the space gate and could help each other. Today, I'm treating crow spirit meat, crow bone soup, roasted golden crow wings, fried golden crow legs. I have everything you want. Please bring some friends to eat, said Yi Fan. The 2 golden crows were as huge as small mountains. The golden feathers on their bodies shone brilliantly as if they were made of gold. They were 2 mountains of meat that could feed as many people as they wanted. There's an ancient transportation formation in this palace that leads to the deepest part of the sun star. There's a godlike existence hibernating there. Yi Fan told them what he knew. There's a god in the ancient world. Could it be a supreme existence from the age of legends? The sacred prince revealed a strange expression. If that's the case, we probably can't get close, said GZ. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry. The demonic man is back. This savage old man has a picky taste. Maybe he likes the meat of a god." Chapter 12:16. The stone hall released a holy radiance like a divine sun. This was an ancient temple used to worship the sun god. Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ walked into the hall and directly entered the transportation formation. They activated their magical power together and activated the complicated Tao patterns. Wang! With a flash of light, the realm gate opened and a wondrous place appeared. There, the fire essence turned into liquid. It was fierce and blazing, representing the purest yang origin power of the world. The heat was terrifying. Even saints didn't dare to casually enter. It posed a great threat to the 3 of them. The raging flames danced and there was a surging deity's aura. There really was someone. A wave of majestic pressure spread out, making them feel horrified. Their bodies felt like they were going to split apart as if sharp blades were cutting into their bones. There is a forbidden ancient formation that seems to have been laid down by an ancient emperor. It blocks the path ahead and we can't enter. They stared ahead. Chaotic energy and fire essence curled up together, making that area hazy. They could only feel that there was someone there, but they couldn't see clearly. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through it. The ancient formation was ancient and had existed for at least millions of years. It was still operating, absorbing the fire essence of heaven and earth and merging with the source of all things. If there was a person sleeping here, who else could it be other than a deity? Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. The passage of time was simply too long. Ordinary people simply could not imagine how many cycles of reincarnation would not be able to reach the end of this period of time. There is an ancient temple here that worships the heavenly sun. Could it be that the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin is displayed here? GZ said. According to common sense, it was highly possible. The burial grounds of ancient emperors were all very mysterious and their tombs were hard to find. The human race's Sun Saint Emperor had matchless magical power. It was normal for him to be buried in the sun after his death. Even after death, the later generations would look up to the sun every day as if they were worshipping this supreme human emperor. This was an unparalleled glory. Yi Fan shook his head. He knew that this couldn't be the Sun Saint Emperor. Back then, he and the 9 dragons had crossed the cosmos together and had seen this emperor's divine will. They traveled together and that stone coffin was finally buried in the northern sea eye of the Ziwei ancient land of life. They retreated and didn't force their way through. There was a boundless deity's aura flowing in front of them, and it would be difficult for the 3 of them to pass through. The Black Emperor came. He was initially unwilling, but when he heard that there was an ancient emperor's formation to study and that there was an existence that was suspected to be a god lying in ambush, he immediately started drooling. On its hind leg, there was a little baldy hanging like a koala. He wouldn't let go even if he died, crying and shouting that he wanted to eat the roasted golden crow leg, hugging the Black Emperor's thigh without letting go. After entering the Sun Star, the large black dog had no choice but to activate his Tao power to protect him. Otherwise, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. With the black bone soup and ancient sage meat to enjoy, how can we be left out? Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Yan Ishi, Old Saber Hancho, Li Heishui, and the others all arrived. They activated the goddess furnace to protect their bodies and entered the ancient hall inside the Sun Star. Apart from this, Yi Tong was specially called over. There were traces left behind by the sacred Sun Emperor here, and it would be beneficial to her comprehension and cultivation. What a huge golden crow! Dongfang Ye's eyes instantly widened, and he walked in a big circle with his wolf fang club in hand. The two golden crows were like two small mountains. They were too big, and the golden feathers all over their bodies clanked when they touched them. They were as sharp as divine swords. The little Baldy's saliva flowed freely, and he blinked his large eyes, shouting that he wanted to eat roasted golden crows. This was the legendary meat of God. Roasting saint-level golden crows was very troublesome. Even though they were at the initial stage of saint ascension, their bodies were still indestructible, and it was very difficult to cook them. Fortunately, this was the Sun Star, and there was an endless amount of fire essence gathered here. It could be used to smelt god tools, and naturally could also roast golden crows. In the end, they used the goddess furnace, and threw half of the golden crow inside. They began to refine and roast it for a long time. Using a great sage-level weapon to roast meat, it's really a shame for such a spirit tool. Li Tian mumbled. With a loud sound, the Black Emperor was blasted out from the realm gate with his face covered in dirt. His body was almost rotted, and he was flustered and exasperated. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. Damn it, why does it look like it's specifically targeting this emperor? This is a damaged archaic formation, and it has become unfathomable after being slightly modified by someone. The black fur on his body was standing on end, and there were many bloody scars on his body. There were also many charred areas. He had almost died when he tried to break the formation just now. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The Black Emperor's attainments in Tao patterns had definitely reached great heights, and there were very few people in this world who could match him. Even he was helpless, so this was undoubtedly a damaged ancient emperor-level formation. Be gentle. If it really is a slumbering prehistoric god, we will all die. Bullshit. So many years have passed, and as long as it's a humanoid creature, it would have already passed away. It won't jump up again. The Black Emperor was indignant. While everyone was trying to think of a way to roast the golden crows, Yi Fan had already entered the depths of the starry sky in search of the human devil. After obtaining a rough location from the two golden crows, he entered the starry sky and searched in the direction of the accident. He did not encounter any trouble. The sages from the outer realms all knew about the human devil and leaked his location, causing a huge uproar in the Big Dipper star field. This star field naturally became a forbidden area, making it easier to find him. Under the starry sky, the flames of the way danced. An old man with his upper body naked sat there, stroking a sparkling white bone club. Yi Fan had only come out to give it a try, but he did not expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that the human devil old man also wanted to move to the Big Dipper star field. This savage ancestor can't be thinking of going to the nest of 10,000 dragons to cause trouble, right? Otherwise, how is he going to clean his weapon? Yi Fan's heart jumped. If he could find the human devil, this boorish-looking old man had naturally discovered him long ago. That unparalleled divine sense could sweep every corner of the starry sky. Senior, when the old man and the young man appeared in the grand stone palace of the Sun Star, everyone was stunned. This ancestor was too awesome. He had strung a golden crow on a crimson gold divine chain and carried it on his back. It was as if he had just returned from hunting and had brought a few wild chickens with him. Even someone as domineering as the monkey was feeling apprehensive. Even someone as boorish as Dongfang Yi was staring with wide eyes. Even someone as violent as the large black dog was wilting. The human devil was the epitome of what it meant to be unrestrained and wild. He did not exude any terrifying aura, but the string of golden crows on his back was enough to scare a saint half to death. The primordial saint did not put on any airs. He sat on the ground in the stone palace. A group of people gathered around the goddess furnace and began to enjoy the golden and glossy golden crow holy meat. Jar after jar of divine wine was brought out. The fragrance wafted through the air. Coupled with the divine meat, everyone pushed their cups and ate heartily. Not long after, the little Baldy began to cry. He stared at the golden roasted meat, drooling and wiping away his tears. I still want to eat, but I can't eat anymore. He stared at the golden crow wings and golden crow legs. His expression of longing and tears made everyone want to laugh. It's all right. I've refined the saint's essence from this meat. You can eat without worry. Yi Fan smiled and passed him a piece of golden crow wing. The group of people burst into laughter, and the little Baldy was greatly embarrassed. Old man, why do I feel that you are a bit similar to our distant ancestor? Dongfang Yi walked up and said while getting drunk. Everyone was astonished and asked if the human devil had any descendants. The human devil said that he once had a son named Dongfang Bei Yi. However, millions of years had passed and he could no longer be found. Dongfang Yi scratched his head. Their barbarian war god rose to power in the primordial era. It was too far from the primordial era, so it was impossible to trace his distant ancestor. Everyone joked and told Dongfang Yi to call him ancestor. That was because the two's attire and habits were too similar. There was no need to verify anything. The formation shone brightly and flickered with Tao patterns. The human devil, Yi Fan, and the Black Emperor stepped into the realm gate and arrived at the depths of the Sun Star. It had to be said that this savage old man was a complete mess. The bone club in his hand swung about, causing the entire Sun Star to tremble. Ancestor, be careful. This is the source of life of the Big Dipper. If it's destroyed, you won't be able to find golden crow and Chilan meat even if you want to eat it. The human devil knew his limits. He didn't want to destroy the Sun Star and only swept away the obstacles with his staff. He directly arrived in front of the ancient emperor level formation. That was because there were many other Tao patterns densely covering this place. The protection was very tight. A supreme pressure surged over like the falling heavens. There was an unparalleled aura that could strike the 9 heavens above and cut down the yellow springs below. This was the ancient formation's law spreading. It was created by a supreme existence. It was damaged, but it still possessed a kind of power that couldn't be blasphemed. It was boundless and could swallow the heaven and earth. Standing so close and directly facing the divine formation, everyone could feel its majesty. The human devil's expression was serious. He slowly waved his sparkling bone club and tore a corner of the runes. He was about to enter the formation. The Black Emperor gasped. This savage was truly divine. Could it be that he wanted to use brute force to break the ancient emperor level formation? Even if it was damaged, it wasn't something that could be destroyed by others. It was obvious that the human devil wasn't as rough as he looked. He didn't use brute force to sweep through the formation. Instead, he took a step inside. He understood Tao patterns and wanted to break the formation. Everyone followed. The scene changed continuously. One moment it was like a monarch descending into the 9 heavens, and the next moment, it was as if they had descended into hell. In that ancient world, golden crows cried, sky pengs weaved, and azure dragons soared. It was boundlessly terrifying. Something's not right. Why do I feel a familiar aura? The Black Emperor was stunned. Could it be Great Emperor Ruthless? Yi Fan was also shocked. It was because he could vaguely feel a heaven-devouring might being released. There was that type of terrifying Tao law spreading. Up ahead, there was an expanse of hazy immortal splendor. Chaotic energy curled about, and the essence of fire transformed into divine liquid. A human figure was wrapped within, and it was as if it was a self-binding divine cocoon. Great Emperor Ruthless, she still hasn't died. Could it be that she's sleeping here? Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other in dismay, and their faces turned pale. If this was true, it would undoubtedly topple everything. I've seen this person before. The human devil suddenly spoke. To be able to make this savage ancestor's expression change, one could well imagine how astonishing this was. You've seen her before, was it recently or, during the archaic era? The Black Emperor's voice was even trembling. Everyone else's hearts were also pounding intensely. They were actually incomparably nervous, because the answer might very well be earth-shattering. It was during the archaic era. I've seen this person before. The human devil stared at the cocoon within the primal chaos immortal energy. Right now, only he could see through the immortal mist and directly look at the source. The others couldn't do it even if they had heavenly eyes. Chapter 12:17. What? The group cried out in shock. This was too unbelievable. It was actually someone from the immemorial age. This savage old man had seen it with his own eyes. It flowed with the power of prehistoric gods and was protected by an ancient emperor-level formation. Could it be that this was an ancient emperor? Everyone turned to look at the monkey. The human demon had seen an existence of this level before, and it was most likely the sacred battle emperor. The holy ape child was scared by this. Even his head hurt. Although he was sad, he was sure that his father had really passed away. It was impossible for a body to be left behind. Then who could it be? Everyone was bewildered. It shouldn't be the holy ape child because his race's technique is boundlessly domineering. It doesn't match with the laws of the great Tao. It's a bit like the vicious human emperor. Li Heishui said. With the protection of the ancient formation, people couldn't really feel that aura. They could only touch a trace and couldn't be sure. Everyone stared at the human demon. This living ancestor's eyes were strange. He was staring at the celestial cocoon with a strange expression. They asked the old savage and got a clear answer. It wasn't the emperor of fighting, but a very strange elite. Clang clang clang, 108,000 celestial swords struck together. The human demon waved his white bone club to disperse the sword chi. He walked forward and took a few crucial steps in the formation. This was a fragment of the ancient emperor's formation, but it was still very powerful. Saints would be refined into ashes when they entered. The big black dog failed the first time. The human demon ran amok in the immemorial age. He could be called an unparalleled elite, but in this place, he had to treat it seriously. He advanced slowly with the profound enlightenment art. During these few steps, Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but ask about the identity of the sleeping elite in the immemorial age. I don't know. I only saw him once. The human demon shook his head. He couldn't be sure. But he had a deep memory. At that time, he cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time. There was a big problem with his body and mind. He was a god in the day and a demon at night, causing a great disaster. Not a blade of grass grew in his seclusion. The mountains and rivers were all destroyed. When he went crazy, he tore open the earth and found a person under the seclusion. The person's body was exactly the same as the one in the celestial cocoon. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as a chill ran down their spines. How could a person who had been asleep since the archaic era be ordinary? Later on, he even ran into the depths of the sun. Right now, he was releasing the aura of a deity. The more one thought about it, the more shocking it became. And then? People asked nervously. He ran away, and I haven't seen him since, Human Demon replied. This left everyone confused, full of doubt. A powerful individual didn't say anything, rushing out from the earth vein and running. It really was strange. The human devil vaguely remembered that person's face was filled with confusion. As he ran, his fleshly body tore through the universe and vanished in the blink of an eye. At that time, he felt quite regretful, because it just so happened that he needed a large amount of blood and food to transform into a devil, but in the end, he missed his prey. Everyone was speechless. This savage old man was truly down to earth. He had the nerve to speak out his thoughts from back then. He really dared to eat anything. It might be a god, but he didn't care at all. The human devil was extremely terrifying. This corner of the formation pattern left behind by an ancient great emperor could obstruct and kill supreme elites of this world, but he would stop for a while after taking a step, and slowly break through it. He approached the celestial cocoon that was shrouded in chaotic aura. This caused the large black dog to feel a considerable amount of reverence. This was the ultimate embodiment of profound cultivation, combining techniques and formations, and using brute force to pass through. This corner of the formation pattern takes up about 1/10 of the entire formation pattern. Those who can pass through it are all unparalleled geniuses. This was the Black Emperor's judgment. Of course, he was also unknowingly raising his own status, because he felt that if he was given time to slowly study it, he would most likely be able to find a way out. When they neared that hazy cocoon, all kinds of light mist flowed. Under the pleas of everyone, the human devil scattered the chaos, swept away the flame essence, and waved his hands, producing a divine mirror. It reflected the void, returning to its origin, breaking through the fabricated, and causing that celestial cocoon to no longer be mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see what exactly this ancient god looked like. At first, the mirror was blurry, but it gradually became clear, and a figure appeared. This was a man, and everyone immediately ruled out the possibility of a great emperor in their hearts. He definitely couldn't be a ruthless person. This ancient god is really exquisite, the Black Emperor said. His entire body is covered in godly materials. Is that the legendary divine clothing made of celestial silk? So many treasures. The little baldy Hua also blinked, his eyes burning with passion. It was as if he was going to surpass his master. From the bottom to the top, from the feet to the chest, they're all godly materials. The Black Emperor said. Soon, a hint of suspicion appeared on his face, as this figure seemed to be slightly familiar. There's a soul-summoning divine pearl on his chest. This is a heaven-defying godly treasure, and it's said that even if one's primordial spirit is shattered, it can be summoned back and reformed. The large black dog was completely stunned. He wanted nothing more than to immediately rush over and rob this ancient god. There's a longevity lock hanging around his neck. This looks like a supreme holy object that everyone has prayed to and talked about. But F***ck, why do I feel like this body is slightly familiar? The large black dog scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. He looks familiar to me too. He's so fat, so stout. Hua also muttered in a low voice. Not only them, but even Longmo was spitting out white smoke. Yi Fan and the others were also stunned. Why was this body so strange? Was this a prehistoric god? There were many godly materials on his body, and his fat body was dazzling. He wasn't very imposing, let alone mighty. Instead, he looked a bit like a fraud. The fog dispersed, and the divine mirror became completely clear. This person's face was revealed, revealing the true appearance of an ancient god. F***ck. Duanda. F***ck, why is it him? This is haunted. Why is Duanda sleeping here? Didn't he die in the origin ancient mine? How could it be an unscrupulous Taoist? The group of people were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. They simply didn't dare to believe all of this. The so-called ancient god was this fraud. Not long ago, Duanda entered the forbidden land of absolute beginning and was shattered by the ancient mine's supreme existence, turning into clear air. Even though everyone suspected that he most likely didn't die, seeing him at the center of the sun was still a wave of shock. This was too unimaginable. The human demon had seen him more than 1,000,000 years ago. Is he really the same person? Everyone was seriously doubtful. The human demon was about to step through the formation patterns and appear in front of the celestial cocoon. However, right at this moment, the void trembled. A boundless aura descended, emitting a pressure that was difficult to resist. The fluctuations of an ancient emperor's power. Everyone was shocked. The human demon also frowned, stopping his footsteps and looking towards the depths of the flame essence. There was actually an artifact hidden there. Only when enemies invaded did it become activated by strange patterns, releasing strands of black light. It was incredibly terrifying. Heaven swallowing demonic cover. The large black dog wanted nothing more than to immediately seize it, but he didn't dare. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly Fatty Duan. With this demonic cover, it was enough to prove his true identity. The supreme aura that everyone felt before was also overflowing from it. King Duanda, he really didn't die. He came here to pretend to be dead. Why don't you wake up? Only the human demon frowned, then took a step back, and said, this demonic cover is activated by a strange divine pattern. If you force your way through, it will immediately descend, wrap around the divine cocoon, and disappear through the air. This damn fatty is quite cautious. He's already made arrangements. Even if we break through the incomplete divine formation, he can still escape. Duanda was in a strange state, and no one could wake him up. His entire body was wrapped in extreme yang qi, cleansing his true body and purifying his flesh and blood. He's cultivating the heavenly art of passing tribulations. This bastard is really generous. The most difficult hurdle is that he needs extreme yang celestial qi to refine his body. He borrowed the celestial qi struck by the supreme existence in the ancient mine, guided it into his body, and then ran into the extreme yang sun to nourish himself. Everyone sighed, instantly understanding the cause and effect. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. The human body had life and death qi, and it was unavoidable. However, Duanda wanted to use up the last strand of yin qi in his body to become a pure yang body. What kind of path was this? The heavenly art of passing tribulations was created by a Taoist celestial being. Even if he proved his Tao, he didn't perfect this technique. Could it be that this damn fatty had great courage, wanting to reach the flawless realm? Why do I feel that Uncle Duan is very strange and a bit scary? Hua Hua hid behind Yi Fan, revealing a small bald head. Everyone present was stunned, and then they all felt a wave of unnaturalness. This person had appeared more than 1,000,000 years ago. The human demon wouldn't remember wrongly. If it was true, then there were too many strange things. Could it be that he sealed it with divine source? However, the savage old man had clearly said that this wasn't the case. He didn't see any divine source seal. Duanda spent his entire life searching in tombs. Saying that he was searching for treasures and wanted to dig up everything in the tomb didn't make sense. What he was looking for seemed to be far more precious than these. If you are familiar with him, then I won't do anything. Although Elder Savage said that, his eyes were burning with passion. It was as if he was staring at a powerful prey. This fatty's meat doesn't taste good. Ancestor, your appetite is good enough. I can bring you to the Fire Chelan cave and the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Chelans and dragons there are definitely fat and strong. The group of people stopped him. They were really afraid that he would chew Duanda up. Although the heartless Taoist had a strange background, they were still friends. The human demon didn't move. His eyes were filled with immortal light as he stared at the cocoon as if he wanted to see through everything. He isn't that person from back then. The savage old man actually said such a sentence. Everyone didn't understand and looked at him. The aura of the corporeal body is the same, but the soul is different. This soul doesn't have the mark of time, so it shouldn't be too old. The human demon continued. Everyone was stunned. There were many strange things here, but they couldn't figure it out in such a short time. That archaic person could kill him tens of thousands of times with just his physical body alone. This was another shocking conclusion the human demon came up with. Ancestor, what you said is true? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. There is a huge problem with his body. When he spoke up to hear, the human demon's eyes burned with brilliance like a burning torch, shocking everyone until they all took a step back. No one expected his expression to change, to lose control of himself like this. He definitely discovered something extraordinary. His body has the legendary reincarnation imprints, and there are actually 4 of them. The wild human demon old man revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 12:18 Legendary Era. Reincarnation imprint, what is that? Forget about Yi Fan, even the Black Emperor was confused. The group of people were all astonished. One could guess a thing or two from the name, but it was hard to say for sure. Everyone felt that it was definitely not a small matter, or else the old man wouldn't be like this. You are saying, he is reincarnating? The human demon said. What? There really was reincarnation in this world? Everyone was stupefied. This was just too shocking. They had never heard of anyone succeeding before. The great ancient emperors didn't reincarnate either. Even if they died, they died. Ancestor, is this true? Everyone found it hard to believe. This was just too shocking. It is a type of rebirth. There were people who tried it in the legendary era, but they didn't choose it because it was difficult to succeed. The human demon said. Countless years ago, terrifying existences were born in this world. For the sake of immortality, they did everything they could to deduce all types of methods. Duanda, did he succeed? Did he really go through reincarnation? Is he a prehistoric human? The sacred ape asked. Everyone's breathing became hurried. Everything was just so inconceivable. The things they saw today shocked their understanding, causing the world in their hearts to change. He went through 4 reincarnations, truly unimaginable. The old man's eyes were like torches, filled with anticipation like a beast staring at its prey. Ancestor, don't eat him, this fellow has great use. Everyone felt dizzy, fearing that he would chew Duanda to pieces. They were thinking too much. The human demon could cultivate to this level, so how could he randomly take action just to satisfy his appetite? What he cared about was the reincarnation imprint. It really is reincarnation? Yi Fan didn't believe it. If that was the case, then wouldn't there be a day when all those who died since ancient times would revive and reappear? Thinking about it, all of the outstanding talents from the ancient times illuminated the heavens, piercing through the past and present. If they reappeared in this world, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? It isn't reincarnation in the traditional sense. The human demon shook his head. Duanda's situation could only be described as a miracle. The old man carefully observed and confirmed that the soul in his body had long changed. He wasn't an archaic expert. A normal person, from birth to death, would form a death seal, but Duanda had 4, which meant that his body had died 4 times. Those were reincarnation imprints. Everyone felt a wave of fear. There were 4 reincarnation seals in Duanda's body. How did he come out? If it was proven to be true, it could be said to be heaven-defying. According to the human demon, someone had done this in the mythological era, but after that, there was no such secret technique. If the dead body was powerful enough, after hundreds of thousands of years, the soul that was born would have nothing to do with the past, a new life form. From a certain perspective, this was not reincarnation. When a person died, their primordial spirit was destroyed. It was just that another spiritual body was born in their body. Duanda. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to continue living in defiance of the world? The large black dog felt his mouth go dry. So scary. He's a ghost. Huahua's face was pale. She was familiar with Buddhist scriptures, but she wasn't interested in reincarnation. Now, she felt a lingering fear. Everyone had different feelings. GZ let out a long sigh. He was more willing to believe that reincarnation existed in this world. If that was the case, then he would have a chance to meet the Void Emperor. How could this be? Everything in the world is really wonderful. They reinforce and counteract each other. There is life and death, yin and yang. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Oh, you're right. They reinforce and counteract each other. There is life and death, yin and yang. The human demon's eyes shone brightly as if he was touched. He cultivated the 2 ancient scriptures of extreme yin and extreme yang. At this moment, when he saw Duanda's state and heard Yi Fan's words, he seemed to have understood some problems. He revealed a contemplative expression. The group was stunned by Duanda. If the origins of this heartless Taoist were investigated, it could be very frightening. At this moment, they thought of many things. In the ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty in the ancestral vein of the Central Plains, the two Taoist children who had followed the Yuhua God dynasty were supreme saints when they were alive. After they died, they were buried in the world's #1 ancestral root, the Dragon Vein. After more than 200,000 years, they became sentient. But these were no longer the original Taoist children. They were brand new life forms, except that the body was still the same. What truly troubled cultivators' longevity was the primordial spirit. There would be a day when mottled cracks would appear, and it would be difficult for the divine sense to become immortal and indestructible. The body nourished the spirit, and only the spirit could make the body flourish. This was reincarnation. Everyone left the ancient emperor level array and returned to the grand ancient sun temple. They didn't bring the sleeping Duanda out. According to the human demon, Duanda was Duanda. He had nothing to do with the past. He was a new life form, but unlike others who were born, the way he came to this world was very special. In that case, other than that body, everything else has nothing to do with the primordial era. Li Heishui frowned. The human demon said, that body was once very strong. Since ancient times, few could compare to it. But it seems that he broke it himself. Is he going to truly start over from the beginning? The atmosphere in the hall was a bit strange. Only when Yitong began to ask the human demon about the various problems in the Sun Sutra did everyone start to toast and the atmosphere became lively. Elder, don't be in a hurry to leave. Yifan decided to recommend another good disciple to the human demon. He quickly left and entered the Jiang family of the northern region. He found little Tingting who had the extreme Yin physique. Big brother. A girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. Tingting had already grown up many years ago. She now had bright eyes and white teeth, looking slender and elegant. She was naturally incomparably happy to be able to see Yifan again. After so many years, they hadn't interacted for more than a few days. Let's go, Tingting. I'm going to give you a great fortune. Yifan spoke and directly brought her into the sun star, sending her to the human demon. See. Even someone as boorish as the human demon couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. It was one thing for Yifan to send a sun physique to him, but now, he also sent a great Yin physique. Human Emperor of Great Yin and Sacred Emperor of Great Yang, these two great emperors had illustrious names, their names spread from past to present. This was a person with the exact same constitution as them, so if he cultivated those two ancient methods, just what kind of realm would he reach? Yitong was still fine, there was an ancient scripture in her immortal platform. As for little Tingting, she only had an incomplete scripture that Yifan brought back for her from the outer realms. And now, the human demon was here. Yifan naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. He wanted the human demon to impart the two ancient scriptures to his disciple and sister. I don't have much time. The human demon didn't refuse. He only explained that the condition of his body was very chaotic. Although it wasn't as serious as turning into a god during the day and becoming a devil at night, it would still flare up intermittently. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, which one is stronger? In the depths of the ancient palace, an ancient voice rang out. The human demon began to impart the Tao. Yitong and little Tingting studied seriously and accepted his guidance. Yifan sat at the side and was fortunate enough to listen. It was like two ancient and mysterious doors were slowly opening up to him. Nurturing 100 scriptures in the furnace, reading through all the arts in the world, forging one's own Tao. This wasn't imitation but a type of deep comprehension. Observing the ancient arts to create one's own Tao. I have the mysterious arts of the two scriptures, but I don't have the secret art of the forbidden chapter. The human demon said. Back then, it was already very heaven-defying for him to obtain the essentials of the two scriptures. Even the incomplete ancient scriptures were enough to make the entire star region boil. Moreover, the mysterious arts were flawless. This was the foundation of cultivating the two scriptures. The secret art was only a method of attack. It was used to practice the moves after obtaining the mysterious arts. The human demon said that even if one didn't have the wonderful art of the forbidden chapter, it was enough to rely on the original meaning of the mysterious scriptures. If one wanted to prove the Tao, this was the foundation. Yi Fan also joined in and told the old saint about the Taiji divine diagram. The old saint nodded repeatedly and immediately activated the yin-yang fish. A terrifying aura shook the sky. Perhaps, the root of my illness can be completely removed in the future. He laughed loudly. His voice was like a great bell and almost caused the ancient palace to collapse. One had to know that even the essence flames of extreme yang couldn't destroy the palace here. Yi Tong's blood contained the divine arts of his ancestors, but he couldn't display them completely. He had to continuously grow before he could reveal them one by one. That was why he could only listen and not provide the method. Little Ting Ting had gained a lot. The ancient lunar scripture would become her main mysterious art in the future. She was destined to walk an extraordinary path, and her future was limitless. Extreme yin and extreme yang. Yi Fan pondered. His comprehension was naturally much deeper than that of his disciple and sister. The two of them were limited by their cultivation level, so they could only memorize the method and had to slowly comprehend it. However, he had comprehended many things and opened up some treasures of the human body. For example, his treasures were impervious to fire and water, a vertical eye appeared in the center of his brows, the power of his golden blood became stronger, and he could evolve the phenomenon of gods. The fragrance of roasted meat wafted through the air. The golden and glossy golden crow meat filled one's appetite. Together with the jugs of fine wine, the entire ancient palace was filled with a fragrant aroma. The human demon, Yi Fan, Little Ting Ting, and Yi Tong came out of seclusion. Everyone celebrated. Such a large group of people had only eaten a limited amount of saint meat. Meanwhile, the old man of the human demon had killed an entire golden crow by himself. This was really shocking. Moreover, he seemed to be unsatisfied as he glanced at the large black dog from time to time. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. The large black dog scampered off. This was the first time in its history that it had fled madly. This was because it felt uncomfortable all over. Not long after, Longma also sensed something. The human demon had drunk many jugs of wine, and he also glanced at him over and over again. You all take your time to eat. I am feeling a little uncomfortable, so I'll take my leave first. Longma kicked his hind legs as he ran. He felt as if his entire body was covered in cold sweat. An hour later, the human demon's eyes narrowed slightly. His spiritual essence was intimidating as he stared at the head of the Holy Ape Prince. Everyone subconsciously thought of a famous dish, monkey brain. I'm tearing it apart. Monkey was anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that this savage was too strong, he would have smashed his metal rod down. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. The Holy Imperial Prince turned around and left. Ancestor, why do you want to eat everything? Dongfang Yi was worried. However, these words caused the human demon to become much more clear-headed. Quick, bring me my crimson gold divine chains. He began to bind himself and seal himself away. The reason why he had lost his composure was because he was about to become a demon again. This was all an instinctive reaction. If the black aura on my body doesn't disperse completely, don't wake me up no matter what. This was the human demon's instruction. Yi Fan told everyone to leave. He waited alone for a few days. Only when the old man's body had returned to normal did he begin to call out to him. Senior, I see that you haven't had enough of the Golden Crow banquet. Why don't I take you there for a stroll? The human demon nodded. He had the same intention. The old man and the young man left the Sun Star, and appeared in the eastern wasteland Great Mountain. Senior, do you think Chilan meat is delicious or dragon meat is of the highest quality? Yi Fan asked. Chapter 12:19. The blue sky was like a piece of sapphire, sprinkling down a lustrous radiance that opened one's mind and made one's spirit joyful. The mountains were majestic and the silver waterfall was like a chain. As they walked through the mountain range, the cries of apes and the roars of tigers could be heard. It was a scene of prehistoric times. The human demon would stop from time to time and ponder. Looking back, 1,000,000 years had passed. The past, the disappeared, and the departed were all gone. One old and one young wandered aimlessly in the eastern wasteland. At the human demon's request, Yi Fan brought him to see the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as well as the famous mountains and great rivers. The dead are gone. How many outstanding ancient emperors have been buried in the dust? The human demon sighed. Before Yi Fan could console him, the old savage's tough heart and temperament adjusted itself. He muttered to himself, "I've never eaten a sacred battle ape before." Yi Fan felt dizzy and quickly stopped him. This species was too precious and there were only 2 left. Neither could be killed, let alone eaten. "Senior, I stole you from the nest of 10,000 dragons." "What happened back then?" "Let's go to the nest of 10,000 dragons. I wanted to see them anyway." The old savage was full of confidence. They set off from the central region and passed by many ancient cities. Under Yi Fan's request, the human demon changed his appearance to avoid alerting the enemy. Am I seeing things? That's the human race's saint physique. He's really daring. All the virtuous sages are looking for him, yet he still dares to come out. They had just entered a populated area when they were noticed. A few cultivators revealed strange expressions. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Yi Fan's name could be considered to have shaken the world. "No, it's just a resemblance. It's not Yi Fan. His appearance is very different. What's going on? I thought it was him just now. How come it changed so quickly?" A few people observed in secret and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Others didn't retreat and instead paid even more attention. The ancient race experts heard of this and rushed over at top speed. This person's aura is calm, and there were people who confirmed to have seen his true appearance. This is most likely Yi Fan's disguise, not the wrong person. Many people didn't give up, earnestly asking a few small cultivators for confirmation, feeling that it was most likely Yi Fan's true body, using a secret technique to conceal his appearance. This naturally became an undercurrent. Those with ulterior motives quickly spread the news, and some ancient race members even reported the news to the saint-class ancient kings. Serene Moon City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region. It was the closest to the Merak ruins, and it was grand and majestic. Time had left its mottled walls. The bluestones, the walls of the city were covered with axe marks and arrow holes. They were the best proof of the cruelty of war since ancient times. Yi Fan and the human devil walked straight into the city. They didn't care about the spies in the dark, and a trace of ridicule appeared on their faces. Candied haws, a strange fruit borne by a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. It contains the essence of heaven and earth. It's big and round, not sweet and free. Dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth. A divine donkey that has gained intelligence is a great tonic in the world. It can prolong one's life, replenish yin and strengthen yang. It's just come out of the pot, and it's already fragrant. Serene Moon City was bustling with people and endless streams of horses and carriages. The sounds of hawking rose and fell in succession. It was extremely lively. Are these people all humans? The human devil stared at the crowd in astonishment. The streets were extremely crowded, and there were simply too many people. The passers-by rolled their eyes when they heard this. They felt that there was something wrong with his brain and that he wasn't normal. Yi Fan was quite troubled. He told him that the human race was flourishing, and the population of a region was in the hundreds of millions, not to mention the total number of people in the world. So many. The human devil nodded. He then stretched out a hand and plucked 10 skewers from the candied haw's rack, swallowing them all in one gulp. "Heh, the old man has good teeth. How is it? Sweet, right?" The candied haw's seller was quite happy. "It's not from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. At most, it's a dozen years old." The human devil shook his head. The candied haw's seller was speechless. There was actually someone who believed him. Was he trying to find fault with him? Yi Fan hurriedly tossed him a string of copper coins. This isn't the meat of a donkey that has become a spirit. It's a filthy donkey. The human devil sat in the old donkey restaurant. He had just eaten a mouthful when he vomited again. Yi Fan hurriedly pulled him away. The human devil was frank and upright. He still thought that this was the archaic era. His way of doing things didn't change, so there would definitely be people who would suffer. Is it them? Not far away, a figure appeared. He was pure and untainted by even a speck of dust. Beside him were several experts. Yes, Ancestral King. We suspect that one of them has the human race's holy physique. The person beside him replied. Woo, let me take a look. He opened his heavenly eyes, and his expression instantly changed. It's indeed him. Since he has appeared, he can forget about leaving. This Ancestral King didn't act rashly. He immediately entered the realm gate to invite some old friends. He knew how powerful Yi Fan was and that he couldn't deal with him alone. The ancient races weren't the only ones who rushed to secluded Moon Ancient City after receiving the news. Even the sages from the outer regions arrived. They hurriedly parted ways in the distance, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They had no enmity with Yi Fan, but an innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. The green copper cauldron had great implications, and they had to seize it. If that was the case, they could only let down the human race's holy physique. If they dared to not hand it over, they could only be cruelly erased. Young people can't stand loneliness. Even if your wondrous techniques are heaven-defying and you can hide your true appearance, there is a special characteristic that can't be hidden. The ancient sages can see it. Yi Fan seemed to be ignorant of this. He accompanied the human devil everywhere, and in the end, they passed through the city. No one would have thought that he was together with the human devil. This old savage's cultivation was truly world-shaking. If he wanted to hide it, who could see through him? The central region was vast and sparsely populated. Ancient trees towered into the sky on both sides of the main road. Their branches were like giant umbrellas, and they were almost as tall as the distant mountain peaks. From time to time, the roars of strange beasts could be heard as barbaric birds streaked across the sky. Yi Fan and the others hadn't even walked 100 li when the void was torn apart. 3 figures appeared, all of them possessing profound magical force. Their bodies were surrounded by divine rings. They were all ancient race ancestral kings. One of them had a pair of golden wings on his back like a thunder god. Another was like a green ape, tall and sturdy. The third one had blood electricity coiling around his body. Pa-pa sounds rang out as if he was a deity. The heavens have taken pity on us, allowing us to encounter the human race's holy physique here. Is this to bestow upon us the immortal cauldron so that we can comprehend the opportunity to become immortals? The 3 ancient kings' eyes were filled with intimidating light. They were like streaks of lightning as they stared at Yi Fan. They found it hard to conceal their joy. It's too early for you all to be happy. The green copper cauldron belongs to us. A voice sounded from the sky. A green-clothed male and a white-clothed middle-aged man rode on auspicious clouds as they slowly descended. These were ancient saints from outside this region. We arrived here first, do the 2 of you want to interfere? An ancestral king shouted coldly. I don't care about the life or death of the human race's holy physique. Life or death is up to you, but the green cauldron must remain, said an ancient sage from outside this region. We want the person, but the cauldron must remain as well. The 3 ancient kings opposed each other with equal harshness. Neither side backed down. They viewed Yi Fan as a meal on a plate, and he and the human devil as prey. They didn't know that danger could erupt at any time. Senior, what do you think of these people? There's the heavenly dog race that satisfied your desire to eat dog meat. There's also a green ape that can barely make a monkey brain dish. As for the 2 from outside this region, their races are strange. Who knows, there might be a pleasant surprise. Yi Fan spoke without the slightest scruple. It was as if he was picking fish and chickens in a market. He was extremely calm, causing the ancient saint's expressions to immediately change. "Who do you think you are, daring to give us pointers?" An ancient king had a gloomy expression. He had a pair of golden wings on his back, and his head had the appearance of a heavenly dog. He was extremely sinister as he took a step down from the sky towards Yifan and the human devil. He wanted to trample them under his feet. He had become a saint for many years and was superior to ordinary ancient saints. He wasn't polite towards Yifan because he wanted to intimidate him with his lofty attitude. "Hand over the cauldron." The expert from outside this region had black hair that reached his waist. He also reached out a large hand and grabbed towards Yifan. He was even more straightforward. He wanted to directly tear apart his body and seize the green copper cauldron. Yifan laughed coldly and said, "All of you are pretending in front of me. Do you all think you're ancient emperors? Or do you think you can rule over the world? That's why you're acting like a peerless expert in front of me. Be careful that I don't beat you all into pig heads." Hong. The human devil's powerful aura erupted and rushed into the heavens in a flash. Since ancient times, who dared to step on him? Who dared to look down on him? Back then, apart from the ancient imperial weapons, no one could suppress him. After this astonishing wild power spread out, the 5 figures in the sky fell down like boiled dumplings. They couldn't withstand it at all and received a strong impact. The human devil walked forward with his sparkling white bone club. With pu sounds, the bones of these people were smashed into pieces. They could only release miserable groans. The 3 ancient kings and the 2 foreign ancient saints were all alarmed. Not even in their wildest dreams would they have thought that this rotten old man would be even more savage than the archaic barbaric dragon. When they saw his naked upper body and his special bone club, they were completely in despair. They wanted to slap their own mouths. They immediately guessed who this person was. During these days, the ancient demons had shocked the world. They could immediately associate him with them. "You dare to step on us with your feet?" Yifan went forward and gave them a taste of their own medicine. His big foot directly stamped down and trampled with brute force. With a few angry roars, their primordial spirits left their bodies and smashed their skulls. They wanted to tear apart the void and escape, but what awaited them was a white bone club. They were all smashed to pieces and died thoroughly. According to Yifan's plan, he was going to walk around and occasionally reveal his true body. Whoever dared to harm him would be fished out one by one and killed. Unfortunately, his fishing operation was not carried out. The human devil directly told him that he didn't have much time. He didn't know when he would transform into a demon, so it was more important to hurry on his way. Sigh. Yifan let out a long sigh and could only give up. Otherwise, he would lay down a killing calamity and kill the ancient kings and saints he hated the most. The northern winds whistled and the cold air pierced into the bone. This was a vast land of white ice. At the end of the world were majestic snowy peaks. This was a highland in the northern region. Ice and snow covered the sky all year round and had never melted. It was very mysterious and ancient. 70 to 80,000 years ago, there was an ancient sacred land called the Nether Palace. It was destroyed by a peerless divine king of the northern region's Jiang family with the eternal universe furnace. It was said that it was an era of darkness and chaos. Some people said that this sacred land was supported by the ancient race and was destroyed by the Jiang family's divine king. As time passed, the truth was slowly revealed. The Nether Palace was undoubtedly a puppet of the ancient race. That was because the nest of 10,000 dragons was under this snowy mountain. The highland originally had 10,000 icy peaks, but they were flattened in the battle 7 to 8 years ago. Only a few hundred li of snowy mountains remained. They were still majestic and towering in front of them. Surging draconic energy seeped out from the cracks of the snowy mountains from time to time, filling the entire area with a majestic and dignified aura. In the depths of the earth, there was uncanny workmanship. This was the most terrifying work of the heavens. 9 enormous dragon caves were connected to the depths. There was a suffocating imperial aura pervading the air. And at the extreme end, there was a primal chaos dragon nest. Legend has it that it was built by a true dragon, and the ruthless person was already in its coffin. At this time, in a vast ancient cave, the Qianluan great sage was discussing something with his grandson, Li Zhan. "Grandfather, you can rest assured. I have set up a wonderful trap. That human saint physique will not be able to resist. I want him to know that he will die, but he will still have no second thoughts. He will kneel down and lick the soles of my feet." Li Zhan said sinisterly. Yi Fan and the human devil had arrived at the snowy mountains. They would no longer hide their true appearances because they originally came to smash the nest of 10,000 dragons. They wanted to vent their resentment. Chapter 12:21. It's you. Within the intertwined caves, great sage Qianluan's eyes erupted with light. He looked through the layers of stone walls and saw the human demon. His heart sank. The human demon's hair was a mess. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were firm. He held a snow-white bone club as he looked down from the precipice. They were quite far away from each other, and there were stone walls and ancient caves in the way. However, it was not enough to block each other's vision because they had both cultivated the heavenly magic eye. What should he do? Great sage Qianluan's face was gloomy. His purple hair was disheveled, and his heart was in chaos. The human demon had finally come knocking on their doors. The white snowy mountains were all sent flying by the savage old man's club. Others would send sand and stones flying, but he was flying through the mountains and icy plains. 9 enormous dragon caves appeared underground. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, and waves of terrifying draconic energy surged. It was as if they had charged into a true dragon's cave. "Grandfather, activate the 10,000 dragon bell and kill them." Li Zhan clenched his teeth, his expression sinister. Right now, there was no way out. They could only fight. The bell sound shattered the sky. The bells made of divine marks were all as large as bells, and when they connected together, they turned into a 10,000 zhang long purple dragon. The extreme Tao ancient emperor's might was immediately released, engulfing the entire northern region. This kind of divine might could cause the entire northern region to sink. The 10,000 zhang purple dragon spiraled. The ancient cave was filled with boundless imperial energy, surging and surging. A power that suppressed past and present filled the air, as if an unrivaled ancient emperor had come to life. Everyone was stunned. From the ancestral kings to the servants, not a single person wasn't shaken. After millions of years, this was the first time someone attacked a dragon cave. This was something that had never happened before. A terrifying power spread from the cliff, drowning out everything below. The human demon, he's back. There were some old servants who had experienced that battle in the past. They couldn't help but tremble. The old master was injured by this person, and he had fallen into a deep slumber. He hadn't woken up even now. A familiar smell. The human demon spoke, revealing his sparkling snow-white teeth as he looked down from above. "Damned demon, you finally came," an old servant said. "Xiao." The human demon didn't say anything. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the cave and the great defensive formation. This person was smashed into pieces and turned into a rain of blood. Simple and ruthless. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they trembled in fear. The demonic human was too powerful. Saint Great Arrays were ineffective against him. The Qianluan great sage was within the ancient cave, towering between heaven and earth. He was surrounded by a purple dragon body, reviving the ancient imperial weapon. His divine might was like the sea as it surged crazily. The entire cave was resplendent like the sun, covered densely in symbols. All types of world-shocking killing formations activated, forming an expanse of immortal radiance that enveloped this ancient place. They had no other choice but to activate the formations drawn by the ancient sages and sages regardless of the cost. They operated together to prevent the demons from barging in and starting a massacre. Yi Fan stood side by side with the human demon on the cliff. His blood was boiling. This was the power of the human demon. He was just one person, yet he was able to force the entire ancient royal family into a dire situation. How awe-inspiring was that? Who in the present world dared to do this to an archaic royal family? The 10,000 dragon bells revived. Every single one of them was like a large bell that was connected together. There were over 10,000 of them, and they were made up of dragon bones. They were enshrouded in purple light and emitted a loud sound. This sound was so loud and powerful that it surpassed everyone's imagination. Purple ripples spread outwards, sweeping through all living things. The 10,000 zhang long purple dragon body turned over. The sound of splitting the heavens and earth transmitted through the 10,000 purple bells. It was deafening. The Qianluan great sage took action first. He didn't want to give the human demon a chance because he was afraid. Back then, when the human demon went crazy, he almost tore his father to pieces. Even now, he still felt a chill when he thought about it. A stream of light flew up and revolved around the human demon and Yifan. It turned into a brilliant rain of light and blocked the terrifying bell waves. Dang, the enormous bell sound resounded throughout the northern region. The boundless ice plains that stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of li immediately collapsed, and all the ice and snow disappeared. Millions of mountain ridges collapsed like dust. They were erased from the great earth and disappeared forever. What? A great battle has broken out in the nest of 10,000 dragons? An extreme ancient imperial weapon has been used. What kind of expert is this? He's actually attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Has the supreme human guide Jiuyo finally taken action? No, he doesn't want the world to be in chaos. Heavens, could it be that the victorious fighting Buddha is going to die in meditation? Is he going to attack the ancient imperial family and wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons before his death? The northern region was thrown into chaos with the sound of the bell. Everyone was alarmed. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ancient races, their expressions changed. This was definitely a great disaster. On the 10,000 zhang cliff, the green cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist. It emitted green multicolored light in the human demon's left palm. The gentle light enveloped him and Yifan within, blocking the purple bell waves. Yifan's heart jumped. Although the bronze cauldron was damaged, its power was still there. It was sparkling and translucent, no longer mottled with green rust. It was as if it had a life of its own. This was a rare occurrence. It was completely different from usual. Only an ancient imperial weapon could cause it to emit green light in danger. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the great sage of Qianluan stared at the human demon's palm. He felt that the situation was far from good. The other party had resisted the ancient imperial might. Just now, he had quickly launched an attack. He wanted to borrow the power of the Dao weapon to suppress the human demon like he did in the primordial era. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to do anything now. Cauldron. The secret weapon of the primordial ancient heaven has finally appeared again. The great sage of Qianluan had a complicated expression. The bronze cauldron flickering with green multicolored light made him feel uneasy. Grandfather, be careful. A trace of fear appeared in Li Zhan's cold eyes. The other party had blocked the extreme ancient imperial weapon. In an instant, the situation was filled with terrifying variables. The 10,000 dragon bell was their greatest reliance. It was also the foundation of the ancient imperial family's dominance over the masses. It could kill cultivators below the great emperor realm at will. However, at this moment, it no longer had its invincible mystical might. Don't you want this cauldron? I've delivered it to you. Do you have the life to take it? Shouted Yifan. In order to deal with him, the nest of 10,000 dragons had killed many mortals. Many innocent people had died miserably. Blood was everywhere. Even little Tingting had almost died because of this. This made him extremely resentful. A puny human with a holy physique dares to attack my race, roared some people from the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were one of the strongest races since the primordial era. Their attitude was very high and they couldn't put down their pride. They couldn't accept the fact that the human race had risen. In the past, the weak subordinate race in their eyes had climbed to such a high position. This made many of the old members of their race feel indignant. "I'm killing you, evil dragons. Speak, whose idea was it to attack those who had crossed paths with me?" shouted Yifan. The human demon didn't say anything and just stood there coldly. Yifan's provocation and questioning of the nest of 10,000 dragons caused the old members of their race to explode with anger. "We are the ancient imperial race. You are nothing but lowly blood food. You dare to shout at our race? In a bit, I'll kill your divine soul 100 times. Old man, you are nothing but roasted meat. You think you are living in an ancient dream? Why don't you take a look at what era it is now? In a bit, I'll wash your nest of 10,000 dragons with blood," roared Yifan. Everyone was stunned. The words "wash the nest of 10,000 dragons with blood" terrified them. They were all stupefied. How disgraceful were these words? Now, they were shouted by a human. A few of the old members who had recovered from the divine source not long ago were so angry that their bodies trembled. They couldn't say anything. "I ate many of your race's experts during the archaic era. Who is the blood food?" asked the human demon elder for the first time in a cold tone. Clearly, he didn't like these old members of the glorious ancient dream. He was extremely disgusted. "So what if you have the green copper cauldron? Although it's a divine weapon from the archaic celestial court, it has been shattered. The god inside must have long since disappeared. How can I compete with the ancient imperial weapon?" said the great sage of Qianluan coldly. Everyone in the nest of 10,000 dragons let out a sigh of relief. The ancient imperial weapon nurtured the god inside. After it was truly resurrected, it would release the divine might of an ancient emperor. If the green cauldron didn't have a weapon god, it definitely wouldn't be able to block it. "We'll know if it's still here or not after trying." The human demon attacked with the white bone cudgel in his hand. The crystalline bone cudgel instantly expanded and became tens of thousands of meters long. It landed in front of the beehive-like cave. This was a terrifying attack. One power could defeat 10. The human demon cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time. His battle prowess was world-shaking. Amidst the rumbling, many ancient caves in the nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed. The formations of the past sages were turned to ashes. They couldn't withstand the might of this cudgel. The human demon's attack was simple and direct. With a ruthless method, it almost destroyed the nest of 10,000 dragons and destroyed most of the ancient imperial residents. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power was this? How bold and heaven-defying! This was the first time the ancient imperial grounds had suffered such a terrifying attack since ancient times. The human demon's aura shook the 9 heavens. As soon as he made his move, the entire northern region was shaken. Countless powerful gazes looked over. Everyone could sense this supreme blood energy that was like a sea of stars. What a tyrannical fluctuation! Is it Gai Jiuyo or the victorious fighting Buddha? No. Could it be that the human demon who killed the Golden Crow army has descended? That's right, it must be him. The nest of 10,000 dragons is in trouble. This is a grand imperial lair, but someone has attacked and destroyed most of the caves. This is shocking. The human demon held the green cauldron in his left hand and the white bone cudgel in his right. He walked down the cliff with Yifan and arrived in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Smoke and dust filled the air as the 9 dragon caves collapsed, exposing the countless intersecting ancient caves inside. Qianluan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He was truly angry. Since ancient times, who dared to behave atrociously in the ancestral grounds of the ancient imperial families? I'm going to kill you all. The slumbering grounds of the ancient emperors are not to be blasphemed. The 10,000 dragon bell rang and a deafening purple dragon body turned. The dragon head spat out immortal radiance and aimed at the human demon. This was an ancient imperial weapon. It expanded continuously and coiled around the ancient caves to protect them. Immortal splendor filled the area with millions and millions of strands of brilliance. Without the green cauldron, anyone would have been crushed at this moment. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The far ancient imperial family was indeed not to be trifled with. Who killed innocent humans and injured little Tingting? Yi Fan shouted. There was no way out today. Since he had chosen to attack the ancient imperial family, he had to cause an earth-shattering scene. He stared at a man with sinister eyes under the purple divine dragon and shouted, "Was it your idea? So what if it was me? I'll kill everyone related to you and dye the soles of my feet red with their blood." Li Zhan said sinisterly. Even though the situation was bad, he didn't want to weaken his momentum. Suddenly, green light flourished and purple energy rose. The bronze cauldron and the 10,000 dragon bell shook at the same time. The two trembled in the air as their momentum rose. Boom! The nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed once again. Many ancient caves turned into ruins. At the same time, great sage Qian Luan roared in anger. His grandson, Li Zhan, had actually been captured by the human demon. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In such a terrifying battle that involved ancient imperial weapons, the human demon actually had such a method. Bang! Li Zhan was heavily thrown to the ground by the human demon. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he walked forward step by step. You dare! Qian Luan was anxious. He activated the 10,000 dragon bell and the purple dragon body surged like the ocean. The divine bell was like a dragon as it let out a roar that shook the 5 regions. Boom! Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, 2 tyrannical auras awakened and shocked the human world. 2 beams of light intertwined. Chapter 12:22. Ascending to become an immortal? Heavens! Could it be that the path of immortality has opened? Someone has become an immortal. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the entire world was shocked. It was no longer limited to the northern region. Cultivators from all over felt it, and they all looked in that direction, filled with shock. 2 beams of immortal light breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth. Is this really the miraculous scene of ascension from the age of legends? Everyone cried out loudly, all of them stupefied. They ran on the great earth, chasing high up in the sky, their voices excited to the point of going crazy. In the distant northern region's direction, 2 streaks of immortal light rushed into the heavens, illuminating eternity, releasing the undying to their heart's content, connecting to outer space. This was an extremely shocking phenomenon that shocked the past and present, shaking the world. At this moment, every cultivator in every corner of the world could feel this boundless power. It's the nest of 10,000 dragons. The aura of an ancient great emperor has been released, and a stunning confrontation has erupted. In the present age, only the patriarch of the ancient royal family and the few great sage could pry into the mysteries and secrets of the 2 beams of immortal light. This was the revival of the true Emperor Tao. It was almost comparable to a strike from an ancient emperor. It could simply be described as exceptionally terrifying, because it could easily destroy this ancient star. The life source of the Big Dipper star region was far more majestic than the other stars. It was tens of thousands of times larger, but it was still very dangerous. Fortunately, we fought our way into the cosmos, or else there would be great trouble. The ancient land wouldn't even be able to protect itself, and the 10,000 clans would suffer a great disaster. They've actually fully revived the ancient imperial weapons. Are they going to use up all the accumulated resources of a clan? What happened for Qinluan to disregard the price? 2 streaks of immortal light directly entered the cosmos, blazing and dazzling. A few clan elders' faces became pale. Through secret methods, they saw stars explode in outer space. The aftermath of this battle did not spread in the nest of 10,000 dragons. 2 beams of celestial light shot into the sky and exploded, their terrifying power shocking the past and present. In outer space, some sages came from other star domains. They had been lingering around the ancient star with life all this time and hadn't truly descended. Now that they saw this scene, they felt a chill run down their spine. This planet is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the sake of immortal ascension, I really wouldn't want to set foot on it. There's actually such a fluctuation. It can kill gods and slay saints. Some people muttered to themselves, their voices full of trembling. The explosion of the stars caused their expressions to become unsightly to the extreme, extremely unnatural. This was the confrontation between the green cauldron and the 10,000 dragon bell, producing unimaginably terrifying fluctuations that were transmitted into outer space, hacking down on the ancient stars. Just how extraordinary of a result was this? Legend has it that in order to search for immortal weapon refinement materials, the ancient emperors stood on an ancient star and pointed out with their fingers, slicing down the stars one after another in search of sacred treasures. A single strike from a monarch weapon is capable of striking down one star after another. The power of the fairy realm. Everyone was horrified. They mistakenly thought that the phenomenon of ascending to heaven and ascending to immortality had occurred. The people far away in the central prefecture and the southern mountains range did not know that this was a showdown of extreme paths. In front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the human demon was holding a sparkling green cauldron in his hand. His bronze upper body was bare, like an old pine tree standing under a cliff. Yi Fan's tall figure stood beside him, gazing at the nest of 10,000 dragons together with the savage old man. The dust had settled there, and it was a scene of ruin. The Qianluan great sage's body was covered in blood, and the essence energy in his body was boiling. He was restless, like a wild horse that could lose control at any moment. The 10,000 dragon bell made of divine mark purple gold was tens of thousands of zhang long. It circled around the ancient cave with great splendor, protecting this place. Qianluan was worried about his grandson's safety, so he did everything he could to stake it all. He did not hesitate to ignite his own source, so his condition was not very good. Fortunately, 2 beams of immortal light pierced through the heavens and into outer space. Otherwise, not only would the northern region be in danger, but most of the ancient stars would also be in great chaos. Was it worth it? Yi Fan spoke. He stepped on Li Zhan's chest. Just now, the Qianluan great sage's furious attack could not snatch his grandson back. Li Zhan was captured by the human demon. His entire body was powerless, and he laid limply on the ground. The savage old man's strength was so great that grabbing him was like grabbing a little chick. His eyes were cold, and he did not say a word. He stared fiercely at Yi Fan and did not yield. You want to kill those who have crossed paths with me, not even letting mortals go. You deserve to die 100 times. Yi Fan said coldly. He exerted force with his foot, and the sound of bones breaking was very ear-piercing. Dang, the sound of a great bell rang out. Every section of the purple dragon was a large bell that released bell waves. Qianluan's eyes were sharp. He could not tolerate someone humiliating his grandson in front of him, so he activated the extreme path ancient imperial weapon once again. Green light flew into the sky, and the bronze cauldron did not disappoint him. It trembled with a whine and propped up a screen of light to clash with the extreme path ancient weapon. It once again pierced through the sky and into outer space. Ah, Li Zhan cried out miserably. All the bones in his body were crushed by Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not show any mercy to this person and did not want him to live. You killed mortals and forced me to show myself. The heavenly prince has already done all these things. It seems that the battle back then was still lacking in deterrence. But I believe that now that the nest of 10,000 dragons has been flattened, the myriad races will not dare to forget themselves. Yi Fan had no intention of being merciful. At this point, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the nest of 10,000 dragons. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Let go of Zhan. Great sage Qianluan's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Yi Fan as if he was a prey he had to kill. The human demon held the green cauldron and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He slowly walked forward and stared at everyone from the ancient imperial family. Qianluan's heart sank. He knew that the human demon had not used his full strength and was not prepared for a bloodbath. However, a storm would definitely follow. He was shocked and afraid. Then, he saw that Yi Fan ignored him and continued to trample on Li Zhan's body. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his killing intent surged into the sky. Qianluan, you should understand that when the victorious fighting Buddha killed Kuan Zhou, you crossed the line. It wasn't easy for you to survive. Then, when the primordial 10 races rebelled, you jumped out again. Senior Guy Jiuyo killed the Golden King, so you should have realized it. But time and time again, your grandson killed the entire race. Not only did you stop him, you even supported him. Yi Fan said unhurriedly. Qianluan's killing intent became even thicker. After being ridiculed by a junior, his eyes turned into cold swords that pierced people. Kill! Qianluan roared. The 10,000 dragons' bell danced in the air and turned into a beam of purple light that shot towards the human demon. The dragon's head was raised high, and its body was powerful enough to crush all things. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The immortal light once again shot towards the outer region. Qianluan's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a demonic god. In comparison, the human demon was very calm. He held the small cauldron, and after the immortal light faded, he looked very calm. He didn't look like a barbarian anymore. Impossible, the green cauldron has been shattered, and the deity isn't here. How can it stop the extreme Tao ancient imperial weapon again and again? Qianluan cried out loudly. Blood flowed out from his body. This was the true blood of the great sage, and every drop had miraculous uses. Yet now, it flowed out for nothing, evaporating into the air. Could it be that there are still deities within the shattered cauldron that aren't extinguished? The archaic heaven's holy objects can be completely revived? Qianluan couldn't help but roar out in anger. Behind him, ancient caves were exposed one after another. Many of them were completely destroyed, and the ground layer was completely opened up. It was a scene of ruin and disorder. Within the 10,000 dragon nest, everyone became silent. Their hearts and minds were all ice cold. Today's battle was too miserable for them. Their reputation would definitely fall through the floor. Who dared to do this since the ancient times? A single person actually came knocking on their door, almost tearing this place apart. It left everyone in despair. Ah! Li Zhan cried out miserably. Yi Fan's foot descended, and his body broke into 2 pieces. It was a tragic sight. Let me go, don't kill me. He cried out in alarm. Now, he was no longer unyielding. His face was full of fear, and his face was as white as snow. Who are the mortals you sent to kill going to beg for forgiveness? Yi Fan remained unmoved. His other foot was about to descend, trampling towards his skull. No, I'll submit. Leave me with my life. Li Zhan collapsed. The so-called unyielding spirit still had a bottom line. When he saw Yi Fan's ruthlessness, directly going to destroy his primordial spirit, all of his dignity and arrogance were abandoned. He struggled and begged. Human race's holy body, you killed my descendant. In the future, I will wipe out 10 of your clans. Qianluan roared coldly. He was forced to this step. He couldn't save his most beloved grandson, so he could only threaten him. Yi Fan shook his head and said, Do you still have a life? I actually want to personally send you on your way, but unfortunately, the heavens cannot let you live for another 100 years. You won't be able to fight against me. Where is your father? The human demon grinned, but in the eyes of everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest, it was especially horrifying. He was younger than Qianluan, but he didn't put his father in his eyes at all. He was calling him out by name and was about to kill him. How can such a savage person comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth? Everyone was indignant. What they didn't know was that in the ancient era, the strong preyed on the weak. Which one of them didn't have a debt of blood? The nest of 10,000 dragons has disappointed me. The human demon said. This made the ancient king race furious, but they also felt incomparable despair. They really couldn't stop this killing god. They wanted to roar, but they didn't dare to. In the end, they suppressed their anger and looked at Yi Fan. All of this was because he had provided them with the green cauldron. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. In the present world, without ancient emperors, extreme Dao weapons were the most terrifying killing weapons. Even if you were the great sage, you would still have to bear a grudge. Yi Fan didn't have an emperor weapon, but he had a broken cauldron. Even if he couldn't see the god within, he could still stop the emperor's might. This was human nature. They couldn't do anything to the human demon, so they blamed everything on Yi Fan. They hated him and the green cauldron. Hong. The human demon took action. He didn't destroy these prey and instead wanted to fill up the nest of 10,000 dragons. He used the green cauldron to block the 10,000 dragon bell and smashed forward with the white bone club. Another peerless collision occurred. Immortal light rushed into the heavens as if they were ascending to become immortals, shocking the world of mortals. In the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, rumbling sounds could be heard. All of the ancient caves were collapsing. The power of the human demon's attack was too great. It was going to destroy the ancestral land of this race. Suddenly, a wave of majestic power spread out and pervaded the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It turned into a third immortal light and rushed into the heavens. It stopped the collapse and protected this place. This is. The spectators in the distance were shocked. The descendants of the nest of 10,000 dragons also cried out in alarm. Half-Emperor, this is the aura of a half-emperor. Everyone was stupefied. They were all shaken. That terrifying radiance rushed in all directions like an ocean. It stopped the collapse and pushed back all of the power. Heavens, there is the aura of a half-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He is so powerful and terrifying. Not good, this is a great disaster. Terrifying radiance spread and shook the world. It was as if a deity had revived. Yi Fan was stunned. There was actually a quasi-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons? If this was true, then this was definitely a huge variable. Chapter 12:23. World-shocking immortal multicolored light appeared, releasing undying radiance. This was an unmatched domineering aura that shocked even the great sage. The eastern wastelands, central continent, southern mountains, and other places were all stirred up. Countless experts roared. In this age without an emperor, a half-emperor actually appeared? Up until now, all the clans were alarmed. News spread through the realm gates. Everyone in the world knew that Yi Fan and the human demon were attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. A world-shocking confrontation had developed to this point, and now, an ancient emperor actually appeared. This was unimaginable, shocking the entire world. Too terrifying. The ancient race's backing is deep and immeasurable. There is actually such an unmatched existence. This is truly shocking. The path of immortality is about to open. A half-emperor has lived to this age, and who can contend against him? Even the great sage's corpse will lie beneath his feet. There is simply no way to contend against him. The battle situation changed so quickly that it was hard to believe. A matchless figure had appeared, and he was going to turn the tide. The immortal light that rushed into the heavens was thick and dignified, making everyone want to kowtow. Ha! In front of the tattered nest of 10,000 dragons, many ancient emperor descendants laughed loudly. Tears appeared in their eyes. This kind of turning point actually appeared at the critical juncture of despair. Holy human body, you are as weak as an ant. Let's see how you will survive today. Even though the human demon is strong, I refuse to believe that you have become the quasi-emperor. The heavens have eyes, there was actually a distant ancestor who sealed himself until now. My nest of 10,000 dragons will rule the world and be respected by the entire world. Laughter filled with success and domineering words resounded through the air. Many ancient emperor descendants were cheering and shouting loudly. They were originally in despair, never expecting such an unforeseen event to occur. They rose from hell to heaven, and the contrast was just too great. Could it be father? Qian Luan also felt a wave of excitement. He felt his blood energy flourishing, as if he had returned to his youth. His father was known as Little D Quebec. He was an exceptional figure who was almost comparable to the most stunning deities. In that era, DK was absolutely brilliant. Even though he couldn't verify the Tao, his divine aptitude was still comparable to the Emperor of Fighting, and he was known as one of the most stunning deities since the ancient times. The father of Qianluan was 2,000 years younger than Di Quebec. Although his aptitude was not as good as DK's, it was enough for him to be praised as Little Di Quebec. In the battle back then, father of Qianluan had been too arrogant and wanted to capture the human devil barehandedly. In the end, he didn't expect that the power of extreme yin and extreme yang would invade his body. After the battle, he fell into a deep slumber. He was sealed in the divine cocoon, unable to wake up. Qianluan's eyes burned with passion. Naturally, he immediately thought of his father who looked down on the archaic era. He thought that Qianluan had made a breakthrough in the cocoon. Intruding into my race's land and destroying my dragon nest, I will kill without mercy. All of you will die. Qianluan's eyes were dark and cold. His words were like 10,000-year-old ice, sending chills down one's spine. However, what surprised him was that although the demonic human was surprised, he did not show any fear. He held the white bone club in his hand and stared ahead like a tiger watching its prey. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was even more outrageous. It could even be said that he was extremely daring. He lifted one of his feet and stepped on Li Zhan's forehead, preparing to crush it. No, you can't kill me. My race's quasi-emperor has awakened. You should understand. Li Zhan screamed in fear. He originally wanted to say some ruthless words, but after seeing Yi Fan's cold gaze, he was immediately terrified. Human race's holy physique, you must understand what you are doing. Release him quickly and your ending won't be too bad. Qianluan coldly spoke. This was a type of threat. Although he didn't say any ruthless words, it was more lethal than anything else. He was warning Yi Fan that if he dared to act recklessly, his ending would be miserable. From the past until now, I've never been scared by anyone. Yi Fan's foot landed, causing cracks to appear on Li Zhan's forehead. You dare? If Li Zhan is injured, I'll make you wish you were dead. Qianluan roared and used his divine voice. Everyone was stunned. Just how daring was the human race's holy physique? Even the resurrection of a quasi-emperor couldn't deter him? He actually ignored this side. If you kill me, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Li Zhan shouted with all his strength because he found that Yi Fan's eyes were too terrifying. He actually wanted to kill him without any regard for the consequences. Pooh! Yi Fan's foot landed and crushed Li Zhan's head into a rotten watermelon. He didn't even bat an eye. I hate being threatened. Moreover, if I let you go, will your race be lenient? So what if you're a quasi-emperor? At worst, I'll just die here. Yi Fan calmly and coldly spoke. He wasn't nervous at all and was relatively calm. This made the group of people roar in anger. Li Zhan was slaughtered just like that in front of their eyes. Qianluan's eyes were especially red. The great sage wasn't a plant and also had a human nature. This was his most beloved grandson, and with a single roar, the mountains and rivers collapsed. He was so angry that his veins bulged, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Fan into pieces. So what if he's a quasi-emperor? I've already killed him. At worst, I'll just let him kill me again. Yi Fan was untamed. I'll hack you apart alive. Qianluan roared. The 10,000 dragon bells shook violently and immortal light rushed into the sky. However, everyone felt that something wasn't right. Qianluan also quickly came to a realization and felt a wave of uneasiness. Why didn't a quasi-emperor stop all of this? With the might of an emperor, he should be able to break through all obstructions and reverse yin and yang, preventing the tragedy of Li Zhan's death from happening. In the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest, immortal light shot out in all directions. The mist dispersed and the truth of that place appeared. This is. Everyone was stunned and their faces turned pale. There wasn't any quasi-emperor appearing. This was a formation that was flowing with Tao patterns. The terrifying aura was being emitted from it. How could this be? Everyone was disappointed. It was different from what they had expected. This is a formation carved by a quasi-emperor. It doesn't appear normally and will only come to life when the ancestral land is in danger, Qianluan said. He was a bit disappointed and frustrated. He thought of some anecdotes from his ancestors. Ha! Yi Fan laughed loudly. Just now, his heart had truly sunk because he thought that a huge variable had appeared. The quasi-emperor was too terrifying. Gai Juyo's bloodline was dried up and he didn't have much lifespan left. Now that he had fallen from that realm, he was still unrivaled. One could imagine how terrifying a truly unrivaled quasi-emperor would be if he were to appear. He would definitely be able to sweep through the world and was a taboo existence. The heavens are protecting my clan. This is most likely a flawless quasi-emperor formation. Great Sage Qianluan's face was flushed red. His disappointment was swept away and he actually became excited. He was immediately filled with confidence. In this endless era without emperors, what was the most terrifying thing in this world? There wasn't much doubt in this answer. It was definitely an extreme Dao weapon or an ancient great emperor's formation diagram. Emperor weapons needed to be revived and the requirements were too harsh. Normal people couldn't activate it and even the great sage couldn't truly grasp it. The so-called reviving an emperor weapon was just a relative term. However, an ancient great emperor's formation diagram was different. As long as one mistakenly entered it, it would be equivalent to starting a war against a great emperor. The prerequisite was that the formation diagram was undamaged and had never been damaged before. This was because the ancient great emperor's formation diagram was too heaven-defying. After such a long period of time, they had all been destroyed and only remnant scrolls remained. A quasi-emperor array diagram was placed in front of them. This was undoubtedly a world-shaking sight. Attacking it was equivalent to declaring war against a quasi-emperor. This was courting death. Retreat, everyone into the ancestral land. Great Sage Qianluan shouted. He was increasingly convinced that this was a flawless formation diagram. His face was flushed red and he couldn't be more excited. With this formation, anyone who dared to attack recklessly would be fighting against the quasi-emperor of the past. At the back, an old emperor and a stunning woman were in charge of guiding everyone into the formation diagram. An ancient emperor's daughter. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. She had lived to this era sealed in the divine source. The human demon didn't stop him because he had done something else. His eyes were blazing and his bronze skin shone. The green bronze cauldron in his hand shone with resplendent immortal light as it locked onto Qianluan. Great Sage Qianluan's divine abilities were peerless, but even with the 10,000 dragon bell, it was difficult for him to take a step forward. The quasi-emperor formation diagram was just inches away, but he had no way of entering. In an instant, his face turned snow-white. He knew it was over. The human demon was unhappy and was preparing to attack. He couldn't escape. Qianluan was unwilling. As a generation's great sage, he was a giant even in the era of ancient emperors. He was respected by the world. But now, he was locked onto and became prey. This was a kind of humiliation. He actually couldn't resist. The ancient emperor has revived, the god has awakened, help me take a step forward. He roared crazily. The races of the north all heard it. Everyone felt their blood run cold. For a great sage to roar in despair like this, one could imagine what kind of despair he had fallen into. Purple energy rose from the east and dense mist spread out. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon that raised its head and roared. It really had life. Under its power, Qianluan broke free from the human demon's restraints. He immediately merged with the imperial weapon and became one. His true body entered the weapon and turned into a purple dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. He charged towards the quasi-emperor formation and wanted to escape this calamity. The human demon finally moved. He moved later but arrived first. He held the sparkling green cauldron in his hand and shattered the sky. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the imperial weapon. Black and white divine power spread out from the human demon's body, making him look incomparably terrifying. The two intertwined and turned into a taiji. It supported the green cauldron and suppressed the 10,000 dragon bell. This was the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaving. It was terrifying and unstoppable. The black and white taiji diagram supported the small green cauldron. It was like a divine disk supporting the only immortal. Great Sage Qianluan was terrified. His body merged with the 10,000 dragon bell and directly tore apart the void to escape into outer space. He knew that he couldn't stop the human demon and couldn't enter the quasi-emperor formation. Only by escaping into the depths of the universe could he avoid this calamity. The human demon's speed was even faster. He turned into a bolt of black and white lightning and disappeared into outer space with the cauldron. He was filled with killing intent and attacked forcefully. He couldn't let the giants of the nest of 10,000 dragons go. The two figures disappeared. Yi Fan stood alone in front of the ruins and faced the people in the quasi-emperor formation with a cold expression. Some people wanted to rush out and fight him but then retreated. They didn't have the courage. The human demon's aura was still lingering around Yi Fan's body. It could descend at any moment and consign them to eternal damnation. A cold wind blew past. The nest of 10,000 dragons was in ruins. It was a scene of desolation. Only a terrifying aura spread in the depths, making it impossible to see through it. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He smelled a fragrance that refreshed the heart and saw the true dragon immortal medicine. This ancient medicine had long become sentient. It had accompanied the past emperors and ancient emperors. At this moment, it appeared in the primal chaos mist. The ancient royal family also turned their heads and looked in that direction. The primal chaos was hazy. There was a huge dragon nest made of black dragon wood. It was as tall as a mountain and was extremely majestic. Inside, the primal chaos surged like an ocean. It was vast and immeasurable, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. There was a mysterious coffin floating there, suppressing the heavens. Meanwhile, the true dragon immortal medicine's entire body seemed to be made of gold. It was brilliant and dazzling. It hid there like a fairy and peeped in this direction. Yi Fan was moved. If he could capture this immortal medicine today, it would truly be a great fortune. No one knew what the outcome of the battlefield in outer space was. Countless experts were watching from the sidelines. They were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Dao friend, please be lenient. Harmony is the most important thing. A familiar voice sounded from the sky, as if it was trying to mediate. Yi Fan's expression became strange. He could tell that this was Great Sage Hunshuo's voice. He actually came to be the peacemaker again. Pung! In front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, a corpse fell, smashing out hundreds and thousands of enormous cracks that extended outwards like a spider web. Great Sage. Old Ancestor. Within the quasi-emperor formation diagram, a group of people were crying. It was because this was Qianluan's Great Sage's corpse. He had been slaughtered and thrown down from outer space. Another one died. Yi Fan shook his head and said to himself,